In a forest clearing, a massive armored bear roars, its claws raised to strike. A terrified merchant shields a woman, screaming for the beast to stay back. Nearby, Ko Kusaka watches in shock, clutching a small knife, his face a mask of fear. From a short distance, he observes the desperate scene. He reflects that until this moment, he had been just an ordinary person, but now a powerful desire to help stirs within him. His internal conflict sharpens. He realizes the bear is completely focused on the merchant, unaware of his presence. This, he understands, is his perfect opportunity to run away. He immediately berates himself for the thought, a wave of self-disgust washing over him as he considers what a horrible adult he has become. The thought triggers a memory of his childhood. He sees himself as a young boy, excitedly watching television with another child, declaring his admiration for the heroes on screen who were always helping people. The memory fades, leaving him with a somber realization. He had already given up on that childish dream long ago. Suddenly, his surroundings dissolve into a pitch-black void dotted with distant lights. He floats, disoriented, wondering where he is. His last memory is of being on the final train home after working overtime. Before him, a luminous interface materializes, announcing that he has been summoned to another world. It instructs him to select a role from 3 options: Brave, a warrior of great fate; Wiseman, a magician of surpassing sense; or Demon Lord, a dark ruler of desire. His mind reels from the strange question. He touches his chin, sweating, wondering if he is just exhausted and hallucinating. He stands within the void, analyzing the choices. He dismisses the role of Brave, certain he cannot fulfill a great destiny. He rejects Wiseman, reasoning that a truly smart person wouldn't work for a soul-crushing company. Demon Lord, he concludes, is just another path to an early death. Finding all options troublesome, he wonders aloud if it is possible to choose none of them. His refusal triggered a hidden option, confirming his choice to select none of the offered roles. A message congratulated him, but immediately followed with a caveat. Choosing this path meant he would be granted substandard abilities. He could only react with confusion. Before he could process the warning, the system declared that Kokosaka would be blessed by spirits and gods, and that his transfer to another world was commencing. He tried to object, to ask it to wait, but it was too late. A wave of disorientation washed over him as the world dissolved into a blur of light and motion. He found himself standing in a sunlit forest clearing, the sound of birds chirping in the trees. Shielding his eyes, he looked around, trying to understand what had just happened. He reached out and touched a large leaf, its texture feeling far too real to be part of a dream. As he surveyed the unfamiliar woods, a dreadful understanding began to dawn on him. This wasn't a dream. He was truly in another world. The initial shock gave way to a thoughtful curiosity. Alone in this strange forest, he began to ponder his next move. Suddenly, a translucent screen materialized before his eyes, startling him. It was a status display, listing his name, age, and race, along with his attributes and a surprising number of skills, including creation, item box, and appraisal. His attention was drawn to his MP, which was listed at 1,000. An explanation appeared, clarifying that this was his magical power, of value 10 times that of a general magician, and that it recovered at a rate of 1% per second. He examined the various windows of the interface, a small smile forming on his lips. The entire system felt just like a game, and he found the prospect increasingly entertaining. He noted that one of his skills, Full Assist, seemed particularly helpful. A prompt then appeared, asking if he wished to activate it to install his other skills more quickly and grant him freedom in their use. With a confident smirk, he accepted the offer, and a surge of energy enveloped him. He stares into the void, startled, as a system notification chimes, announcing that the installation is complete. As a strange sensation flows into the back of his head, leaving him momentarily dizzy, he decides to test his new abilities. He resolved to try the item box skill first, reaching out to touch the trunk of a nearby tree. He calls out the command, "Storage." A glowing magical sigil erupts from his hand, enveloping the base of the tree. In a cascade of light particles, the entire tree dematerializes before his astonished eyes, vanishing completely from sight. He pulls up his system interface and sees the confirmation. One cypress tree is now listed in his item box. A wide grin spreads across his face as he realizes just how convenient this ability is. His attention then shifts to the dismantling skill. He recalls that it's primarily for processing demon corpses into food or materials, but a thought strikes him. Could it work on the tree? Deciding to find out, he initiates the command. The system responds, but not with dismantling. Instead, 1 unit of cypress wood is consumed, and a new item appears, a cypress stick. A notification explains the creation skill, revealing that it uses the creative god's power to forge new items from materials, granting them special effects and higher performance than usual. Eager to see his handiwork, he decides to materialize the item at once. With a confident gesture, he activates the creation command to pull the stick from his inventory. The cypress stick appears in his hand. He examines it, a bit underwhelmed by its simple appearance, but a system description reveals its true nature. It's made from Japanese cypress shavings, is incredibly sturdy, and possesses granted effects of A+ durability and S+ incombustibility. He is stunned by its amazing properties. The act of crafting such a powerful item immediately yields results. A notification chimes, informing him that his creation skill has leveled up to rank 2, unlocking more available recipes. He lets out a small sound of pleased surprise. He contemplates his next move, studying the various information windows floating before him. He wonders what else he is capable of, and, more practically, if he can simply close these displays. As if responding to his thought, the windows vanish. He understands now. The display can be switched from a visual window mode to an internal one. The realization dawns on him with a surge of confidence. All the information, all the skills can be accessed and managed entirely within his mind. Still, he decides to proceed with caution, just in case. He puts this new understanding to the test, invoking his creation skill. A new item materializes in his hand, a cypresswood axe. He notes with satisfaction that more recipes are available. The axe itself is remarkable, described as having a sharpness akin to metal and possessing granted effects for throwing critical and hit correction. He tightens his grip on the handle, understanding the purpose of the granted effects. The axe is meant for throwing. The thought gives him pause. He has no experience with weapons and admits to himself that he doesn't fully understand his appraisal skill yet. Despite his inexperience, he decides to act. Channeling his dexterity skill, he hurls the axe with explosive force toward a large rock. The wooden axe strikes the stone with an impossible impact, shattering it completely. He stands amidst the rubble, the axe embedded in the remains of the boulder. He wonders aloud if it's normal to break solid rock with a simple wooden tool, then realizes this must be the power of the throwing critical effect. A small smile touches his lips as he considers his arsenal of abilities. Transfer, full assist, creation, dexterity, artisan gods, dismantling, item box, and appraisal. He acknowledges that some of them remain a mystery. Despite the unknowns, a sense of calm settles over him. Standing alone in the quiet forest, he concludes that with this much power at his disposal, he should be able to survive in this other world. He lets out a long sigh, shielding his eyes from the bright sun. Standing alone in the vast, empty field, he reflects on his recent efforts, realizing that his skill has now reached rank 5. This burst of creation has taught him 3 key principles about his power. He now understands that experience points for his creation ability are only gained when making a new recipe. Repeating an existing one yields nothing. Furthermore, a rank up occurs only when those experience points reach a certain threshold. The final lesson is that each item he crafts possesses its own unique granted effects. From a single Japanese cypress tree, he now has a total of 8 different recipes available to him, ranging from tools to simple furniture. With this new knowledge processed, his thoughts turn to more immediate concerns. He needs to find a village before the sun sets, as the idea of sleeping in an open field is far from appealing. As he walks on, he realizes he's been traveling for quite some time, but feels no fatigue at all. He correctly attributes this to his transfer skill. A mental check confirms its power. At rank 99, it greatly improves not only his special skills, but also his physical strength, intuition, and even grants him fluency in the local language. This heightened state becomes immediately apparent when he suddenly halts, his head snapping to the side. He heard something faint in the distance, realizing that thanks to the transfer skill, all 5 of his senses are now significantly sharpened. He cups a hand to his ear, concentrating. The sound becomes clearer. It is the desperate, piercing scream of a man. Recognizing the cry for help, he decides he must investigate and immediately breaks into a sprint, dashing through the trees toward the source of the commotion. He bursts into a clearing and skids to a halt, his eyes widening at the terrifying scene. A monstrous, bear-like demon with a steel-like outer shell, an armored bear, is attacking a man and his cart. It is a creature that lives for battle. The traveler, likely a merchant, brandishes a short sword, weakly telling the beast to stay away. From the cover of the bushes, Ko watches, recognizing the extreme danger. This is a predator actively looking for a fight, and the man is its target. He hesitated, his own survival warring with the merchant's desperate plight. A cold, pragmatic thought surfaced. In the end, his own life was what mattered most. But even as he considered abandoning the man, a profound sense of doubt washed over him. Was it truly acceptable to simply turn his back and run? The internal conflict triggered a distant memory of his childhood. He recalled watching a program, his eyes wide with admiration, declaring that he wanted to become a firefighter when he grew up. He remembered thinking how cool they were, these heroes who helped people without any regard for their own safety. He had wanted to be just like them. The memory brought a sharp, bitter pang of self-reproach. What he was contemplating now, running away to save himself, was the complete opposite of that childhood dream. His gaze returned to the scene before him. If he fled, the merchant would surely be killed. A new thought took root. There had to be something he could do. With his resolve solidified, his expression hardened. He burst from his hiding place with a defiant shout, charging directly into the fray. Moving with supernatural speed, he thrust his wooden stick forward, intercepting the armored bear's massive claw just as it was about to crush the merchant. His enhanced dexterity turned a simple piece of wood into an unbreakable shield. With the beast lying defeated on the ground, he turned to the astonished merchant. He didn't need to be a hero, he realized, just someone who could reach out to a person in need. He extended a hand and asked, With the immediate threat neutralized, the rescued man formally introduces himself. He is Chrome, a merchant, and he expresses his profound gratitude for the help. In return, Ko Kusaka introduces himself, claiming to be a simple woodworker while holding the bloody head of the slain beast. Internally, he wonders how much he should reveal, ultimately asking Chrome for guidance to the nearest town so he might avoid appearing suspicious. He then presents the wooden axe he used. Chrome, his expression shifting to one of stunned disbelief, asks if Ko made the weapon himself. Ko confirms this, noting its incredible power was sufficient to defeat the armored bear in a single blow. The merchant can only stammer in denial, finding it impossible to believe that a mere craftsman could accomplish such a feat. His shock deepens as he explains the true nature of the creature. He frantically tells Ko that the armored bear is a dreaded A-rank monster, a beast capable of annihilating small villages overnight. He questions how Ko could possibly be unaware of such a dangerous creature. To emphasize his point, he gestures toward the fallen monster, explaining that its body is as hard as steel armor, rendering most conventional attacks completely ineffective. Ko touches his own cheek, a nervous sweat beading on his face as the reality of his accomplishment sinks in. He internally marvels at the terrifying power of the effects granted to his simple wooden axe, realizing he has just done something truly incredible. As the sun begins to set, Chrome suggests they head to the nearby city where his mansion is located, extending a formal invitation for Ko to join him. Ko readily agrees. His attention then turns to the abandoned cart. He asks if the carriage and its baggage are all right. Chrome explains with regret that both the coachman and the horse fled during the attack, and he has no way of transporting the merchandise himself. Ko, seeing an opportunity, declares that he wants to help. He reassures the worried merchant with a confident smile. While acknowledging that storage capacity would be a problem for most, he hints at a unique skill of his own, stating that its capacity is, in fact, unlimited. Without further explanation, he places a hand on the large, covered wagon. A complex magical sigil erupts on the ground beneath it as he activates his skill, calling out the single word, storage. In an instant, the entire cart vanishes into thin air, leaving Chrome utterly speechless. Ko then calmly turns, crouches, and stores the massive corpse of the armored bear, as well before standing up and dusting off his hands, the impossible feat accomplished with casual ease. He attempts to downplay his abilities when questioned by the astonished Chrome, claiming to be just an ordinary woodworker. The merchant, however, is not convinced, thinking to himself that if Ko were truly ordinary, then the world would be dominated by woodworkers. As they make their way towards the city of Anin, Chrome explains that he used the journey to gather information from Ko, pretending that he himself was an isolated mountain dweller unfamiliar with the ways of the world. The merchant elaborates on what he learned about the world's skill system. He discovered there are two categories: talent-type skills, such as swordsmanship, which are innate and limited to 3 per person, and intelligence-type skills, like item box. He concludes that the people of this world lack the concept of levels. For them, killing monsters does not lead to any kind of exponential growth in power, a stark contrast to Ko's own status, which clearly displays a level of 8. This information leads Ko to a profound realization. His abilities are completely abnormal in this reality. With a thoughtful expression, he considers that it might be possible for him to become the strongest person in this world. He then shifts the topic, asking Chrome why he was traveling such a dangerous highway without an escort. The merchant nervously explains that it's highly unusual for a monster of that caliber to appear so close to the road. Chrome quickly corrects him, stating that he had, in fact, hired escorts. However, the mercenaries fled in terror the moment they laid eyes on the armored bear. He elaborates that his usual choice, high-ranking adventurers from the Adventurers Guild, were all unavailable. This forced him to turn to the Mercenary Guild. Ko listens with a grimace, internally remarking on the terrible story and the irresponsibility of abandoning a client. As Chrome cheerfully points ahead, announcing their arrival, Ko remains troubled. He feels a growing sense of distrust, questioning the professionalism of a guild that would allow its members to act so irresponsibly. Before them, nestled against the dark landscape and under a starry sky, lies their destination. The lights of the sprawling city of Anin twinkle in the night. Gazing upon the city of Anin, Ko Kusaka feels a surge of excitement. He marvels at being in another world, eagerly wondering if he might encounter elves or beastmen. His attention is drawn to a commotion at the city gates, where a group of mercenaries reports to the guards. Their leader explains that an armored bear appeared and that they fought desperately against it, though his words trail off ominously. He clenches his fist in feigned anguish, cursing his own powerlessness. He claims that if only he had the ability, he could have protected his client, Chrome, who he reports was killed by the beast after panicking and running straight towards it. From a short distance, Chrome watches the scene unfold, calling out his own name in utter confusion. A nearby guard in a full helm turns sharply, startled by the declaration. He steps forward, demanding an explanation for why the mercenaries claimed he was dead. Pointing to his companion, Chrome declares that he is alive because Ko saved him, causing the assembled guards to stare in stunned silence. To provide the necessary evidence, Ko calmly presents the severed, dripping head of the armored bear. With a disarming smile, he introduces himself as a simple woodworker and confirms that the beast has already been defeated. A murmur spreads through the crowd of guards and onlookers. They whisper amongst themselves, acknowledging that his claim doesn't seem to be a lie, shocked that a mere woodworker could accomplish such a feat. The mercenary leader is suddenly grabbed by another armored man, who furiously demands to know the meaning of this deception, reminding him that they had just reported Chrome was dead. Chrome points an accusing finger at the mercenaries, his voice filled with rage. He sets the record straight, declaring that they never fought the armored bear at all. They simply abandoned him and ran away. The city guard, now understanding the truth, addresses the mercenaries gravely. He states that abandoning a quest that endangers people's lives is a great offense in this country. Preparing a rope, he informs them that he is taking them into custody. The city guards begin to take the mercenaries into custody, ordering them to present their hands. As his companions comply, the spiky-haired leader grunts, his face shadowed with defiance. He suddenly erupts, screaming that he was only following a request. In a fit of rage, he lunges past the guards, shouting that if someone must die, they should apologize first. Before the mercenary can advance further, Ko intervenes, questioning the man's selfishness. A faint magical sigil flashes around his hand as a loud clang rings out, signaling an impact. The mercenary's sword is blocked not by a weapon, but by a simple wooden chair held by Ko. The armored man grinds his teeth, ordering Ko to get out of his way, but Ko shoves back and firmly refuses. His eyes narrow with intense focus as he grips the makeshift weapon, preparing his next move. With a swift, decisive motion, he swings the chair, bringing it down hard on the mercenary's head. The blow is instantly effective. The mercenary leader crumples to the ground, unconscious. Ko observes the result, realizing his strengthening and faint effect enchantments worked perfectly. The crowd of onlookers erupts into cheers. They lift Ko into the air in celebration, marveling at how a newcomer so easily defeated Dox, a B-rank mercenary known for his overpowering swordsmanship. Sometime later, after the excitement has died down, a horse-drawn carriage makes its way through the city streets onto the night sky. Inside, Ko gazes at his reflection in the window. He reflects that it was only natural he would be interrogated, given that the night had completely fallen during his questioning after the fight in front of the guards. He sat before the city guards as they discussed the situation. They noted that the Adventurers Guild is a well-regulated organization, but recently, there had been increasing trouble concerning the Mercenary Guild. His intervention, though unorthodox, was ultimately seen as a welcome, if sympathetic, resolution. The matter was ultimately settled by a cheerful, older gentleman named Anin. He expressed his thanks for the day's hard work, explaining that he was able to enter the city without issue because Chrome had served as his endorser. Now riding alongside Ko in a carriage, Anin announced their arrival. He assured Ko that there was no need to worry about an inn for the night, as they were on their way to his mansion. A relieved Ko offered his sincere thanks. The mention of a mansion left him utterly stunned. Though he had been somewhat aware of the possibility, the confirmation sent a jolt of shock through him. They arrived at a sprawling estate, so grand it was clear its owner was seriously wealthy. A full staff of maids and a butler stood assembled on the steps to welcome them home. Anin cheerfully invited the bewildered Ko to enter. Inside, he was treated to a luxurious feast, with platters of food like Anin's roast chicken spread across a grand table. After the meal, he was shown to a guest room as opulent as any in a luxury hotel, furnished with a large, fluffy bed. Having eaten far too much, Ko collapsed onto a chaise lounge, rolling in contentment. He mused to himself that he never wanted to go back to his modern days. As he lay there, he considered his old life. He had no lover, his parents had passed away, and he held no regrets. If he were to return to Japan, only the grind of company life awaited him. A realization settled over him. This new world, he decided, was far more attractive. He sat in a lavishly appointed room, stunned to learn that Anin was offering him a full month's lodging as a token of gratitude for saving his life. The merchant confirmed with a confident thumbs up that the inn was owned by his company, guaranteeing quality service. He suggested that before anything else, Ko should relax and acclimate to the town. Ko, accustomed to a solitary life in the mountains, was visibly touched by the gesture. This generosity was possible because Anin was not just any merchant. He was the head of a large trading firm known as the Scarlet Company. He tried to downplay his role, stating that his success was merely the result of his skills, not his own efforts. Anin disagreed, believing the gods must have arranged their meeting to serve as a kind of retirement pay for him. Anin then offered some advice, explaining the vast difference between drawing a good hand and using a good hand. He noted that countless people fail to use their skills for good, which brought to Ko's mind the image of the arrogant mercenary he'd encountered. Anin concluded by praising Ko for making excellent use of his abilities and, most importantly, for saving his life, insisting he should be proud. His words struck a chord. With renewed determination, Ko thanked the merchant sincerely, promising to remember his advice. He then decided on his next course of action, registering at the Adventurers Guild. He recalled hearing from a veteran that a guild card could also serve as an ID. Anan was confident that with Ko's abilities, achieving a high rank would be simple. The merchant offered one final piece of guidance concerning the registration. He warned Ko to wear proper armor and to stop speaking so politely, as his current appearance and demeanor would cause others to treat him like a weakling. With a final word of thanks, Anan departed, closing the door behind him. Left alone in the quiet room, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He immediately put it into practice, using his skill to combine the concepts of dismantling and creation with the materials he possessed. A notification confirmed the process was complete, asking if he wished to equip the new item. With a satisfied smile, he accepted. He was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant flash of light. A sharp sound echoed as the creation process completed, leaving him momentarily stunned by the transformation. From that light, he emerged clad in a new set of armor. Forged from the materials of the armored bear, it boasted high defense thanks to its steel-like shell. The granted effects included enhanced physical defense, strength, and even hearing. He felt a surge of confidence, certain that this gear was perfect for his debut as an adventurer. With his new equipment, he made his way to the Adventurers Guild. As he stepped through the doors, the usual boisterous chatter of the hall died down, replaced by an abrupt, heavy silence. All eyes turned towards the newcomer. The silence was broken by hushed whispers rippling through the crowd. One adventurer, his eyes wide, recognized the distinctive material of the armor. Another quickly made a connection, recalling the rumors of the man who had dealt with the aggressive mercenary at the city. A thunderous presence fills the Adventurers Guild as Ko Kusaka enters, clad in formidable armor and the pelt of a great beast. From the crowd, a stunned onlooker breathes his new title, Bear Killer. His arrival sends ripples of speculation through the hall. The other adventurers wonder what the infamous Bear Killer is doing there. Some guess he's looking for a fight, while others speculate he must be a high-ranking adventurer, perhaps even S-rank, to have survived such a feat unfazed. Ko simply thinks to himself that he is, in fact, just a rookie. He ignores the whispers and approaches a registration desk. The guild employee behind the counter jolts, startled by the sudden and imposing figure standing before him. The man's nerve breaks completely. Muttering that he feels sick, he makes a hasty retreat, leaving Ko standing at the empty counter. A moment later, a new receptionist with a bright smile takes his place. She cheerfully welcomes him to the Adventurers Guild Anan branch, complimenting his impressive gear. Identifying herself as the receptionist, Milia, she asks how she can help. Remembering Chrome's advice, Ko states plainly that he wishes to register as an adventurer. Her professional smile vanishes instantly. Her eyes widen in disbelief, her hands flying to her throat as she stammers, "You want to register?" He asks if there's a problem, and Milia quickly apologizes. She explains that his well-equipped appearance led her to assume he was an active adventurer from another country. With a sheepish smile, Ko reassures her that he is just a newbie and that she shouldn't worry. Regaining her composure, she outlines the next steps. First, he must complete the guild's registration form. After that, a practical exam will be required. He takes the form, noting with some annoyance that bothersome paperwork is the same in any world. As he fills it out, Milia glances at his application and stares, perplexed. In the section for special appeals, he has written, "I'm not good at rough things." With the document complete, he looks up and states with complete seriousness that he would like to avoid fighting as much as possible. Milia, still trying to process the contradiction, accepts the form for now. She informs him that the practical exam is next and asks if he's ready to take it now. He listens as the guild receptionist, Milia, explains the details of his practical exam. She informs him that he will be sparring with an instructor, a former A-rank adventurer, and offers a word of caution. The man constantly boasts of being stronger than an armored bear, so the test might be quite difficult. Following her explanation, she leads him to a spacious underground training area. Several other adventurers are already gathered, some waiting for their own assessments, others simply there to observe. He glances at the crowd, perplexed, and asks Milia why all the other adventurers are gathered behind him as if expecting a show. He internally wonders which of the assembled warriors is the self-proclaimed Bear Killer superior. Brushing aside his concern, Milia clenches her fists with a bright, encouraging smile. She reminds him that, whatever happens, he doesn't actually have to defeat the instructor to pass. His focus shifts entirely to the impending test. Now clad in new gear, including a pauldron made from a bear's pelt, he decides not to hold back and resolves to go all out from the very beginning. He steps forward and grips a massive cypress mallet provided for the exam. He notes its immense weight, estimating it to be over 100 kilograms, but thanks to his S-rank strength, it feels surprisingly light in his hands. With a single, fluid motion, he swings the colossal mallet through the air, creating a powerful gust of wind that echoes through the training hall. The effortless display of power silences the entire room. The other adventurers whisper in awe, with some murmuring that, as expected of the Bear Killer, the instructor might actually be in danger. The instructor, a veteran warrior named Guy Sin, finally steps forward and draws his greatsword. He acknowledges Ko's apparent strength despite his youth, but issues a stern warning that there is always someone stronger. Ko, in turn, recognizes the man's veteran presence and knows he cannot let his guard down. Gai-san takes his stance, inviting Ko to come at him as part of the exam. As Ko considers how to proceed, Milia raises her hand and loudly declares the start of the test. Accepting the challenge, the instructor Gai-san charges forward, great sword held low. Ko Kusaka stands his ground, calmly acknowledging that the spar has begun. He unleashes a powerful horizontal slash, but Ko, moving with unexpected agility, ducks cleanly underneath the sweeping arc of the blade. Ko's counterswing connects with the flat of the sword. The cypress mallet, unable to withstand the force, shatters into a cloud of splinters, the impact sending Gai-san stumbling backward. The veteran instructor steadies himself, impressed. As a former A-rank adventurer, he knows he can evade large swings with minimal movement. He realizes that simple, direct attacks will not be enough to hit his opponent and contemplates his next move. He lunges again, this time pointing out the flaws in Ko's technique. He explains that Ko's attacks are too wide, leaving openings everywhere, and acknowledges that it must be difficult to maneuver with such a heavy weapon. Ko's eyes widen in surprise at the critique. His sword strikes the stone floor with a loud clang, missing its target completely. Gai-san looks up in shock, wondering what just happened, as Ko sidesteps the blow with ease. The young man drops his broken mallet. As Gai-san prepares another strike, Ko closes the distance, his hand reaching out to grab the instructor's sword arm while a glowing magical sigil materializes in the air. His hand meets the blade, not with the sound of flesh, but with the sharp clang of metal on metal. The sword is stopped dead in its tracks. Just then, Milia's voice cuts through the tension as she runs forward, shouting that it is enough. The spar is over. Ko stands victorious, holding a newly formed shield and Gai-san's own sword. She raises Ko's arm, declaring him the winner to the astonishment of the crowd. The other adventurers erupt in cheers, amazed that the bear killer defeated their instructor. Gai-san graciously admits his loss and asks if Ko is hurt. Ko, slightly flustered by the attention, assures him he is fine and thanks him for the match. He accepts the offered handshake from the instructor, Gai-san, who remarks on his peculiar use of the item box. Gai-san thanks him for the lesson, acknowledging the vastness of the world's possibilities. The instructor then officially congratulates him on passing the exam, stating he has high expectations for his future. Nearby, the adventurer Irisnute Fafner claps enthusiastically, also congratulating Ko-san on his success. Having passed, he is promptly issued his official adventurer's guild card, bearing his image and name. His victory earns him continued praise from Irisnute, who expresses disbelief that he could defeat the instructor in a single blow. Ko modestly deflects, attributing his win to his skills and admitting it would be rude to the instructor to call himself weak after such a display. After the congratulations, Ko approaches the reception desk, where the guild employee, Milia, offers to explain the guild rules. She recommends a booklet she prepared, confident in its clarity, though Ko appears somewhat apprehensive about the bureaucracy to come. She begins by outlining the 7 adventurer ranks, from S down to F. Milia informs him that he is currently F rank and explains that rank progression is determined by the guild based on one's history of completed requests and subjugations. Conversely, poor performance can lead to rank demotion or even expulsion. She continues, detailing the procedure for accepting a quest, bringing the request form and guild card to the counter. Milia then issues a stern warning about forbidden acts such as false reports, client betrayal, and guild card forgery, emphasizing that such infractions will result in severe punishment. He listens intently, processing the information. Internally, he notes that the system is structured much like a game. With the core rules explained, Ko thanks Milia for her time. She then offers him a long-term incentive. Upon reaching B rank, adventurers receive compensation for injuries and are even eligible for a pension upon retirement. Following her advice, Ko decides to focus on raising his rank for the future benefits. Seeing his determination, Milia brightly suggests he accept a quest right away. She recommends a simple starting task, a request to collect 50 units of Neo's grass. She lays out the details of the quest for Ko. The client is the pharmacist's guild, and the task is to gather Neo's grass, a medicinal herb that only grows in monster-infested areas. The reward is substantial, 500 kamsa per husk, with a potential total of 20,000 kamsa. Milia explains that due to high demand, allowances are also provided, making it a very good deal. She then leans in, telling him to pay close attention to the most important part. A guild official clarifies the rule for him. A rookie adventurer's first quest must always be undertaken with a high-ranked adventurer as an escort. The man offers to find someone who is currently available, but Milia confidently interjects, telling Ko to leave it to her. With a wink and a thumbs up, she boasts that he should believe in her negotiation skills, which have a 100% success rate, except for when they fail. Ko watches her depart with a look of uncertainty. He lets out a sigh of relief, glad to have become an adventurer without any trouble. He makes a mental note to find and thank Chrome-san for his help as soon as he gets the chance. Elsewhere, the merchant Anin smiles to himself. He is certain that Ko is destined to become a high-ranking adventurer. He reflects on the good fortune of not only being brought to the guild, but also receiving around 80,000 kamsa as an investment from the young man. Returning to the guild hall, Milia approaches Ko, apologizing for the wait. He nods, having been contemplating that he needs to do his shopping at the Scarlet Company as soon as possible. His thoughts are interrupted as he lays eyes on the adventure Amelia has brought. He is captivated by her features: hair as red as a sunset, crimson eyes that sparkle like jewels, and two distinct dragon horns. The receptionist beams with pride as she makes the introduction. This is Iris Newt Fafner, an A-rank adventurer from the Dragonfolk tribe. The Dragonfolk adventurer appraises him with a calm, steady gaze. She acknowledges that he must be the rumored bear killer and introduces herself simply as Iris. He responds with a deep, formal bow. He introduces himself as Ko Kusaka, thanking her for taking the time to help him and stating that he is counting on her guidance. As he prepared to embark on his first quest, he let out a nervous chuckle, realizing his mistake. He had used honorific speech out of pure habit, a remnant of his former life. The tall, dark-haired adventurer beside him looked on, utterly astonished by his formal address. Her astonishment gave way to a calm smile. She reassured him that there was no need to be so formal. As fellow adventurers, they could speak normally. Iris Newt then interjected, explaining to her companion that while Ko was very talented, he had grown up in the mountains and lacked common social graces. The dark-haired woman processed this, musing that the difference in human customs must be a hassle for Iris Newt. With this new understanding, she concluded that she was likely the most suitable person for the task. Inside the bustling Adventurers Guild, Ko Kusaka gives a deep, formal bow to his new party members, Iris and the dark-haired adventurer. He introduces himself and states that he is counting on their guidance. He straightens up abruptly, a look of panic on his face as he realizes he used overly polite, honorific speech out of sheer habit. Iris looks on, completely astonished by his formality. She lets out a small laugh, reassuring him that he doesn't need to be so scared. As fellow adventurers, he can speak normally. The dark-haired adventurer adds that it must be difficult for Ko, since his common sense differs from theirs. Given his unique upbringing, she concludes that she would be the most suitable person to guide him. Now walking together down a busy city street, Iris asks Ko what their first move should be. He responds immediately, stating that their priority is to gather information. He explains his logic, comparing the situation to a game where he would always bookmark the strategy website first. He wants to find a monster distribution map and admits he knows nothing about their target, Neos grass. Not what it looks like or where it grows. The dark-haired adventurer tells him not to worry, pointing out that all the information he needs is in the booklet Milia gave him. Ko begins to flip through its pages. As he reads, his eyes widen in surprise. While the first part of the booklet contains the guild's terms of service, the second part is a treasure trove of information, even including a detailed map of material distribution in the surrounding area. He murmurs that it's like a strategy book. Iris winks, proudly revealing that Milia created it herself. She explains that Milia was originally meant for the guild headquarters in the royal capital, but the current branch manager specifically requested her to help rebuild the guild here in Anin. The dark-haired adventurer adds that the guild's atmosphere and management have improved thanks to Milia. She predicts the young receptionist will likely become an executive at headquarters one day, and then tells Ko not to worry, as he is Milia's favorite. Ko is taken aback to hear he is her favorite. The adventurer confirms she knew Milia was surprisingly talented. Shifting his focus back to the mission, Ko considers what they need, noting that besides weapons and armor, he has nothing. He turns to his companions and asks if there are any other supplies they should acquire. He finished purchasing their supplies, a torch, rope, water bags, and flint, and prepared to store them. As he activated his item box, Iris asked if its capacity would be sufficient. He calmly explained that the capacity of his was unlimited, a revelation that left both her and their dark-haired companion speechless. He then asked if an ordinary item box had a small capacity, recalling what Chrome had mentioned. Iris, crossing her arms, confirmed that it was generally considered a failure of a skill. To illustrate her point, she materialized a full-size spear from a small pouch on her hip. She explained that many magic tools performed far better than the basic item box skill. She concluded that all high-ranking adventurers possess similar magic items, meaning his item box was anything but normal. Internally, Ko acknowledged to himself that he had many other such cheat abilities as well. With their equipment ready, the party journeyed to their destination, the Cello Forest. It was time to begin the quest. Once inside the forest, they began their search for Neos grass. Ko quickly spotted a likely candidate among the undergrowth and reached for it, wondering if it was the correct plant. As he reached for it, Iris warned him to be careful. She explained that the plant roots itself firmly, and its leaves would shred if he tried to pull it by hand, suggesting a scooper was necessary. He confidently replied that he had one, but instead of producing a tool, he activated his item box. A glowing magical sigil formed over the plant as his companions watched in confusion. In a flash of light, the Neos grass vanished from the ground and appeared perfectly intact in his hand, roots and all. Iris, stunned, asked how he had done it. He explained it was just a simple use of his item box, making collection much easier. She was still trying to comprehend this new application of the skill when Ko spotted another plant. He pointed out that this one, with red spots on its leaves, was Nailana grass, a look-alike. He explained that since they grow near each other, finding the right one involves a lot of movement, making the quest surprisingly tough. He takes a deep breath, a calm smile on his face. While his companions note that collecting 50 herbs could take until evening, he decides it is time to use a particular skill. His eyes snap open, a new intensity within them as he activates his unique skill, Artisan God's Eye. Through his enhanced vision, the forest floor before him transforms. Countless points of light begin to sparkle among the undergrowth, each one marking the location of their target. He immediately points to a nearby plant, exclaiming that he's found one. When Iris asks how he knew, he explains that his Artisan God's Eye skill reveals the location of similar items once a single one has been specified. Thanks to this remarkable skill, the task is completed with incredible speed. Within about an hour, he has successfully gathered all 50 stalks of Neos grass needed for the quest. As they walk back towards the city, his dark-haired companion expresses her amazement at how quickly they finished. Ko smiles, attributing it to his skill, and thinking to himself how shocked Milia would be by their success. He looks up at the sky, noting that with the quest already over, they have plenty of time. He turns to his companions and asks if there is anything else they'd like to ask him, and his companion confirms that there is. She seizes the opportunity, asking him a personal question. What kind of people are the Dragonfolk tribe? She begins to explain that dragons are the strongest beasts to have ruled the earth, and the Dragonfolk are their descendants. Her people, she elaborates, have bodies far stronger than humans and live for much longer. As she speaks, an image of a magnificent dragon with its kin comes to mind. Hearing of their longevity and strength, Ko can't help but feel a pang of envy. His quiet admission draws a sharp, surprised stare from Iris, who turns to look at her dark-haired companion with wide, questioning eyes. As Iris looked on, the Dragonfolk adventurer continued her explanation to Ko. She revealed that most humans keep their distance from her kind out of fear, treating them like monsters, which is a horrible experience. When Ko asked if his reaction was unusual, she admitted it was the first time she had ever heard someone express envy for her heritage. He apologized for asking, looking slightly abashed. The Dragonfolk adventurer turned away, assuring him that she didn't mind at all. As they walked along the stone path, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. His words of envy lingered in her thoughts. She turned back towards him, a soft, genuine smile gracing her lips. His sentiment, she confessed, made her happy. He responded with a warm, understanding smile of his own. Back at the guild hall, Milia the receptionist stared in utter shock. She cried out, unable to believe that Ko had already finished the gathering quest for Neos grass. She confirmed that the herbs were indeed Neos grass and noted their perfect condition, remarkably fresh with the roots completely intact. She demanded to know how it was possible for him to collect them so skillfully. As he explained that he had used his item box, the guild's instructor observed from nearby. The instructor noted that Milia seemed exasperated, likely anticipating future mediations involving Ko's unusual methods, and would probably have to report the matter to guild headquarters. Her professional demeanor returning, Milia handed Ko a pouch of coins with a smile. She informed him that he would receive the 20,000 Kamsa reward for now, and that, if his unique collection method was officially approved, he might even receive extra rewards. His first quest, now a huge success. Ko turned to his companions and thanked Iris, suggesting it was a coincidence that he had a big shot with him. The Dragonfolk adventurer praised him as an expected performance from a rising star, while Iris simply called it coincidence. He stands before an opulent inn, a place far too grand for a typical adventurer, and a bead of sweat forms on his brow. He had been prepared for much humbler lodgings. After dashing inside, he adjusts his suit, feeling refreshed and confident that his formal wear is suitable for any situation. His confidence gives way to awe as he enters the top-floor suite arranged by Chrome-san. The room is immense and lavishly decorated, causing him to marvel that it's even larger than his old room back in Japan. Settling in, he considers dinner, but finds the inn's restaurant too expensive. While searching for an alternative in a strategy book, his eyes land on a section titled The Onin Gourmet Guide, and he realizes there is another option. Following the guide's advice, he soon enjoys a meal of grilled chicken, a local hit recommended by the establishment's menu. He walks back completely satisfied, reflecting on how a meal with wine was an unthinkable luxury at his old company. For 7,500 Kamsa, it was a perfect portion. Gazing out at the starlit city, he makes a silent toast to this new world and steels his resolve to do his best on the next day's quest. The following day, he journeys into the Phaedos Mountains, having traded his business suit for more practical adventuring gear. His task, assigned by the Adventurers Guild, is to subdue 5 lonely wolves. These E-rank monsters, true to their name, prefer to act alone. His companion, Iris, cheerfully outlines the rewards, a base of 20,000 Kamsa, plus an additional 5,000 for each pelt returned. As she speaks, Ko strokes the fur of a defeated wolf, thinking to himself that it's a pretty nice job. His focus shifts to gathering. After an hour, he has found 3 types of materials: Neos grass, Lilium herb, and damp mushroom. A realization strikes him. He can use these to create heal potions and detoxification potions. Though he needs a container for the liquid, he figures a water bag will work and decides to use his creation ability right away. He examined the heal potion he had just created, noting its description: a luxurious taste and refreshing feel that significantly increased both the amount and speed of recovery. This, he mused, was surely an elixir. Feeling a bit dizzy from his efforts, he decided to test the detoxification potion next. The thought of it brought back a strange memory of a colleague from his old company who was always chewing on mint tablets to stay awake. He brought the potion to his lips and took a sip. The taste was unmistakably mint, reminding him of mouthwash. The potion's properties were impressive, capable of nullifying poisons with an elegant fragrance and granting enhanced detoxification effects and speed, all while being rated as exceptionally delicious. The flavor caught him completely by surprise. It was incredibly good, like a luxury grape juice. He reasoned that his appraisal skill wouldn't deceive him about its quality or effects. Sometime later, while walking through the forest, a sudden sense of danger put him on high alert. From the shadows between the trees, a large wolf emerged, its lips curled back in a low growl, revealing a set of sharp teeth. The beast snarled, its predatory gaze fixed upon him. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as he recognized his target. This was a lonely. In the dense forest, a new threat emerges, the lonely wolf. This creature, a monster known for its solitary nature, typically forms a pair only during its mating season, after which the pregnant female departs alone. Yet one now stands poised for battle, its teeth bared. Facing this beast is Kokusaka, who smirks with confidence. He dismisses the idea of running away, reasoning that since the target has come directly to him, there is no reason to let the opportunity pass. He draws his broadsword, simultaneously extending his other hand as a magical sigil glows before it. The wolf wastes no time, lunging forward to attack. With a shout, he activates his skill, enhancing his dexterity. The wolf lets out a ferocious snarl as it closes the distance. His movements now unnaturally swift. He easily sidesteps the beast's charge. The wolf's jaws snap shut on empty air as it hurtles past him. Pivoting on his heel, he brings his sword around in a clean, powerful arc, felling the creature in a single strike. He inspects his blade, marveling at its incredible sharpness. Realizing there's no time to be shocked, he considers that collecting the fur will yield extra rewards. With only 4 more needed to complete his quest, he feels confident, thinking the wolves aren't that strong. Just then, a low growl from the shadows shatters his focus. His confidence evaporates as he turns to see not one, but an entire pack of lonely wolves emerging from the trees, their growls filling the air. He mutters in disbelief, questioning why creatures supposedly known for being solitary would be gathered together. Before he can process the situation, the pack lunges as one. He cries out, raising his sword to defend against the overwhelming assault. In the heat of the desperate struggle, a notice flashes in his mind's eye. He has accumulated enough experience to reach level 9, increasing his HP, MP, and physical abilities. Furthermore, he has met the conditions to unlock 2 new skills, automatic collection and kill usage. He watches as the defeated wolves dissolve into particles of light, finally understanding the nature of his new skill. Without hesitation, he drives his sword into the throat of another lunging beast, the blade sinking deep. As he cuts down more of the pack, he reflects on the convenience of his automatic collection skill. It saves him the considerable trouble of gathering the remains himself, a fact for which he is immensely grateful. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he deflects an attack with his shield and counters with a powerful, sweeping slash. He moves like a storm through their ranks, his blade a blur of motion that fells multiple wolves in a single, fluid sequence. But just as he clears a space, his expression hardens. From the shadows of the forest, more wolves emerge, their low growls signaling that the fight is far from over. Overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, he shouts in exasperation, questioning what is happening and wondering if there is some kind of bargain sale on lonely wolves. The sheer quantity seems impossible. Channeling his frustration into force, he bellows a challenge and thrusts his sword forward, silencing another beast's roar with a fatal blow. He fights on relentlessly until only one remains. With a final, determined shout, he lunges to finish the battle. With the last wolf defeated, a manifest from his item box appears, revealing a staggering count, 2031 lonely wolf corpses. He can only marvel at the irony of such a monstrous army of creatures named for their solitude. He was shocked to find that, even after defeating the massive pack, he was not alone. A low growl emanated from nearby, and he turned to see another wolf emerging from the forest path, its gaze fixed on him. This creature was a female, lonely wolf. Unlike the males, these wolf-type monsters prefer solitude, but form pairs during their estrous cycle. Critically, they are known to prey on males when pregnant. The information sparked a sudden, dawning horror. He finally understood. That was why the males were running away. He realized with a grimace that he couldn't exactly say he wasn't responsible for the situation, having eliminated their only means of escape. Despite his unwitting role in her predicament, he steeled himself. He was a man, not a lonely wolf, and he declared that he would not fall prey to her. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his blade arcing through the air to meet the beast. The battle concluded, and he felt a surge of power. His accumulated experience points had pushed him to level 16, resulting in increased HP and MP, as well as improved physical abilities. He noted internally that his level had risen quite a lot that day. He gazed up at the sun filtering through the trees, contemplating his growth. He wondered if his skills would continue to increase alongside his level from now on. If so, he thought it was something to look forward to. His thoughts turned to more immediate needs. Spotting a tranquil pond nestled in a clearing, he decided it was a good place to rest his body after having some lunch. As he approached the water's edge, a flicker of movement in the nearby woods caught his eye, and he paused, his attention drawn to the disturbance. There, collapsed on the grassy ground, were two figures. A young woman in robes sat panting heavily, her staff lying beside her, while a young man in light armor was on his hands and knees, equally exhausted. He approached them calmly. The young man looked up, startled by his sudden appearance. Observing their condition, Ko spoke, noting that they looked like they were in a lot of pain and asking if they were all right. He introduces himself as Ko Kusaka, an E-ranker, but the male adventurer, kneeling in exhaustion, recognizes his armor and asks if he is the bear killer. Ko tells them they can just call him Ko. He then asks if they were attacked by armored bears, but the female adventurer, her expression tense, insists that it's best they get down the mountain as soon as possible. Her urgent tone makes him realize his assumption was wrong. A bead of sweat traces down his temple as he understands they face something else entirely. The male adventurer, shivering with fear, describes the true threat, a giant, multi-eyed black spider. He recounts that its sheer size and speed were so overwhelming they couldn't even catch their breath. The female adventurer elaborates, explaining that a black spider is a dangerous monster that should normally be found much deeper in the mountains. She mentions that she heard they are E-rank adventurers, implying their quest should have been safe. Ko processes this, understanding now that their simple gathering quest in the Phaedos Mountains had gone horribly wrong. The male adventurer recalls their terror, stating that the creature was not something rookies like them could ever hope to challenge. His companion then reveals that they were saved by chance when they encountered an A-rank adventurer, a dragonfolk woman she believes was named Iris. The name stops Ko cold, his eyes widening in shock. He listens intently as the woman explains the black spider is an A-plus rank monster, far more terrifying than an armored bear, and that they owe Iris a great debt. The man, however, voices his fear, wondering if Iris is even still alive, noting that even the famously strong dragonfolk have their limits. His expression hardening with resolve, Ko asks for the black spider's location. As the shocked adventurer points the way, Ko firmly requests the fastest route to get there. He looks at the two adventurers with grim determination, instructing them to go back. He declares that he's going to find Iris. The female adventurer understands, promising to ask for help from the guild and entrusting Iris's care to him. Her companion, however, protests loudly, calling Ko's decision to fight the black spider alone ridiculous and far too dangerous. As the male adventurer shouts for him to wait, his partner calmly tells him to stop. Closing her eyes, she explains that she can hear the voices of the spirits, and they should let Ko go as he is. Her words give him pause. He internally questions the nature of these spirits, a concept he only knows from anime and games, wondering what they're truly like in this world. The magic user elaborates, revealing that spirits are invisible beings who hold power over natural phenomena. She possesses a skill called spiritual guidance, which allows the spirits to sometimes call out to her. Hearing this, her companion's resistance falters. He concedes that her spiritual guidance has helped them many times before and that he cannot stop Ko now. He simply asks him not to overdo it. With a reluctant approval, he turns to leave. The female adventurer offers a blessing for his safety from the spirits and gods. His mind is already set, a silent promise echoing in his thoughts. Wait for me, Iris. He breaks into a sprint, dashing through the forest. Focusing his will, he activates a skill gained from his previous battle. Armored Bear's armor skill, bearing Enhancement A. The power surges through him, but his expression is fraught with anxiety. A single, desperate plea dominates his thoughts. Iris, please be alive. As he runs, a moment of self-reflection strikes. He had always thought of himself as a calm and collected person, but now realizes he misunderstood his own nature. The image of Iris surfaces in his mind, and he wonders if he has finally met someone who can truly move his heart before stealing his resolve with the belief that she must be all right. He sprints through the forest, his senses on high alert, when a faint sound catches his ear. Meanwhile, another adventurer, drawn by the commotion, stops short. He glances around, wondering about the voice he just heard. Deciding to investigate the source, he announces his intention to check the area ahead. He pushes through the trees and emerges into a clearing, his words catching in his throat at the sight before him. The ground is torn asunder, trees are shattered, and the corpse of a large beast lies nearby. He immediately questions if this is the black spider's handiwork. His gaze sweeps across the devastation and lands on a figure lying motionless on the ground. With a jolt of horror, he recognizes her. It's Iris. At that very moment, Ko, still racing towards the scene, comes to an abrupt halt. A sudden, chilling thought crosses his mind. This could be a trap. Back in the clearing, the wolf-pelt adventurer stands near Iris's still form. Without warning, the ground erupts, sharp spikes bursting from the earth around him, forcing him to jump back to safety. From the disturbed earth, the colossal black spider emerges with a terrifying screech. Just as it reveals itself, Ko arrives on the scene, his eyes locking onto the monstrous creature. He finally understands the true nature. The battle begins against the Black Spider, a formidable A+ rank monster. This spider-type creature boasts high magic resistance and intelligence, combining agile movements with deadly hemp poison secreted from its fangs and sticky threads shot from its abdomen. Facing the creature, an adventurer clad in a wolf pelt assesses its capabilities. He realizes the spider's agility, magic resistance, and poison fangs are exactly what one would expect from such a high-rank monster. He deduces that this must be the fool who lured Iris in as bait, bringing others down with it. In response to his presence, the black spider lets out a piercing shriek. The shriek precedes a sudden, lightning-fast lunge. The adventurer barely has time to react, exclaiming at the creature's incredible speed as he braces for the impact. He knows he must act. Focusing his will, he activates a skill, channeling power into his arm as he prepares to counter the monster's assault. With enhanced dexterity, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, his blades striking the spider's armored leg and head in a rapid succession of blows. Despite the ferocity of his attack, he grits his teeth in frustration. The cuts are too shallow. He realizes he cannot seem to land a fatal blow against the creature's tough exoskeleton. His gaze shifts to the distance, his expression hardening with resolve. He knows he must end this fight quickly and rescue Iris before it's too late. That brief moment of divided attention is all the monster needs. The black spider strikes back with immense force, its legs slamming into the adventurer and sending him flying. He crashes to the ground, the impact shattering the earth around him. As he struggles to recover, another adventurer, this one clad in the pelt and head of a great bear, catches him. The wolf pelt adventurer grunts in pain, acknowledging that the level up and the defense of his armor were all that saved him from a fatal blow. Supported by his companion, he looks towards the looming spider and realizes with a start that he accidentally dropped his cypress with sword in the chaos. He knows he needs to retrieve it quickly. He is suddenly caught off guard as a thick, white substance erupts and envelopes him. With dawning horror, he realizes he's been ensnared by thread. The black spider lets out a piercing, triumphant shriek, its trap having successfully found its mark. Now completely bound by the sticky webbing, he curses his situation. He strains against the threads, pulling with all his might, but finds it's no use. He cannot break free. He knows he must focus and find a way out. The colossal spider approaches, its venomous mandibles dripping, and he understands that he won't get out alive if that poison gets into his body. Elsewhere, Ko Kusaka recalls a memory from when he first arrived in this world. He remembers placing his hand on a cypress tree and storing the entire thing in his item box. The memory is of a similar predicament. While facing a different, horned monster, he had activated his ability, causing a brilliant flash as the tree he was tied to vanished in his storage, freeing him instantly. The beast shrieked in surprise. Freed from his bonds, he let out a sigh of relief. The horned creature stared, impressed by his quick reaction. He confirmed the mechanics of his escape. His item box could store anything he touched, which allowed him to absorb both the tree and the thread that bound him to it. Back in the present, the wolf-pelt adventurer spots a weapon on the ground, Iris's spear. He notes that he also managed to retrieve the wooden sword. With his weapons recovered, all that's left is to defeat the creature before him. His resolve hardening, he reaches down and clenches his hand firmly around the spear's shaft. Now armed with both the spear and his sword, he faces the black spider and lets out a desperate shout, pleading for his master to lend him power for the coming battle. He lunged forward, spear held high, clashing against the monstrous spider's armored leg. The creature's immense size, he realized, made its attacks easy to avoid. Leaping back to create distance, he brandished the ornate spear, declaring that his sword was not his only weapon. With that declaration, he vaulted through the air, aiming the spear's glowing tip directly at one of the spider's many eyes. He landed deftly as the spear found its mark, causing the colossal arachnid to recoil with a piercing shriek of agony. Enraged, the spider lashed out with a powerful leg, but the adventurer parried the blow with his sword. At the same moment, another warrior, clad in a heavy bear pelt, joined the fray, bringing his own massive blade down on the beast. His expression hardened with grim determination. The wolf-pelt adventurer readied his spear once more, the weapon's head glowing with latent power. Meanwhile, the bear-pelt warrior's heavy sword slammed into the spider's carapace, shattering a section of its tough exoskeleton. The creature staggered back, its body now riddled with weapons, screeching in pain and fury from the relentless, coordinated assault. As the spider reeled, he had a moment of clarity. He understood that his earlier struggles were not due to a lack of power, but because his impatience had prevented him from using his abilities to their full extent. Seeing the wounded monster attempt to scuttle away, he shouted that it would not escape. The beast looked up just as a brilliant light flared in the sky above. A massive column of energy descended, engulfing the spider in a blinding flash. As the creature let out its final, agonizing cry, the adventurer declared its end had come. He watches as the divine punishment he called for descends from the heavens, a brilliant column of light that slams into the earth with immense force. The beam strikes the black spider directly, piercing its tough exoskeleton and erupting in a shower of dark ichor as the monster convulses violently under the overwhelming power. The light vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving the colossal arachnid bisected, its two halves collapsing to the ground. The adventurer, Ko Kusaka, exhales in relief. His relief is cut short by a cascade of system notifications. He has reached level 24, his stats have increased, and the conditions for a new skill, auto-mapping, have been met. He recognizes it as a map function from his old world, but dismisses the thought as unimportant. His focus is entirely on the fallen figure of Iris. He rushes to her side, finding her barely alive but still breathing. He quickly retrieves a heal potion, noting its enhanced properties of increased recovery and speed. Cradling her head, he brings the potion to her lips, desperately pleading for it to work. The potion's magic takes hold instantly. A brilliant light envelopes Iris's body, mending her grievous wounds with supernatural speed. Her eyelids flutter and open as the last of the injuries seal shut, leaving her skin unblemished. She awakens, groggily calling his name. Her first thought is for their safety, weakly urging him to run from the black spider. Coat gently reassures her that the monster has been dealt with. He praises her for worrying about others, but she reveals with a pained expression that she's been paralyzed by the spider's poison. He immediately produces another vial, a detoxification potion, and carefully helps her drink it. The effect is almost instantaneous. Her eyes widen in surprise. He asks if she can speak now, and she confirms that the poison is completely gone, calling the potion's effect amazing. Now able to sit up, she thanks him sincerely, saying she owes him big time. He dismisses it, but she then playfully suggests that if he has nothing else to do, he should take her to dinner sometime as a date. The unexpected invitation leaves Ko completely astonished. He steadies Iris as she stumbles, her strength clearly not yet fully returned. Seeing her condition, he suggests they head back to the city, an idea she readily accepts, admitting she has no desire to camp in the open. She then clarifies that her earlier invitation was just an awkward attempt to lighten the mood, apologizing for her inexperience with such things. He notes her difficulty walking and, without a word, lifts her onto his back to carry her. As they move through the forest, Iris asks if he wasn't scared facing the black spider alone. He admits he was too focused on protecting her to feel fear. Her expression softens at his confession. Overcome with emotion, she presses her face against his shoulder, holding on tightly. He asks what's wrong, and she quietly offers a simple, heartfelt thank you. He dismisses her gratitude, saying it was nothing at all. A moment of silence passes before she gets down and walks away on her own, her back to him as she murmurs her understanding. Kokusaka returns to the city, carrying a weary Iris on his back, who in turn clutches a large, white wolf pelt. At the entrance, they are met by the enthusiastic shouts of the wolf pelt adventurer and another companion, who call out his name in greeting. The adventurer expresses his relief that Ko is not in bad shape, then immediately asks if he truly managed to defeat the black spider. From the reception desk, Milia offers a warm smile, welcoming Ko back and congratulating him on a job well done. Still perched on his back, Iris asks if he'd prefer dinner or a bath, but he decides to submit his quest report first. Sometime later, Ko finds himself seated across from Iris in the Adventurers Guild reception office. With a professional air, she formally begins their meeting. As she presents her guild staff identification card, his eyes narrow. He notices that her fingers are strategically placed to hide her age, sparking a suspicion that something is not quite right. He questions why a simple receptionist would be meeting with him, prompting her to cheerfully reveal her true title, Assistant Branch Manager. She explains that the front desk work is merely a public-facing facade she maintains, especially since the branch manager is currently away on business. Ko is visibly stunned to learn she holds such a high-ranking position. Her expression softens as she assures him it's all right, explaining that she wanted to reveal her identity out of sincerity. She is, she states, truly grateful to him for subjugating the black spider, an act that saved many lives from perishing. Looking at him with earnest eyes, she offers her formal thanks on behalf of the entire Onin branch of the guild. With the stiff introductions now over, her demeanor shifts back to one of bright enthusiasm. She leans forward, eagerly asking him to recount the full story of his adventure, leaving him slightly taken aback. Later, Iris reflects on their conversation. She recalls that he seemed particularly interested in the pack of lonely wolves he encountered. Realizing that these creatures are supposed to be solitary, she suspects they may possess some unknown traits and concludes that this information must be reported to the guild headquarters. She stared at the report in disbelief, her voice rising as she confirmed his subjugation history. He had single-handedly subdued 2,048 monsters. Ko simply looked on, slightly taken aback by her astonished reaction. As he processed her shock, the conversation shifted. The adventurer with the wolf pelt explained to Milia that the mission went smoothly because of the briefing they had received. Milia, however, turned to Ko with a more pressing question, asking what he used to cure the black spider's venom, since no such remedy was known to exist. He calmly recounted that he had created a potion and given it to Milia, handing over the rest, so a proper cure could be developed. Milia then cheerfully relayed the guild's decision, Management would meet tomorrow to recognize his achievements, which included defeating an armored bear and a black spider, and would raise his adventurer rank. Furthermore, she added, the reward for a monster of that caliber would be worth about 5 million kamsa. The staggering sum left him momentarily speechless. Milia explained that normally, a large subjugation team of A-rank adventurers would be formed, and the reward would be split among them. His thoughts then drifted to the city's entrance, recalling how Iris had risked her life to save the other rookie adventurers. He began to wonder about her share of the reward. She gave a confident wink, assuring him that the guild would naturally give Iris a suitable reward for her good deeds. At that moment, a familiar voice called out his name. It was Guy-san, the instructor, greeting him warmly as Milia headed upstairs to file the report. He approached, praising Ko's solo defeat of the Black Spider as a talent seen only once every 100 years. Ko modestly deflected the compliment, stating he was just going to get dinner. Guy-san's face lit up, declaring it good news. Just then, the doors of the nearby Golden Bear restaurant burst open with a roar. From within, a crowd of adventurers erupted in cheers, hailing him as the hero of Anin and the Bear Killer. They had been waiting for him. He was immediately swept into a raucous celebration, sharing drinks and laughter with Milia and the very adventurers he had helped rescue, who were now thoroughly enjoying the festivities. A genuine smile spread across his face. He felt as if he was truly one of them, a part of the city. Much later, as a nearby clock struck the hour, a voice suddenly cut through the noise. It was Iris, standing in the doorway, asking if he was awake. Her arrival cast an immediate chill over the tavern. The adventurers fell silent, avoiding her gaze. The young magic user whispered to her companion, wondering aloud if humans typically avoided dragon folk. The adventurer with the wolf pelt, however, recognized Iris as their savior and urgently tried to get Ko's attention. He and the other rescued adventurers then approached her directly. Together, they bowed their heads low, offering their sincere and heartfelt thanks for saving them. Iris stood frozen for a moment, completely taken aback by their earnest gratitude. She stood stunned by the sudden praise, but before she could fully process it, Ko called out to the entire tavern, demanding their attention. He then turned to Iris, offering her a drink and thanking her for her hard work. She accepted, still looking somewhat bewildered. Before the celebration could begin, one of the adventurers Ko had saved spoke up, declaring that Ko wasn't the only hero that day. He explained to the crowd that Iris had single-handedly faced the Black Spider, buying time for the others to escape. Hearing this, Ko's smile widened. He raised his glass high, enthusiastically proposing a toast to Iris's bravery. She, in turn, looked completely overwhelmed by the sudden public recognition. His call was met with a unified roar as the entire guild hall raised their glasses in a resounding cheer, celebrating her courage. Amidst the revelry, Iris took a quiet sip, a gentle, hopeful smile on her face. She felt that through this, perhaps she could finally begin to be accepted. 10 days passed. Ko had grown accustomed to life in the city of Anin, his first major adjustment being his adventurer rank. He had been promoted instantly from F to D rank. A feat Milia happily announced was the fastest promotion in history, bypassing a process that normally takes over a year. Contemplating his next move, he understood that reaching C rank required more than just fighting monsters. He also needed to complete city quests, which were essentially odd jobs and errands within the city walls. To begin one such quest, he entered a local establishment. As he tied on an apron, he admitted to himself that he was still unused to the informal speech of adventurers, telling the proprietor to just give him prep work without the pleasantries. He stood ready in the kitchen, knife in hand, wearing a special apron made from a lonely wolf's fur that granted him the skills Master Chef S and Launderer A+. The proprietor, Okami-san, welcomed him, as did a cheerful female adventurer who called him Kauchi. The irony was not lost on him. He had never even cooked for himself back in Japan. Despite his inexperience, his hands began to move with blinding speed and uncanny precision. He chopped, stirred, and tasted with the flair of a seasoned professional, realizing with a jolt that his high dexterity stat, amplified by the Master Chef's skill, was responsible for this incredible culinary talent. He presented the lunch sandwich he developed to a shop manager, who was so impressed by its quality and Ko's efficiency that he offered a nice extra for the quest reward. As Ko took a bite, the manager gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, declaring that good work means good money, a principle a man should live by. His next task involved helping with the city wall expansion, a project necessitated by the city's growing population. The rhythmic clang of hammers on stone echoed from the construction site. At the site, a cheerful dwarf supervisor explained that the old wall was being demolished and renovated. He welcomed Ko, saying he was counting on him. Just then, Iris arrived, calling out to Ko and noting that this was the 5th quest she had personally requested for him. His job was to clear the massive pile of construction debris. With a single gesture, he activated his item box, causing the rubble to vanish into a glowing sigil on the ground as the dwarven workers applauded in amazement. Afterwards, he proceeded to the dwarven workshops in the eastern part of the city. There, he delivered the salvaged stone blocks to the grateful dwarves. They offered him some fine booze for his efforts, but he politely declined, explaining he was still in the middle of a quest. With his task for the day completed, he returned to the guild to report his results and collect his payment. As he was leaving the guild, With Milia waving goodbye in the background, Iris approached him. She asked if he was finished with his work for the day. He confirmed that he was, and she replied that she was as well. Seizing the opportunity, Iris wondered if he had any plans later and suggested they have dinner together. He agreed, reflecting that she had been inviting him to dinner almost every day. He led her to a nice place, the Silver Stag restaurant, where they enjoyed the manager's recommendation, beef stew. As they ate, Iris expressed her delight with the meal and then asked Ko why he had come to the city. The question made him pause, a memory of his past flashing through his mind. He began to answer, stating that it wasn't difficult to talk about, but trailed off, unable to find the right words. Iris watched him, her expression filled with concern. Her expression then shifted to one of resolve. She decided to share her own purpose, revealing that she was an Anin to look for the ruins of an ancient civilization. It is said, she explained, that a huge underground city lies buried beneath the town. Long ago, a highly advanced magic civilization flourished on this continent. In that prosperous era, life was safe, unthreatened by the scourge of demon beasts. Though that civilization eventually perished, it left behind traces of its existence scattered across the land. Recent investigations have even foretold the location of a large underground city somewhere near the town of Anin. Over a meal, Ko Kusaka processes this information, murmuring about the ancient civilization. Across the table, Iris confirms his understanding, stating that this is precisely what she is searching for. He smiles to himself, his mind racing with possibilities. The concept of a highly advanced ancient civilization is a common trope in the stories from his world, and he imagines that there must be powerful superweapons just waiting to be discovered in the ruins. Iris elaborates, explaining that while she has a fair amount of clues from poems and documents, she still lacks a precise location. Ko listens intently, finding her quest intriguing. He then produces a glowing, tablet-like device, noting internally that he doesn't seem to have the auto-mapping function recorded for this area. Iris leans in, surprised, and asks him what the object is. He explains that it's a map of the area and offers to let her look at it with him. Iris accepts, correctly guessing that the map must be of the region around Anin. She notices a slight flush on his face and asks him what's wrong. Ko quickly dismisses her concern, insisting that it's nothing. He turns his attention back to the device, commanding it to show the location of the underground city. He muses that if it were easy to find, everyone would already know its location. A moment later, a point appears on the map, labeled Underground City Number 0 entrance within Cello Forest. He stares, having found it. Iris reads the location aloud, her expression serious. Ko, however, looks uneasy, voicing his doubt about whether they can truly trust the information displayed before them. He turned to Iris, a look of genuine wonder on his face, remarking how amazing it was that they had actually found the location of the underground city. She looked back, a bead of sweat on her brow, sharing in the excitement. As night fell, speckling the sky with stars, Iris proposed they go take a look the next day. He readily agreed, deciding to set out in the morning. Following through on their plan, they ventured into Cello Forest. Now clad in more practical adventurer's gear, Ko consulted his map, confirming that their destination should be nearby. Their path led them to a dead end, a sheer, imposing cliff face. Iris looked around, puzzled, observing that there was nothing there. He glanced down at his newly crafted black spider gauntlet, a piece of equipment forged from the materials of the formidable beast. It granted him powerful effects, magic absorption S+, and black spider's thread EX, but he lamented internally that he might not get a chance to use them this time. Unwilling to give up, Iris suggested they search the cliff for a hidden door. As they both began tapping along the rock wall, Ko's gauntlet fist produced a different, hollower sound, catching his attention. He called out, having found something. He pushed against the section of rock with all his might, but even with his super strength S+ ability, the massive stone refused to budge. He stepped back, catching his breath in frustration. Just then, Iris had a flash of insight. She pointed at the rock and suggested he try putting it in his item box. The simple, brilliant idea struck Ko immediately. He reached out and placed his hand on the stone. A glowing magical sigil spread across the ground as the massive rock fractured into light, dematerializing and flowing into his storage. In its place, a dark, cavernous opening was revealed. Both he and Iris stared into the abyss, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe at the entrance to the lost city. He and Iris stood before the massive, ornate doors set into the stone. He wondered aloud if this was truly the entrance to the underground city, a question to which Iris simply confirmed that it was, indeed, a door. Reaching out, he touched its smooth surface and felt a distinct warmth radiating from it. The sensation sparked a thought, and he exclaimed that it felt like orichalcum, a staple material in fantasy tales. His companion confirmed his suspicion, explaining that orichalcum is an incredibly rare metal. She elaborated that it possesses the highest class of both anti-physical and anti-magical defenses, but the techniques required to process it have long been lost. He observed that there was no doorknob, questioning how they were meant to enter. As his hand rested on the door, glowing runes began to appear on its surface, forming a question. Art thou blessed by thine spirits? The message continued to form, directly addressing him as Transferer Ko Kusaka-sama and welcoming him to Underground City Number 0. It declared a status check complete and announced that a trial would be initiated to judge his validity for master rights, leaving him stunned. Before he could react, Iris shouted a warning, pointing behind them. On the ground, a vast and intricate magic circle flared to life as a disembodied voice declared the initiation of a provisional trial. From the light of the circle, a towering mechanical figure materialized. An appraisal identified the construct as an orichalcum golem, an ancient humanoid magic weapon clad in orichalcum armor and equipped with a rapid-fire laser cannon in its eye. He forced a strained smile, thinking to himself that his appraisal skill never lies. The confirmation that this new foe was made of orichalcum made him realize this would be an exceptionally unpleasant fight. The golem's single eye glowed as it locked onto them. A mechanical voice declared its target confirmed and that it was initiating elimination. Both Ko and Iris braced for the attack. As the construct prepared to move, Iris turned to him, her voice laced with concern as she called his name. He met her gaze, his expression hardening with resolve for the battle to come. As he stood before the imposing construct, Iris suddenly moved in front of him, leveling her spear at the orichalcum golem. She declared that she would act as a decoy and urged him to escape. She explained the dire situation, revealing that an orichalcum golem is an S-rank threat, even more dangerous than the black spider. Iris recounted a past battle where it took 20 A-rank adventurers to barely defeat one, concluding that their odds were not good. He, however, remained unconvinced. With a determined look, he stated that they would never know the outcome unless they tried, suggesting they decide whether to run only after engaging the enemy. He added that abandoning someone to survive would leave a bad taste in his mouth. As Iris began to protest, the golem's single eye flashed with light, preparing to attack. In an instant, a brilliant beam of energy erupted from the golem's eye, narrowly missing them and sending Iris flying backward from the force of the blast. He watched the aftermath, a deep trench carved into the stone floor by the magic laser. The sheer power of the attack was terrifying to contemplate. A realization struck him. The magic laser must use magic power, and if so, its eyes were likely its only part not protected by orichalcum. He quickly turned to Iris, asking how her group had defeated the golem last time, theorizing they must have aimed for its eyes. He declared his plan. If they could get close, they could win. Iris, alarmed, warned him that getting close was impossible, as the laser would slice him to pieces. With a confident smile, he announced his role in the plan. He would be the shield. He would endure all of the golem's attacks, counting on her to destroy its eyes. Iris agreed to the risky strategy. He then framed their potential victory, stating that if they won, she would be as strong as 19 A-rank adventurers. With a shared look of resolve, he gave a command to move. He charges forward with Iris at his side, directly into the path of the orichalcum golem. The construct's single eye flashes, preparing to unleash a beam of energy. The beam of pure magic hurtles towards them at incredible speed, a thin line of destruction aimed squarely at him. Instead of dodging, he raises his gauntlet fist, positioning it to meet the attack head-on. The moment of impact is blinding, energy exploding against the strange, dark metal of his gauntlet. He braces himself, absorbing the full force of the golem's power. The light fades, revealing that the attack has been completely nullified, dissipating harmlessly in front of him. He and Iris stand unscathed. Iris stares in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Ko explains that the Black Spider Gauntlet has granted him an S+ rank skill, magic absorption. He declares his intention to keep absorbing the golem's laser attacks. His confidence is absolute. He knows the plan will work. The golem, its primary weapon rendered useless, stands momentarily still. The construct attacks again, but this time it unleashes a continuous, sustained barrage. Crackling energy engulfs Ko's arm as he struggles to contain the overwhelming flow of magic. The immense pressure forces him to a knee, but he holds the line, his arm trembling. Seeing the opening, he roars for Iris to make her move now. She leaps high into the air, her weapon poised. With a powerful cry, she descends upon the distracted golem, bringing the full weight of her attack down upon its head, aiming directly for its vulnerable eye. She drives her spear forward, shattering the golem's glowing eye. As the construct swings a massive fist to retaliate, Ko stands firm, his black spider gauntlet flaring with absorbed energy, vowing to block the attack. He does more than just block. He unleashes a new power. Ko realizes he didn't just absorb the golem's magic. He converted it into restraints using the skill Black Spider's Thread EX. Thick, dark threads erupt from his gauntlet, ensnaring the golem's limbs and torso, bringing its assault to a grinding halt. With the golem momentarily bound, a new figure charges into the fray. The adventurer clad in a bear pelt lets out a ferocious roar, bringing a massive axe down with crushing force upon the construct's head. The powerful blow connects, shattering the golem's metallic head into fragments. The bear-pelted warrior lands gracefully as the now headless automaton stumbles behind him. Its core destroyed, the construct's systems fail. It collapses heavily to the ground, powering down amidst a cloud of dust and settling debris as the warrior looks on. As the dust settles, Iris watches the inert machine, expressing her relief and uncertainty. She wonders aloud if their victory is finally secured. At that moment, Ko feels a surge of power. A notification registers in his mind. He has accumulated enough experience points to reach level 38, resulting in increased MP, HP, and improved physical abilities. The notifications continue, confirming the subjugation of the Orichalcum Golem and the termination of the provisional trial. To his complete surprise, a new message declares that the master rights to Underground City Number 0 have been granted to him, Ko Kusaka. He processes this startling information with a look of utter confusion. He questions the reality of the message, trying to understand if he has truly just become the owner of an entire underground city. This unexpected development brings a new possibility to mind. Standing before a large, ornate door that was previously sealed, he realizes that as the new master, they can finally open it. Iris turns to Ko, her expression earnest. She thanks him for protecting her, admitting that it's only because of him that she is still alive. He listens, a question forming on his face. Her expression softens into a bright, confident smile. She calls his name directly, suggesting that because they work so well together, they can make a great team. He deflects the praise, insisting that he should be the one thanking her. He admits he couldn't have succeeded alone, a sentiment that gives Iris pause. As they stand before the massive door, a disembodied voice echoes through the chamber, announcing that the magic pattern verification is complete. It addresses Ko directly. Welcome back, Master. With the way now open, Ko resolves to move forward. The great doors grind open, revealing a brightly lit staircase descending into the darkness below. The three adventurers, Ko, Iris, and their bare-pelted companion, stand silhouetted at the threshold, ready to enter Underground City. Ko Kusaka's unusual abilities are on full display for Iris. His skills range from generating a map to producing items, all of which are automatically collected and stored within his item box. A personal inventory now filled with monster corpses and various supplies. Her surprise gives way to a sudden, sharp realization. Looking at him intently, she asks if he is, perhaps, a transfer. He reacts with a nervous sweat, unsure how to respond. Iris continues, explaining that there's a legend passed down among her people, the dragon folk, that might explain his existence. The legend speaks of a bizarre entity from a distant land, one said to possess an excessive, almost unbelievable amount of skills. Hearing this, Ko realizes the description fits him perfectly. He confirms her suspicion, admitting that he's indeed a transfer, but asks her to keep it a secret. Now that she knows, he wonders if she could tell him more about what her people believe. As they continue walking through a stone corridor, she probes further, asking about his hometown and correctly guessing that it must not be on this continent. He hesitates, internally debating how much to reveal. The truth of being from another world seems too fantastic to be believed. He settles on a cryptic answer, describing his home as the farthest place one could ever imagine and deciding to leave it at that. He apologizes for his vagueness, admitting the full story is difficult to explain. Her expression softens with empathy as she reveals that she also cannot return to her hometown, creating a shared sense of loss between them. He offers another apology for all his secrets. She waves it off, reassuring him that she doesn't mind, as she already knows he is someone she can place her trust in. Her reassurance puts him at ease. He then shifts their focus forward, pointing towards a bright light at the end of the dark passage. He announces to Iris that their long walk through the tunnel is finally coming to an end. He bursts from the tunnel's exit, with Iris right beside him. They sprint into the bright light, leaving the darkness behind as they share a look of mutual understanding. The fresh air rushes past them as they emerge into a wide-open space under a bright, clear sky. They come to a sudden halt, taking in the unexpected scenery. Before them lies a verdant landscape with a winding path and a small stream, a sight that leaves them both momentarily stunned. Turning to him, Iris seeks confirmation, asking if this is truly the location of the underground city. He can only agree, his gaze fixed on a landscape before them. His confusion grows as he looks up. A faint, grid-like pattern stretches across the sky above, prompting him to realize that this place is, in a sense, still underground. A sudden rustle from the nearby tall grass puts them on high alert. In an instant, both draw their weapons, ready for a threat. From the grass emerges not a fearsome beast, but a quivering, translucent slime. It frantically waves its body, trying to communicate that it means no harm and is not a malevolent creature. They stare in disbelief as the creature speaks, its voice clear as it insists that it isn't even a monster at all. The creature is identified as a helper slime, a magical being created by an ancient civilization to manage and operate Underground City Number 0. Its purpose is to care for others, and its designated master is Ko Kusaka. The slime lets out a sigh of relief, admitting they had frightened it. It then formally introduces itself and its brethren, the helper slimes, offering a warm welcome to its new master. Iris, though still wary, concedes that the creature does not appear to be hostile. He stood amidst a sea of the small, gelatinous creatures as they eagerly explained their purpose. They declared they were created solely for their master's sake and had been waiting 4,000 long years for his arrival. One offered to handle chores, another boasted of its building skills, while a third promised to tend livestock, all urging him to call on them whenever he was in a pinch. Their individual voices merged into a single, unified plea as the entire population of slimes bowed in unison, collectively asking him to please take care of them. Faced with such an overwhelming and earnest request, he could only manage a slightly flustered agreement. Beside him, Iris watched the scene unfold with a stern, analytical gaze. While he processed the situation, Iris's curiosity got the better of her. She quietly approached one of the slimes and gently poked its side, causing the small creature to jiggle and exclaim that it tickled. A soft, delighted laugh escaped her lips, her cheeks flushing slightly as she found the creature's reaction endearing. Her quiet amusement did not go unnoticed. Ko called out, asking what she was doing. He then teased her, asking if she had a fondness for cute things. Flustered, Iris turned away, but conceded that she couldn't deny it. As the two shared a light-hearted moment, one of the helper slimes approached Ko, offering to explain the purpose of the underground city. It revealed that the location was built as a sanctuary for a time of need. Though it was only grassland for now, the slime assured him they would soon erect a city, suggesting it was the perfect time to begin preparations. Before he could respond, a wave of information flooded his senses. A system notification confirmed a status check was complete. Hidden conditions had been met, expanding the effects of his creation skill. Furthermore, a new full assist function had established a direct link to the underground city's mainframe. He absorbed the sudden influx of data, a look of understanding dawning on his face as he murmured, "I see now." Iris, holding one of the slimes, watched him with a questioning gaze. He turned to Iris, explaining that his creation ability had just gained 2 new functions, conditional on his presence in the underground city. A small orb of light materialized in his hand as he declared his intention to test them immediately by building something nearby. He points a commanding finger forward, ready to test the new functions of his creation. Skill as Iris and a helper slime watch intently. In an instant, a complete 2-story house materializes out of thin air, leaving him, Iris, and the assembled slimes utterly stunned. He quickly grasps the first new function. His excess magic power is automatically converted into building materials. Since his MP recovers at 1% per second, he calculates that he generates 5 units of this new resource every second. The second function becomes just as clear. These building materials can be used to construct entire structures. A small house, for example, requires only 10 units. While the helper slimes murmur among themselves, bewildered by what their master just did, a wide grin spreads across his face. He likens the experience to a city-building game, thrilled by the possibilities. One of the slimes asks if he possesses the building directives skill, which they need to receive instructions for building the city. He confirms that he doesn't, leaving the slime to wonder how they are supposed to proceed. He considers this, realizing that a skill like building directives is typically reserved for special classes like Hero or Demon Lord. However, his own creation skill has unique functions added to it. His full assist ability confirms his suspicion. He is a special case. The realization strikes the helper slimes with collective shock. Their master possesses creation, a god skill granted only to those who have been recognized by a divine power. Their astonishment quickly turns to adoration. The slimes bounce and cheer that their master is amazing, and Iris agrees, adding that any city he builds is bound to be a great one. He corrects her, clarifying that his skill isn't limited to houses. He can create anything from weapons and armor to potions, and even tableware. Iris is taken aback, realizing the staggering implication. His power could make every craftsman and carpenter obsolete. The helper slimes are overjoyed by his plans. They cheer for their master, explaining that the underground city is far from complete and that they are glad he will be constructing a magnificent city for them. He understands their eagerness but tempers their expectations, stating that the city will have to wait for a bit. He then remarks to Iris that he is sure the underground city itself will prove useful in the future. She, however, raises a critical point, noting that the remains of a still-functioning ancient civilization constitute a massive archaeological discovery. She questions if it's truly all right for them to do as they please with it, and suggests they should report it to the guild at least once. He concedes that she is right, recalling the 3 principles of the working world: report, inform, and consult. Deciding to return to Anin for the time being, they bid farewell to the slimes, who promise to make the house comfortable and eagerly await their return. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Ko sighs. He laments that there was something preventing the slimes from leaving their underground home, wishing he could have taken one with him. As he reflects, Iris approaches the counter and asks for Milia. A different receptionist, a woman with glasses, looks up from her reading. She informs them that Milia had to attend an emergency meeting as a proxy for the branch head and offers to put in a word for them if they have business with her. He steps forward, stating that her help is unnecessary as he has a matter to report directly. The receptionist acknowledges his request, readies her quill, and invites him to begin. He begins his report plainly. They have discovered the underground city of an ancient civilization. The words strike the receptionist with immense force. Her professional composure shatters instantly, her mind freezing in utter disbelief. As she struggles to process the information, Iris adds that the rumors of an underground city near Onin are true, and that its ruins are still functional. Ko then asks how they should handle future endeavors related to the discovery, but the receptionist can only stammer in response. Her heart pounds. Overwhelmed, she hastily tells them to wait patiently in the reception office. With a shout, she declares she must consult with a superior and rushes away from the counter in a panic. He sits with Iris in a well-appointed room, learning that a scholar from the royal capital is staying in Onin. Realizing they are about to have a visitor, he decides he should try to finish his lunch before they arrive. As he considers this, Iris presents a sparkling lunchbox filled with an assortment of food. She explains it's a special item from King Kamite, the white, wolf-like creature with him. Ko comments that a sandwich looks particularly good, and Iris invites him to take whatever he likes. He reaches for a piece of fried food, his mouth already watering, but Iris playfully warns him not to assume it will fit in his mouth, a comment that catches him by surprise. His praise for the food brings a pleased blush to her face. She confides that she enjoys cooking in her free time, but has always eaten alone, admitting with a soft smile that it feels nice to have someone compliment her work. Her words give him a new perspective. He reflects on the day, realizing he is discovering unexpected and endearing sides to Iris, her fondness for cute things, and her hidden talent as a cook. As they sit together on the couch, Iris remarks that this must be the place they were looking for. Just then, Ko's attention is drawn by a sound from the doorway. The sound materializes as a sliding door opens just enough for a young woman with light hair to peek inside, calling out to get their attention. She then enters the room fully, bent over and panting heavily, clearly having rushed to get there. After catching her breath, she looks at Ko and remarks with some surprise that she had been expecting an old man when told she would be meeting a scholar. Her expression becomes more formal as she looks at them through her glasses, offering a sincere apology for the wait. Ko is taken aback, realizing the man before him is from a dukedom and that he should probably be showing more deference. The man, however, waves off the formality with a cheerful smile, introducing himself as Larich Dubert. He explains that while he is the third son of Duke, he considers himself an archaeologist first and foremost, urging Ko to be at ease. He holds up a hand, his expression turning more serious as he reiterates his point. While acknowledging his noble birth, Larich firmly requests that they treat him as an equal, dispensing with any aristocratic ceremony. Now seated with the group, his formal demeanor melts away entirely. He confesses that he's terrible with stiff formalities, claiming they make his whole body itch. His composure breaks into pure, unbridled excitement. Leaning forward with clenched fists and a sparkling intensity in his eyes, he implores Ko and Iris to tell him everything they know about the underground. Standing before a rugged stone entrance, the scholar Larich Dubert gestures wildly, his voice filled with disbelief. He identifies the location as the fabled entrance to the underground city, a discovery that leaves Iris and Ko Kusaka looking on with quiet intensity. Inside, the group is met with a colossal ornate door. Iris marvels at its divine luster, while Ko recognizes the material as orichalcum, stunned by its sheer size. As they and Larich touch the surface in awe, the bare-pelled adventurer places his hand on the door, verifying a magic pattern and urging everyone to proceed. As the massive door swings open, it reveals a blinding light from within. A disembodied voice echoes from the brightness, offering a simple greeting, "Welcome back, Master." Inside a furnished room, Ko turns to Larich, questioning if the voice had just addressed him as Master. Larich admits he hadn't mentioned that detail yet, explaining that he discovered this place through auto-mapping and brought Ko along simply to confirm its existence. Larich is completely dumbfounded by the revelation that Ko and his companion had already defeated an orichalcum golem just to get this far. He shouts in disbelief, realizing the magnitude of their power before they had even properly entered. Stepping through the portal, the scholar is immediately confused. He notes the smell of grass and a gentle breeze, remarking that the environment feels nothing like an underground city. Before them lies a grassy hill under an open sky. His academic mind ignited, Larich frantically begins scribbling notes. He declares the discovery is beyond imagination and will forever change the history of archaeology, chiding himself for not having started writing his thesis sooner. His frantic writing is interrupted by a large, gelatinous creature bouncing towards the group. It cheerfully greets Ko as Master and Iris as Big Sis, welcoming them back. The creature jiggles amiably, introducing itself to the stunned scholar. It confirms this is their first meeting and states that it is a helper slime. This friendly introduction is too much for the scholar. As a small pseudopod extends towards him, Larich lets out a piercing scream of pure shock. His terror quickly gave way to scholarly astonishment. As an expert on ancient civilizations, Larich had always believed helper slimes to be a myth, a mere joke in the annals of history. He stared at the creature, incredulous that it actually existed, and asked if it knew who he was. Ko simply confirmed, "It's a helper slime, after all." He then pointed towards a large, well-constructed house nearby. His curiosity piqued. "By the way," he began, "did Slime Sand build that house?" The slime cheerfully denied it, explaining that its master had amazingly built it in an instant. Iris clarified for the stunned scholar that the master was Ko, who possessed the ability to construct almost anything. Lerich absorbed this, noting that while the place was called an underground city, it was practically empty, and that Ko had been granted the rights to develop it. Lerich's academic curiosity erupted into pure joy. He gave Ko a thumbs up, declaring that he now understood the immense historical importance of this discovery and thanked him profusely. This, he explained, was why he had rushed back to make a report. He promised he would be eternally grateful and offered to help in any way he could. Iris, meanwhile, expressed a relief that Ko was the one who found the site, as most would have simply vandalized such a treasure trove. His generous offer of anything caught Ko by surprise, leaving him to ponder the possibilities. The scholar, brimming with enthusiasm, then made a counteroffer. He invited Ko to ask him anything about ancient civilizations, boasting that there was nothing he didn't know. He gestured toward the house, suggesting they continue their discussion inside. Following his suggestion, the group entered the modern, spacious living room and took their seats. Inside, Lerich fidgeted, wiggling his bare feet. He commented on how strange it felt to be barefoot after being outdoors, realizing that the ancient civilization must have strictly prohibited shoes indoors. For Ko, however, the custom felt entirely familiar, reminding him of being in a house back in Japan. His casual remark sparked a profound realization. He had been called a transfer, but he had never stopped to consider the true nature of this world. For the first time, he contemplated the possibility that this wasn't another dimension, but Earth far into the future. The scholar, now settled and ready to begin, cleared his throat. Well then, let me explain, he started. The ancient civilization, so to speak, was a flourishing civilization in this world from about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. He begins his lecture by describing the sheer scale of the ancient civilization. With their highly advanced and now lost magic technology, the sky was merely a starting point. They may have even reached for other stars and planets. This was not just a theory, he explains, but a fraction of the full story. He lists examples of their power, such as conversing with distant people using palm-sized boxes and traveling between continents with flying mechanical birds. In contrast, all of the modern world's conveniences, magic lamps, showers, stoves, and even the guild's subjugation history readers, are merely items excavated from ruins. Ko processes this information, his expression thoughtful. The mention of space travel and devices akin to smartphones sounds remarkably similar to his previous world. He realizes this was a society where magic developed to the heights that science had in his own. But Lerich's tone darkens as he continues. At some point, this magnificent civilization was suddenly brought to destruction, and with their fall, their advanced magic technologies were lost to time. The story's turn prompts Iris to ask why they perished, questioning if it was some kind of world war. Lerich, trembling slightly, admits he doesn't know the precise details, but recent investigations have pointed toward a singular cause. He reveals that the cause of the destruction is what scholars refer to as the Calamity, a monstrous entity whose shadowy form looms in the imagination. Iris recognizes the name immediately, confirming that the Calamity is mentioned in her people's legends as a foe so great that both dragonfolk and humanity joined forces to fight it. A bad feeling washes over Ko. He wonders with dread if this unknown, world-ending monster is the reason he was brought to this world. She continues her tale with a grim finality. The Alliance suffered a crushing defeat. The dragonfolk lost everything they had. After its rampage, the Calamity fell into a deep slumber somewhere in the world. Lerich leans forward, his expression grave. He connects the past to the present, explaining that over the last 6 months, monsters have been acting erratically throughout the continent. He fears this is a sign that the Calamity is beginning to awaken. Iris confirms his fears with recent, alarming reports. An armored bear and a black spider, creatures that should reside deep in the mountains, have appeared near the town of Onin. Furthermore, a pack of thousands of lonely wolves has materialized. She concludes grimly that these events are anything but ordinary. As the group absorbed the grim news, Ko Kusaka's expression hardened. He found it difficult to believe that even with such advanced magic technology, the ancient civilization was still lost. The chilling thought settled in his mind. The Calamity might reawaken in this very age. The heavy silence was suddenly broken by a cheerful bounce. The helper slime appeared, expertly balancing a tray of tea and another piled high with snacks, announcing its arrival to everyone. It set the refreshments down with a flourish, gesturing for them to have whatever they liked. The unexpected treat brought a look of delight to Ko and Iris's faces. They wasted no time. As Iris hummed in satisfaction, Ko took a bite and his eyes widened in surprise, declaring how good it was before savoring another piece. In no time at all, only empty plates remained, a testament to how incredibly delicious the food had been. Leaning back, Lerich joked that he would get fat if he lived there, expressing envy for the ancient people who could eat such meals every day. His curiosity piqued. He then asked the slime where it had procured the ingredients and tableware. The creature happily explained that, as a helper slime, it possessed an item box, a special storage space that was intrinsically linked to its own body. This revelation sent a shockwave through the group. Ko stared, processing the fact that the slime had an item box within its body, while the creature proudly added that it kept all sorts of things in there. To prove its point, the slime suddenly produced a large wooden rocking chair, seemingly from thin air, presenting it with a triumphant air. A slow, unsettling realization dawned on Ko. He swallowed hard as he connected the dots. The ingredients for the tea and the delicious pancakes they had just enjoyed had come out of the slime's mouth. He is pulled from his thoughts when Lerich suggests they move on from discussing the calamity. The scholar has a proposal, asking Ko if he would be willing to build something. Intrigued, Ko asks what he has in mind. Lerich explains his two primary motives. The first, he states, is for archaeological research. His second reason is to prepare for the future. He elaborates on this second point, expressing his belief that, based on recent events, some disaster is likely to befall the town of Onin. Should that happen, he continues, this new location could serve as a vital evacuation center. Iris seems to agree with the assessment. Ko considers the idea with a confident smile. While he acknowledges that nothing might happen, the prospect of archaeological research is appealing. More than that, the idea of engaging in a real-life city-building game genuinely interests him, and he readily agrees. With his decision made, they resolve to begin the project immediately. They relocate to a wide, empty field. Ko notes that after only 30 minutes in the area, his stock of building materials has already reached 8,000. He mentions that while he could build the houses one by one, he wants to try something different. He decides it would be more efficient to create them all at once, consuming 2,000 building materials to generate a single residential area. As he activates the skill, a glowing white orb materializes before them. Lerich, amazed, dubs it a construction egg. The sphere then gently floats away as Ko tells his companions to simply watch. The orb of light expands rapidly, and in a brilliant flash, an entire town materializes on the once empty plain. Ko, Iris, and Lerich stand together, witnessing the instantaneous creation. The result is a pristine, fully formed residential area, complete with paved streets, lampposts, and sturdy houses, all sparkling as if brand new. He modestly deflects the praise, attributing his feat to his skill, but Iris is in awe, declaring that he is like a god. Lerich, equally impressed, smiles beside them. She continues, acknowledging that while she knows it's due to his overpowered skill, she can't imagine anything stronger. She comments on the tranquil weather, catching herself before she can say the word transfer. The scholar, Lerich, throws his arms wide in sheer delight, shouting his gratitude. He eagerly asks Ko for permission to inspect the new town more closely, a request Ko readily grants. As they begin to explore the streets, a helper slime bounces along beside them, exclaiming to its master that he has created a lot of houses. He turns to the assembled group of slimes, asking if they would be able to furnish the interiors of the buildings. With a collective cheer, they eagerly accept the task, telling him to leave it to them. The creatures set to work with remarkable efficiency, cooking, farming, and decorating. With their help, the city, modeled after Onin, was soon complete with a residential area, farmland, and a trade district. Walking through the finished town square, Iris expresses her disbelief that the entire area was nothing but grass just 2 hours earlier. Ko admits that he is just as astonished by the result. He reflects on the true nature of his creation, skill, sensing it has a vast, hidden potential. He quietly wonders where this incredible power will ultimately lead him. His thoughts are interrupted by Lerich, who enthusiastically declares that the day's events are an incredibly significant discovery for archaeology. He then adds that he will inform His Majesty about both Ko and Iris, which catches Ko by surprise. The scholar quickly apologizes for his forwardness, explaining that he actually holds a degree, which seems to be his justification. Ko and Iris look on, startled by this unexpected revelation. He processed the information with a jolt. The man before him, Lerich Dubert, confirmed his identity with a cheerful grin, explaining that he was a professor at the Laboratory of Archaeology. Lerich elaborated further, revealing that he develops practical items like magic city lamps, kitchen stoves, and showers. He even mentioned he would be announcing a new magic tool the following month, prompting Ko to realize that the scholar was, in fact, a rather remarkable person. Despite his impressive accomplishments, he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, admitting that he tends to get lonely and asking that they continue to treat him as they had before. Ko readily agreed, confirming that they would all get along well from now on. The sentiment was shared by Lerich, and a new understanding was forged between them. Just as the friendly moment settled, a faint rattling began, the cobblestones beneath their feet starting to vibrate. The vibration escalated into a violent tremor, throwing the entire group off balance with a deep, resonant boom. His eyes widened in alarm, a cry of shock escaping his lips as the ground shook with unexpected force. Beside him, Lerich and Iris also cried out in panic, stumbling as the powerful quake continued. The force of the tremor sent both of his companions stumbling directly into him, clinging to his arms for support amidst the chaos. As the shaking finally subsided, the three regained their footing. Lerich offered his thanks as Iris apologized, leaving Ko to wonder aloud what had just happened and if it had been an earthquake. As he and his companions stood amidst the unsettling calm after the tremor, the helper slime suddenly cried out in alarm. It warned its master that something terrible had occurred and pleaded for them to follow. Lerich, adjusting his glasses, noted that the quake had been intriguing but very brief. The slime, however, insisted on the gravity of the situation, its voice filled with panic. The urgency in its voice immediately captured their attention. Iris, Ko, and Lerich all turned with expressions of shock and concern, their brief moment of relief shattered. Heeding the creature's plea, the group followed it at a run. They arrived to find a towering, black monolith that had not been there moments before. A complex, glowing geometric sigil pulsed on its surface, casting an otherworldly light. Ko could only stare, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible structure that had suddenly materialized. Before the adventurers stood a massive, dark monolith that had erupted from the ground during a recent earthquake. A complex, glowing magic circle adorned its surface. Iris and Ko exchanged a look of recognition. It was the same pattern that had appeared with the orichalcum golem. Without warning, a brilliant light flared from the circle, engulfing Lerich. As he was pulled away, Ko shouted his name in alarm. Caught within the torrent of energy, Lerich realized with a start that this was the work of transfer magic. In the immediate aftermath of his sudden departure, Iris turned to Ko, her expression tense as she asked for his thoughts. Ko's response was firm and immediate. They could not simply abandon him. He and the dark-haired adventurer acted on this resolve, stepping forward and reaching their hands out towards the glowing sigil, ready to follow Lerich into the unknown. Their world dissolved into a brief, disorienting void of darkness and distant light. Reforming in a dark, grid-lined corridor, Ko examined a glowing map on a nearby console. He observed that there seemed to be only one path forward. Beside him, Lerich let out a gasp of surprise. Hearing them arrive, Lerich spun around, his arms thrown wide in sheer relief. He joyfully exclaimed that they had come for him. He tearfully confessed how worried he had been, wondering what he would have done if something had happened to them. Iris, patting his shoulder, expressed her own relief that he was safe. The reunion was cut short by a sharp, rhythmic clacking sound echoing from the darkness ahead. Ko's expression hardened as he and Iris instantly shifted their attention to the unseen source. He and the dark-haired adventurer drew their weapons in a fluid motion, forming a defensive line. "Get behind us, Lerich," Ko commanded, his eyes fixed on the corridor. "We don't know if it's a monster." He and his companions watched as the source of the rhythmic sound revealed itself, a soft, gelatinous form pressing down onto the floor of the dark corridor. The creature, a large slime wearing a pair of glasses, frantically waved its pseudopods. It insisted they had it all wrong, shouting that it was not a hostile monster. The sudden declaration left Ko, Iris, and Lerich momentarily stunned. Its frantic denial quickly gave way to a formal introduction. The creature bowed its gelatinous body, addressing Ko as master and introducing itself as a glasses slime, a small variant of the helper slime. He, still processing the strange greeting, demanded to know their location. The glasses slime explained that they had arrived in the deep territory, the deepest part of the underground city. The slime continued its explanation, revealing the grave purpose of this hidden place. It stated that this was the facility used to monitor the Black Dragon, which it referred to as one of the calamities. The specific phrasing, "one of the calamities," caught his attention. A bead of sweat formed on his temple as he processed the implication. "The first time," he murmured, before asking the slime to hold on. He voiced his dawning fear, asking if the existence of a first calamity meant there was also a second, and perhaps even a third. The glasses slime confirmed his suspicion, stating that while they were unsure of the exact number, there were tons of them. This revelation sent a shockwave through the party. Lerich recoiled in disbelief, shouting that this was a shocking piece of information. Iris was equally stunned, admitting that even she had been unaware of this fact. As the others reeled from the news, the slime pressed closer to Ko, acknowledging their shock. It insisted, however, that what it was about to say was of critical importance. It then described the primary function of the deep territory. The area, it explained, constantly maintained a powerful seal. However, the slime warned that if certain special conditions were fulfilled, that seal would be undone. Standing before the sentient slime, Lerich processes the dire implications, asking if this means the Black Dragon is truly set to be resurrected. The slime confirms his fear without hesitation. That's correct. The star confirmation sends a wave of shock through the party. Iris gasps in disbelief. Lerich's face contorts in horror, and a dark shadow of dread falls over Ko. He clutches his head, overwhelmed. He pleads for the revelations to stop, recalling with anguish that the Black Dragon was the very calamity that destroyed the ancient civilization. His thoughts spiral into despair. He had just started to get used to this new world's lifestyle, and now the difficulty has been suddenly cranked to an extreme level, as if he were facing the final boss of a game. The slime, however, continues its report, unconcerned by his distress. It specifies that the Black Dragon rests within a large mountain in the Phaedos mountain range to the north and delivers the most chilling news yet. It will reawaken in less than 10 days. It then proposes a change of location to continue its explanation about the Black Dragon, turning to lead the way. The creature leads them through the stark, tiled corridors of the underground facility, bouncing towards a room with a pedestal at its center. Upon reaching the pedestal, the slime explains that the crystal orb is a magic tool for recreating images. It then instructs Ko, whom it addresses as Master, to touch it. He places his hand on the cool surface. The orb flashes with light as the slime announces the lock has been released. On the far wall, a massive, detailed image of a city materializes as the slime declares that the revival will be initiated from this point. The group stares, captivated by the projection. The glasses slime clarifies that they are viewing records from 4,000 years ago, showing one of the cities from that ancient time. He watched as the projection solidified, revealing a colossal black dragon, its form radiating immense power as it descended upon the ancient city. The creature opened its maw, gathering a sphere of dark, crackling energy. It unleashed the blast, a devastating beam of destruction that slammed into the heart of the civilization below. The dragon roared as the city's inhabitants were instantly engulfed in black flames, their forms turning to ash in a heartbeat. In a single, cataclysmic explosion, the entire city was wiped from existence, leaving nothing but a crater and billowing smoke under the dragon's indifferent gaze. The vision ended, leaving Ko speechless, his face pale with horror at the sheer scale of the annihilation he had just witnessed. The glasses slime then spoke, its voice grim. It explained that hundreds of casualties occurred, with thousands of lives lost in mere seconds. This, it stated, was the very nature of the black dragon. Iris trembled, comparing the dragon's power to a natural disaster like an earthquake or a flood, horrified that more than one such calamity could exist. The bear-pelled adventurer agreed, his voice heavy, admitting that it was a being on a completely different level from anything he had ever faced. Her attention then turned to Ko, who stood silently, still processing the horrific display. She called out his name, her voice filled with concern. Meanwhile, Lerich Dubert, visibly shaken and clutching his arms, made a swift decision. He declared that they needed to return to Anin immediately and begin evacuating everyone to the underground city. Ko Kusaka's expression is grim as he quietly affirms the gravity of their situation. He confirms to Glasses Slime that it is a race against time between the Black Dragon's awakening and the completion of the evacuation. The slime, though uncertain, estimates they should have about 3 days to spare. With the timeline set, they had Glasses Slime use transfer magic to take them to the entrance of the underground city, from which they hurried towards Anin's location. The hall they arrive in is already crowded with adventurers, the air thick with anxious chatter. He immediately notices the strange tension gripping the room, wondering what could be happening to put everyone on edge. A guild receptionist hurries over, welcoming Ko and Iris back and thanking them for their work in verifying the underground city on such short notice. Nearby, Lerich Dubert confirms their findings, stating with certainty that the ruins belong to an ancient civilization. Ko asks the receptionist what has happened to make everyone so tense. She apologizes, explaining that while their historical discovery would normally be cause for celebration, current events make it impossible. She then reveals the source of the widespread anxiety. The Phaedos Mountains to the north have been observed displaying signs of an impending stampede. The word catches him completely by surprise. Stampede, he repeats, his expression hardening as he processes this new, compounding crisis. He and his companions listen as the guild receptionist delivers the grave news. At around 10 o'clock that morning, high concentrations of magicules were detected beyond the Phaedos Mountains. She explains that this signifies a flood of monsters, tens of thousands of them, expected to emerge within hours. She continues, stating the guild's grim estimate. Around 50,000 monsters are projected to attack the town of Anin within the next 3 days. Lerich recoils in shock at the number, exclaiming that a stampede of 50,000 is a disaster that should only occur once a century. The receptionist adds that the feudal lord's soldiers were wiped out 3 months ago, meaning no assistance can be expected from them. With a heavy tone, she concludes that defending the town will be extremely difficult, as Anin's only remaining war potential lies with the Mercenaries Guild and the Adventurers Guild. Her demeanor then shifts, becoming direct and focused. She states that she has a very important question for them and requests their honest opinion. Do they believe the underground city would be a suitable place for refuge? In response to her question, Ko, Iris, and Lerich share a look of quiet confidence. He answers for the group with unwavering certainty, declaring that there are no problems whatsoever. With their course of action decided, the party walks under the starry night sky, leaving the main town behind as they approach a solitary structure on a hill. They are met by an older man who introduces himself as Zeton Bardan, the branch head of Anin's Adventurers Guild. He looks at Ko with a knowing smile, remarking that he is truly abnormal to have accomplished so much. Behind them, the receptionist gasps in awe at the beautiful, impossible sight of the underground city. Facing the guild master, Ko formally makes his proposal. With the sprawling, illuminated city he built serving as a backdrop, he asks for permission to allow everyone from Anin to take refuge in this place. He watches as Zeton Bardan, the guild's branch chief, places a hand over his heart and expresses his profound gratitude. Ko replies calmly that, as far as he knew, providing this refuge was the plan all along. Turning to his companions, he reaffirms their shared goal, to safely evacuate the people of Anin. Iris, holding a small slime, enthusiastically agrees, promising they will all try their best as well. He then addresses Branch Chief Zeton and the receptionist, Miria, stating that he has some questions for them. He prefaces his inquiry by acknowledging it's a difficult topic, but explains that he needs to inform them about the Black Dragon. Before he can elaborate, a frantic voice suddenly calls out to him, shouting, "Master, Master!" The interruption comes from the glass's slime, which is vibrating with agitation. It exclaims that the situation is becoming ridiculous and demands that everyone listen to it immediately. Taken aback by the outburst, he attempts to placate the creature, asking the glass's slime to calm down first before explaining what is wrong. The slime ignores his plea, instead posing an urgent question. Is he aware of the stampede forming beyond the Phaedos Mountains to the north? It explains to the assembled group that before any major stampede, a large amount of magicules is generated. However, it has observed that the magicules are already starting to get excited. The glass's slime delivers the final, shocking piece of news. The Black Dragon, which had been resting, appears to be awakening far earlier than anyone expected. It frantically asks Ko what they should do, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed. From a safe vantage point, Ko Kusaka and his companions watch in grim silence. In the distance, a colossal black dragon unleashes its power, causing a massive, fiery explosion that tears across the landscape, demonstrating a terrifying level of destructive force. The sight causes Zeton Bardan to tremble, as he laments that the monster stampede alone was already a dire situation. Beside him, Miria covers her mouth in shock, horrified by the realization that such a powerful, dormant monster had been living so close to them all along. Ko processes the grim implications, realizing there is now a possibility that both the monsters and the Black Dragon could attack the city of Anin simultaneously. The glass's slime confirms their fears, noting that the stampede arrived earlier than expected, but reasons that they still have until the next morning to prepare. Upon hearing this, Zeton makes a swift decision, announcing he will return to Anin at once to begin preparations for an evacuation. Ko immediately declares that he and his party will accompany him to help. However, before he can leave, the helper slime speaks up, asking him to stay for a moment. It tells Ko there's a place it needs to show him, catching his attention. The slime leads him to a vast, ancient chamber dominated by a single, ornate door. It explains that this is a vault in the deep territory, containing treasures left by people from 4,000 years ago for their master. Ko recalls the ancient message he received and wonders which door he is meant to open. To clarify, the helper slime recites the specific conditions from the legacy's message. The left door is for a true hero, the central door for the monarch of all demons, and the right door for a sage. Only by meeting one of these criteria can one claim the legacy within. Ko reacts with surprise, exclaiming that he doesn't fit any of those descriptions. He turns away, his expression troubled as he contemplates the seemingly impossible requirements. He stands before three identical, imposing doors when a notification suddenly materializes in the air before him, stating that a status check is complete. The helper slime looks on, puzzled by this unexpected development. The system delivers its verdict. While Kokosaka failed to meet any of the specific conditions for the individual doors, his possession of the creation ability has satisfied a hidden requirement, to open all doors at once. He stares, stunned into silence by the revelation. As he watched, the three massive doors before him swung open with a heavy, echoing clack. The sound reverberated through the chamber as he and the helper slime stared into the three dark passages that had been revealed, the slime trembling slightly at the sight. He looked from one dark entrance to the next, wondering what was happening. The slime nervously voiced the same question. Deciding on a course of action, he declared they would start with the path on the left. Following his own decision, he walked down the long, dark corridor. At its end, a single object stood illuminated, a massive sword plunged into a pedestal. As he drew closer, he saw that the blade was shattered in the middle. The helper slime identified the relic, explaining that it was the legendary Dragon Slayer's magic sword. The slime elaborated that this mythical sword was destroyed 4,000 years ago in a battle against the Black Dragon. Ko remarked with a wry smile that if a hero were present, they might revive the story, but lamented that he was no hero himself. Despite his words, he decided to collect the artifact anyway, reaching out his gloved hand toward the broken hilt. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, a sudden understanding flooded his mind. He pulled his hand back, a look of comprehension dawning on his face as the slime questioned him, confused. He understood now. With a surge of power, he placed his hand over the broken sword. A magic circle glowed beneath it, and the shattered pieces flew together, reforging into a complete, powerful blade. A notification confirmed the weapon's identity. The Dragon Slayer's magic sword, Graham, rejuvenated by Kokosaka. This incredible feat did not go unnoticed. Elsewhere, the glass's slime could only stare, utterly flabbergasted by the impossible event it had just witnessed. The bespectacled slime stares in disbelief, realizing Ko must possess a god skill. It asks how he could possibly have fixed the legendary sword without being a hero. Ko calmly explains that it is because of his unique ability, creation. He elaborates, explaining that by placing the tarnished upper and lower parts of the magic sword into his item box, he was able to learn its creation recipe. This knowledge enabled him to not only restore, but also enhance the legendary Dragon Slayer's magic sword, Graham. The rejuvenated blade now possesses incredible power. It has been enhanced with Dragon Slayer S+, which boosts its wielder's abilities. It also carries the God of War's Blessing A+, improving its strength and sharpness while granting a self-repairing function. Finally, the God of War's Sever allows it to deliver a lethal blow when infused with magic. He gazes at the perfect dragon-killing weapon, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He wonders if, with his sword, he might finally stand a chance against the Black Dragon. With renewed purpose, he turns towards the other sealed doors in the chamber, declaring his intent to investigate them. The slime readily agrees, but as the next door slides open, his confident stride halts, his expression frozen in utter disbelief. Before him stands an immense mechanical construct, a literal artillery walker of a scale he could scarcely imagine. The slime identifies the weapon as an ultra-high-output magic railgun. Ko immediately understands its purpose, a wide-range ordnance designed to incinerate everything in its path, perfect for stopping a massive stampede. Deciding to take the colossal weapon, he prepares to store it. The slime remarks that moving such an object would typically require a high-capacity item box, the kind possessed only by a demon lord, questioning if his is infinite. Unfazed, Ko reaches out to claim his prize. In that moment, a realization dawns on him. A system notification clarifies that due to his unnatural existence, the capacity of his item box is effectively infinite. He understands now, it's another function of his full assist skill. He stands before the glasses slime, a complex magical sigil glowing brightly in his outstretched hand. Contemplating his next creation, he ponders what to make as the slime watches on, curious. The result of his work manifests with a heavy thud, a massive, menacing golem made of orichalcum. Ko looks on with satisfaction, noting its designation as a destroyer golem, a trump card against stampedes. The construct's optical sensors light up as it whirs to life, its voice echoing mechanically, "Hello, master." The massive golem extends its hand in a gesture of greeting. Dwarfed by the construct, Ko reaches out and clasps its metallic fingers, formally meeting his new creation. He observes that its advanced processing seems to be functioning perfectly. He informs the golem that he will summon it when the need arises, and the machine dutifully acknowledges, stating it will await his orders. The golem then turns its attention to the small slime, gives a surprisingly gentle thumbs up, and offers a greeting, much to the slime's timid surprise. With his new guardian acknowledged and stored away, Ko cheerfully announces that it's time to proceed to the next door. The glasses slime, however, seems utterly exhausted by the rapid turn of events, telling its master that it can't keep up with his unpredictable actions. Behind the final door, they find not a weapon, but a colossal shield. It is made of a dark, rugged material, but a massive, jagged crack runs through its center, rendering it completely broken. As they examine the artifact, the glasses slime provides crucial information. It identifies the relic as the Dragon God's shield, used in a battle 4,000 years ago. The slime explains that the Black Dragon shattered it, just as it did the sword Graham, and that not even a sage could restore it. It looks to Ko with a glimmer of hope, suggesting that perhaps he can repair it. Ko glances at his own hand, considering the possibility. Despite the slime's hopes, Ko's attempt fails. He turns away from the shield with a look of frustration, announcing that he can't fix it. The slime is shocked by this admission of failure. Ko narrows his eyes in thought, trying to understand the problem. He stands before the broken shield, deep in thought, wondering aloud what components or materials are needed for the repair. The glasses slime offers a theory, suggesting that the failure might be due to a lack of the necessary materials. The slime hesitates for a moment before speaking up, admitting that while it doesn't know the specifics, it might have an idea about what to do next. The small slime reveals its idea. The Dragon God's ruby, a legendary material said to appear only once every 1,000 years in the Dragonfolk nation. Ko considers this, but quickly dismisses the notion of traveling to another country at such a critical time. He decides that Graham and the Destroyer Golem will have to be enough to secure victory. With his work complete, he turns to leave the vast chamber. The glasses slime expresses its gratitude for his efforts, praising his good work. It then stops him, explaining it has one last thing to give him. As it touches his gloved hand, the slime offers a blessing. "May the spirits be with you, master." A soft pulse of light emanates from the point of contact before quickly fading away. He stares at his hand, momentarily taken aback by the strange sensation. The slime clarifies that it has given him a good luck charm. It explains that should he ever find himself in trouble, a spirit will come to lend its power. A smile crosses Ko's face as he pats the slime, acknowledging how helpful that could be. As he walks away, a thought crosses his mind. He doesn't actually know what a spirit is. Spirits are beings born from the emotions of people. Though they are typically unperceivable, they constantly watch over others. Meanwhile, in a house under the night sky, Iris sits with a bear pelt adventurer. She asks him for a status report on the city. She reports that the evacuation preparations are proceeding smoothly. She credits the guild staff, whose pacify and persuasion skills have been instrumental in preventing any panic from arising among the populace. She lets out a sigh of relief, glad to hear the news. Ko explains that he has already informed her about the items he retrieved from the vault, which should prove useful in the fight against the Black Dragon. Iris then turns the question back to him, asking about his own preparations. Her expression turns serious and distant. Noticing her sudden shift in mood, Ko asks if something is wrong. She admits there is something she has yet to tell him. The true reason she has been searching the ruins of the ancient civilization. She reveals that she left the Dragonfolk nation to search for their lost treasure, the Dragon God's shield. The shield, she explains, was lost 4 millennia ago in the great battle against the Black Dragon, which is why she focused her search on ruins from that era. Ko is stunned by the revelation, but then quickly offers to return it to her, suggesting that since he already has it, the problem is solved. But as he moves to hand over the artifact, a glowing magical sigil flares to life between them, and Iris urgently tells him to hold on. He freezes, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as he looks at her in confusion. She asks if his creation skill can restore the shield, but he explains that it's currently impossible. According to the glasses slime, he needs a specific material, the Dragon God's ruby. To his complete surprise, Iris announces that if that's all he requires, she is one with her. She places a shimmering, crystalline orb into his hand, identifying it as the Dragon God's ruby. He holds the orb in both hands, noticing a faint warmth emanating from it as Kinkamite looks on. Iris explains to him that a saying passed down among the dragonfolk dictates that if a transferor were to possess the shield, they should be graced with the ruby. This, she insists, is precisely why he must be the one to use it. Accepting her reasoning, he swallows nervously and closes his eyes in concentration. A surge of magical energy flares from his hands as he begins the restoration process. In a flash of light, the process is complete. The Dragon God's shield appears in his hands, its dark surface gleaming and the ruby glowing at its center. The legendary artifact grants immense power, but its use is restricted to those who possess a specific skill. Dragon God's Shrine Maiden. His initial satisfaction quickly fades into a look of concern. Iris, still marveling at the shield, breathes that it's amazing, but he interrupts, asking if she's all right, though his own expression is troubled. He clarifies the issue. The shield was indeed fully restored, but there's a critical problem. He is unable to use it himself. She dismisses his concern, stating there is no problem at all. He reiterates the issue, explaining that to wield the shield's full power, the user must possess the Dragon God's Shrine Maiden skill. His confusion is evident. With a confident smile, Iris leans closer and reveals the solution. She herself possesses the Dragon God's Shrine Maiden. Ancient Dragonkin folklore speaks of a prophecy. Every several hundred years, a girl with the Dragon God's Shrine Maiden skill is born. This maiden is tasked with 2 sacred missions: to find the Dragon God's shield and to deliver the Dragon God's ruby to a figure known only as the Transferor. 4 generations. Every Shrine Maiden has failed to carry out their duties. However, Iris has become the first in history to accomplish both. As Kokusaka walks alongside her, he reflects on the events at the ruins. He muses on the chances of it all, how Iris possessed the one thing he needed. He recalls how only one door was supposed to open, yet all of them did. The odds felt impossibly skewed in their favor. The unsettling thought solidifies in his mind. It feels as though someone is laying out everything for him, orchestrating his path. Later, he rests in a lavish room at the Silent Moon Hotel, the weight of this realization lingering. Meanwhile, at the guild, Zeton Bardan reports to Anand. He praises Ko's party as top class, noting that when it comes down to it, one must trust their guts. He confirms that he told the adventurers to rest up in preparation for the next day. But despite the instruction to rest, Ko lies awake in bed, unable to sleep. The nerve-wracking tension of the calm before the storm keeps his mind racing, until a sudden knock at his door jolts him. He opens it to find Miria, the guild receptionist. She wishes him a good evening and politely asks if he can spare a bit of his time. Now seated inside his room, she apologizes for interrupting him so late at night, but explains that there is something very urgent she needs to discuss. She gets straight to the point, stating that she has heard that if the Black Dragon were to appear, he and Iris would have to fight alone. With a serious expression, Ko confirms that her understanding is correct. He explains the plan. While he and Iris engage the Black Dragon, the other adventurers will focus on protecting the townspeople. For that purpose, he reveals he went to the vault to retrieve something. Before he can continue, Miria interrupts, stating that it's dangerous for him to go alone. She reaches out her hand, insisting he take an item she offers. He looks down, surprised, and accepts. He examines the object, a simple, gleaming ring etched with an inscription. He reads the cryptic words aloud, a message for one who comes from afar and is destined to clash with a dragon, instructing them to first empty the vessel. He wonders about this vessel that carries the benediction of the spirits. Miria identifies it as the Ring of the Spirits, confirming that's what she was told. Ko, still confused, asks what the phrase "first empty my vessel" means. He is surprised that she can read the ancient text. She explains that the ring was given to her by a relative, with the specific instruction to deliver it to the one who would appear to challenge the dragon. As he holds the ring, it suddenly flashes with a brilliant light. He understands instantly. By fulfilling some special, unknown requirement, his full assist ability has connected to the ring of the spirits, unlocking the skill material transmutation. The flash startles Miria, who worriedly asks if he's been cursed. Looking slightly flustered, he reassures her that it wasn't a curse, but rather that he seems to have gained a new skill. He slips the ring onto his finger and finds it the perfect fit. Miria is shocked, exclaiming that skills are something one is born with. The realization dawns on her that this proves he is truly the person she was meant to give the ring to. He asks, somewhat taken aback, if she plans to resign now that her duty is fulfilled. Miria winks playfully, admitting it's a huge relief, but that delivering the ring was only half the reason she joined the guild. She then asks if he likes it. She declares that she won't be leaving, as she wants to watch the great feats he'll accomplish. She even jokes that he might just massacre the stampede and the dragon in one go. He laughs, unsurprised by her overconfidence in him, as she vows to remain faithful to this success she has found. He listens as Miria offers a reassuring smile, her hands clasped together. She expresses her complete faith in him, insisting that if he is the one to do it, it is possible, and that everything will be all right. The late hour finally catches up to them. He lets out a large yawn, and a moment later, Miria does the same, covering her mouth delicately. Seated across from one another, Miria remarks that his yawn was infectious. Ko agrees, acknowledging that it is about time they retired for the night. As she prepares to depart, Miria decides to turn in for the day and take a nap, wishing him good work and telling him to rest well. From outside, he wishes her the same and says he will be counting on her for the following day. Alone in a lavishly appointed bedroom, Ko sits on the edge of the bed, contemplating the events to come. The following day arrives, the sun shining down on the grand building. He focuses on the skill he acquired the day before, material transmutation. He understands its purpose, to create higher quality materials from items of the same kind, such as converting 100 pieces of lonely wolf fur into a single piece of Fenrir fur. A realization dawns on him. If he crafts 20 pieces of Fenrir fur, a recipe for a certain piece of equipment will appear. This demon wolf Fenrir's fur is pleasant to the touch and boasts great physical and magical resistance. If used to make clothing, it will receive a blessing from the god of speed. With his preparations complete, Ko stands transformed, wearing a new, high-grade Fenrir coat. The extravagant garment provides top-class physical and magical resistance, and grants him the grace of swiftness. Having performed maintenance on all his gear for the important battle ahead, he feels ready. "Let's roll," he says with determination. He and his fellow adventurers arrive at their destination, gazing in wonder at the sight before them, a vast underground city. They are amazed that such a place exists. Upon entering, they are met by a cheering crowd of residents and slimes. A dwarven man rallies the populace, exclaiming that they have guests and must give them a warm welcome. The crowd roars its approval, wishing the adventurers well and telling them to go break a leg. He clears his throat, drawing the attention of the assembled crowd in the underground city. He introduces himself formally as Ko Kusaka, an active adventurer, and also the master of this underground city, a title he notes internally was delivered with unintentional politeness. He then informs the gathered adventurers that living quarters have already been arranged and directs them to follow the guild staff to their residences. As he finishes, a man in the crowd, Anin, calls out to him, asking if he is the same Ko Kusaka, also known as the Bear Killer. Ko confirms that some people do refer to him by that title. The revelation sparks murmurs throughout the crowd. One person remembers seeing him before, while another recalls hearing about his diligent work on a city gardening quest. A woman remarks that despite his powerful reputation, he seems to be a kind person. He observes the surprisingly happy faces among the residents, feeling a sense of relief. The potentially embarrassing moment, he thinks, isn't so bad after all. Nearby, Iris smiles warmly at the scene. The peaceful atmosphere is suddenly broken by the sound of someone dashing urgently through the crowd. The runner is Miria, a guild receptionist, who calls out his name with urgency, her expression filled with alarm. Ko turns, startled by her sudden appearance. She catches her breath and reports that they have just received contact from a scouting party. Monsters have begun to burst out from the north of the Phaedos Mountains. Ko listens intently, understanding immediately that this must be the beginning of the anticipated stampede. Iris, now beside them, quickly asks Miria for a status update on the city's evacuation. Miria replies that the schedule has been moved up, but they're only about 70% through the process. Hearing this, Ko's expression hardens with concern. He realizes with grim certainty that at their current pace, they will not make in time. With a heavy heart and a worried expression, the guild receptionist Miria formally gives the order. She apologizes for the burden she is placing on them, but implores them to begin the counterstrike. He tells her not to sweat it. Iris chimes in cheerfully, declaring she was getting bored anyway and would be happy to get to work. Ko agrees, confirming she took the words right out of his mouth. With their mission accepted, he tells Iris it's time to go. She agrees, and the two of them set off from the city gates without wasting another moment. They travel into the wilderness, stopping in a wide, open plain under the light of the moon, with the mountains looming in the distance. Surveying the area, he confirms their position is right between the mountains and the town of Onan. This, he declares, is where they will fight. Iris looks around the empty field and points out that there is nowhere to take cover. Unconcerned, he simply states that they will be fine. In response to her concern, a massive, armored golem materializes from thin air behind him. As Iris stares in utter shock, Ko smirks, explaining that he was planning to blow up the area anyway. The dark-haired adventurer remarks that he is full of surprises. Ko explains it's a skill, then addresses his creation, asking if it's ready. The golem's eye lights up as it greets its master, and after analyzing its readings, asks if there is a stampede. Its optical sensors flash as it prepares for combat, slamming its massive fist together with a resounding thud. The golem enthusiastically thanks its master, declaring it an honor to be given such a crucial role. As Ko stammers a reply, Iris suddenly points toward the horizon, shouting his name as a menacing presence makes itself known. He watched as the ground trembled, the menacing horde finally cresting the horizon. A chaotic mix of giant spiders, hulking wolves, and horned beasts charged forward, their collective roar shaking the air. He calmly observed their arrival. Turning to his companion, he asked if she was prepared for the coming onslaught. Iris, her large shield held firm and her expression resolute, affirmed that she was, of course, ready. With her confirmation, he acknowledged her readiness. The massive golem, standing beside them, responded instantly, its optical sensor glowing as it communicated that the ultra-high-output magic railgun was fully energized and awaiting his command. He pointed a single finger toward the approaching horde, issuing a simple, devastating order to mow them down. In an instant, a blinding torrent of energy erupted from the golem's weapon, streaking across the battlefield. The beams struck the vanguard of the monster army, detonating in a colossal explosion that tore through their ranks and sent a shockwave across the plain. The destroyer golem unleashes a devastating beam of energy from its optical sensor, a brilliant white lance of power that cuts through the air. Watching the display from a safe distance, Iris gasps, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment at the sheer force she is witnessing. She watches as the beam strikes a horned monster, instantly vaporizing the creature in a massive, concussive explosion of light and force. Meanwhile, Ko Kusaka assesses his own condition. He realizes he has reached level 71, noting the corresponding increase in his HP, MP, and physical abilities. He wonders, however, if he will be able to gain experience from the monsters his golem defeats. As he contemplates this, the destroyer golem vents steam, its systems having cooled. It announces that its fuselage cooling is complete and that it is now commencing the hostile cleanup process. With the golem ready for the next wave, he turns to Iris with a confident smile, declaring it's time for them to join in. He tells her he will take the left flank, leaving the right to her. Iris enthusiastically agrees. She winks and proposes a competition to see how many monsters each of them can defeat, with the loser treating the winner to dinner. Accepting the challenge, Ko replies that he will have to take this seriously. With the term set, they both shout in unison and charge forward, flanking the destroyer golem as it opens fire with its arm-mounted cannons. As he surges into the fray, he recognizes this as the perfect opportunity to test out the abilities of his new Fenrir coat. He activates one of the Fenrir coat's abilities, Grace of Swiftness EX, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he surges forward. The effect is immediate. As he dashes past the charging black spiders, he realizes with surprise that time itself seems to be moving slower around him. Using this perceived time dilation, he effortlessly leaps onto the back of one of the monsters, his sword raised high in astonishment at his own velocity. Without a moment's hesitation, he brings the blade down, cleaving straight through the spider's armored carapace. The beast begins to fall, but he is already pushing off its body, shouting for the next opponent. He becomes a blur of motion, weaving between two more spiders and felling them both with swift, crossing slashes. Pausing for a moment to catch his breath, he analyzes the skill's performance. The acceleration was incredible, but it took roughly 2 seconds to activate and consumed nearly 6 of his mana points. He considers this further, noting that his mana recovers at a rate of 1 point per second. He concludes that he must be careful when using Grace of Swiftness EX to avoid depleting his reserves. As he finishes his calculation, a nearby spider pivots sharply, letting out a piercing shriek as it prepares to attack. The monster's aggression is met with a confident smirk. He scoffs at the idea of it escaping and declares his intent to use his sword's special effect, activating the God of War slash as his blade begins to glow with immense power. He unleashes the powerful sword skill. The targeted black spider rears back, its multiple eyes widening in alarm as the glowing blade descends upon it. The blade connects with overwhelming force, cleaving straight through the monster's thick carapace and bisecting it in a single, clean slash. The kill grants him a surge of experience, raising his level to 72 and boosting his mana to a staggering new total. He realizes that the more magic he charges into his God of War's Sever skill, the greater its range and power become. With this new understanding, he decides to test the full power of God of War's Sever S+ next. To his surprise, however, his sword, Graham, begins to tremble violently in his grasp. The reason for the sword's reaction becomes clear as a message materializes in the sky. The resurrection of the Black Dragon has been detected, and the Dragon Slayer S+ skill will now be activated. A grim smile forms on his face as he processes the announcement. It seems, he thinks to himself, that the real battle has only just begun. Meanwhile, in another part of the hunting grounds, Iris stands alone, completely surrounded by a large pack of snarling, lonely wolves. She activates her Dragon God's Barrier EX just as the wolves charge. A shimmering, scaled shield of energy erupts around her, deflecting the claws of the first attacker with a sharp crackle. With a fierce cry, she pivots, using the momentum to swing her shield and spear in a wide arc, batting the lunging wolf away and sending it yelping through the air. Despite her successful counter, she grits her teeth in frustration. More wolves press forward from all sides, and she realizes with grim certainty that there is no end to them. She fought with fierce determination, her spear and shield a bulwark against the tide of snarling wolves that swarmed around her. Suddenly, a dark-clad figure blurred past, landing softly on the ground nearby. She turned, her eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected arrival. He looked over his shoulder, apologizing for stealing her prey. Still stunned, she questioned if it was really him, admitting his speed was so great she couldn't see a thing. His expression turned serious as he cut her off, declaring an emergency. The Black Dragon, he warned, was coming. As he spoke, the gem embedded in her shield began to pulse with light. The gravity of his words struck her. She could only cry out his title, Master, her mind reeling from the sudden, catastrophic news. Her shock quickly hardened into resolve. She insisted that he should focus on the Black Dragon, assuring him that she would clean up the rest of the monsters and wishing him good luck. He turned back with a grateful smile, thanking her for the help. Iris noted that as companions who fight together, it was only natural. Ko then shifted focus, recalling that the Black Dragon was said to be sleeping in the Phaedos Mountains as he consulted a map. The map confirmed the location, a marker clearly indicating the Phaedos mountain range. He wondered aloud if this was truly where the beast had appeared. He looked to Iris, asking if she wanted to go with him. Her resolve was firm as she met his gaze and declared, "Let's go." Just as they resolved to leave, a vast shadow fell over them. Both adventurers looked up in alarm to see a colossal, perfectly black sphere materializing in the sky, eclipsing the sun. "That's..." Ko uttered in disbelief. He and Iris watched as the massive black sphere pulsed ominously in the sky. Arcs of energy crackled across its surface, a sign of immense power contained within. His eyes widened as a chilling thought struck him. The sphere wasn't just an object, it was behaving almost like an egg, just moments before hatching. As if his thought had willed it into being, a deafening crack echoed across the plains. Fissures spread rapidly across the sphere's dark surface, breaking it apart from the inside. From the shattered remains, a colossal winged beast emerged, its silhouette blotting out the sky. It threw its head back and unleashed a world-shaking roar. There was no mistaking the creature's identity. This was the calamity itself, the Black Dragon of extinction. The dragon's roar intensified, a wave of pure sonic force that shook the very ground. Its reptilian eye, ancient and malevolent, glared down upon the world. The sheer force of the shout slammed into them. Iris winced, exclaiming at the incredible volume of the roar. He turned to his companion, asking if she was all right. Iris, though shaken, confirmed she was fine, explaining that his transfer skill was negating all of the roar's debuffing effects, but she warned him not to underestimate the strength of the dragon race. Meanwhile, Ko's own analysis revealed the grim truth. The creature was an extremely weakened black dragon, a calamity that appeared every 4,000 years. Its black scales contained a powerful curse, rendering normal attacks useless. Only a dragon-slaying magic sword could defeat it. He felt a surge of relief, realizing that if he hadn't found the sword Graham in the vault, his only option would have been to flee. Gripping the hilt of the legendary weapon, he turned to Iris with a confident smile and proposed they begin with a small test of the dragon's power. Against a backdrop of mountains, Ko, Kasaka, and Iris stand their ground as the colossal black dragon circles high above them. Ko assesses the situation, realizing the creature is too high in the sky for a direct physical strike. Deciding on a different approach, he lets out a fierce battle cry, channeling immense power into his ornate sword. He swings the blade with all his might, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy that soars through the air toward the distant beast. The projectile finds its mark, slashing across the dragon's flank. The creature bellows in pain as dark blood sprays from the deep gash. Watching the attack connect, Ko smiles with satisfaction. He notes that while the wound is far from mortal, it is not a shallow one either. He has successfully injured the dragon. His confidence swells with the knowledge that his power is indeed enough to damage the formidable beast. Enraged by the blow, the dragon retaliates. A swirling sphere of destructive energy begins to coalesce within its open jaws as Ko looks on with alarm. He immediately calls out to his companion, entrusting the defense to her. Iris steps forward without hesitation, planting her large, dragon-crested shield firmly before them. and confirming she has it covered. Her expression hardens with resolve. She declares that a life debt is something one pays back in full, vowing that she will protect him forever. She braced herself, her shield projecting a vast, honeycombed barrier of light. On the other side, the black dragon's silhouette was visible, poised to strike as energy gathered around it. The beast unleashed its power, a torrent of destructive energy screaming across the landscape toward the shimmering wall. Her teeth gritted, every muscle straining as she poured her will into maintaining the defense, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. The blast struck with cataclysmic force, erupting in a blinding flash. The barrier held, but the sheer power of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Frustrated by the resilient defense, the black dragon beat its powerful wings and let out a furious, echoing roar. It then descended with a heavy whoosh, landing on the scorched earth. The sudden change in tactics caught them off guard, and Iris let out a small gasp of exertion. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon launched itself forward again, diving from the sky in a direct, physical assault aimed at shattering their protection. Its claws and snout slammed into the shield, the impact spiderwebbing across the surface. The legendary Dragon God's Barrier EX, a seemingly invincible defense, began to fracture under the relentless onslaught. As the barrier finally gave way, shattering into countless fragments of light, Ko invoked a new power, the God of Speed's Blessing EX. In a blur of motion, he pulled them both clear of the dragon's devastating charge. They came to a stop a safe distance away. Iris stared, wide-eyed and stunned by the close call, while the dragon itself seemed momentarily surprised. Ko, now helping her support the shield, looked at her and offered a simple, heartfelt word of gratitude. He quickly materializes a new weapon, a crossbow-like device loaded with a thick, white projectile. With a determined expression, he declares his immediate plan, to immobilize the dragon first. The projectile shoots forward, a white blur streaking through the air directly at the colossal beast. It strikes the black dragon mid-torso, instantly unfurling in a thick, binding wraps that constrict its body and wings. The creature lets out a cry of surprise, its movements suddenly hampered. Thrown off balance and unable to fly, the bound dragon plummets from the sky as Ko and Iris watch its descent from the ground. It slams into the earth with tremendous force, roaring in a mixture of pain and rage as it struggles against its restraints. Watching the struggling beast, Iris cautiously asks if they have defeated it. Ko dismisses the idea, stating that the bindings are only a temporary measure and will break at any moment. He internally assesses his own dwindling resources, noting that despite regenerating 1% of his mana every second, he only has 40% remaining. With no time to spare, he raises his sword, resolving to pour all of his remaining MP into a single, decisive strike. The blade begins to hum and glow with concentrated energy. As the energy around his sword coalesces into a swirling vortex, the black dragon manages to open its maw, gathering its own devastating power for a counterattack. Both combatants unleash their attacks at the same instant. A brilliant beam of pure energy erupts from Ko's sword, hurtling across the battlefield to meet the torrent of dark flame spewing from the dragon's jaws. The two opposing forces collide with cataclysmic power, erupting in a blinding, spherical explosion that shakes the very ground. As the explosive energy dissipates, Ko Kusaka braces himself against the violent aftershock, his face taut with exertion. He is not alone. Iris appears before him, her shield raised to block the remaining force. She glances back, reminding him of her earlier promise to protect him. Startled, he calls out her name. His attention then shifts to the settling dust cloud where their enemy was. He thanks Iris, all the while wondering about the black dragon's fate, silently wishing it had been defeated. His hope evaporates in an instant. As a figure emerges from the smoke, both he and Iris stare forward, their expressions frozen in shock. The lingering haze clears completely, revealing the source of their disbelief. Standing amidst the scorched earth, utterly unharmed by the cataclysmic blast, the black dragon throws its head back and unleashes a deafening, triumphant roar. A sudden, heavy thud startles Ko and Iris. They look up in alarm as the sky is painted black, and a massive, winged silhouette appears against a bright, celestial body. A black dragon has arrived. As he watches the creature, a wave of dizziness washes over Ko. He clutches his head, realizing with a start that his magic power is being drained away at an incredible rate. He quickly understands the cause. The black dragon of extinction has activated a skill called Dark Field, an ability that absorbs the magic power of every living being within a 2-kilometer radius. He turns to Iris, his expression grim. He explains that the situation is bad. The dragon skill is so potent that it completely overpowers his own MP regeneration. His magic power continues to plummet, dropping far below half its maximum. He realizes this means he can't even use his God of Speed's blessing to retreat. If this drags on, he'll be at a fatal disadvantage and must end it quickly. With his options dwindling, his face hardens with grim determination. There is no other choice. He makes his decision, raising his sword Graham high above his head. He resolves to pour every last bit of his remaining magic power into one final, decisive attack. The warrior unleashes his skill, God of War's Sever S+. A massive wave of destructive energy erupts from the blade, streaking through the air toward the hovering dragon. He lets out a desperate roar, knowing everything rides on this single blow. If this attack fails, he is finished. The beam of light closes in on the dark beast. His ultimate attack slammed into the black dragon's defenses, the impact echoing with a deafening crack as fractures spread across an unseen barrier. He poured every last ounce of his will into the strike, believing he was just moments away from shattering the dragon's protection. With a final, explosive sound, the barrier gave way, shattering into countless fragments before the dragon's snout. The colossal beast was left completely exposed, momentarily stunned as the remnants of its magical shield dissipated around it. The attack, though weakened, struck true, gouging a deep wound into the dragon's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had landed a blow. The beast let out a pained roar. Ko, kneeling from exhaustion, understood that he had torn through the barrier, but questioned if the dragon had simply run out of the magic needed to sustain it. In retaliation, the wounded dragon unleashed a torrent of dark flames directly at the defenseless Ko. Before the flames could reach him, Iris leaped into their path, planting her massive shield firmly in the ground and shouting his name. Her expression hardened with resolve as she declared that she would protect him, just as she had promised. She braced herself as the dragon's fiery breath slammed into her shield with overwhelming force. Behind her, the exhausted Ko could only groan, powerless to help. The immense pressure caused spiderweb cracks to spread across the shield's surface, the magical barrier groaning under the strain. With a final, deafening smash, the shield shattered into countless fragments. Iris cried out as the defensive magic failed, leaving her exposed to the inferno. Engulfed in a blast, Ko's consciousness drifted into a dark, empty void. He looked around, bewildered, and a single, chilling thought surfaced. Is this where I die? His mind drifted back to his previous life, to the endless drudgery of his job at a black company. He recalled how, back then, the prospect of death didn't seem so terrible. That was before he arrived in this new world and truly started enjoying life. He thought of all the people who had warmly welcomed him, a complete stranger. They had given him a sense of comfort and belonging that he couldn't bear to lose. The memory of their faces ignited a fire within him. His despair was replaced by a ferocious will as he realized he refused to die. He wanted to live. In a brilliant flash of light, his resolve solidified into a solemn vow. He swore he would come home to everybody. As he made his vow, the ring of the spirits on his finger began to glow. An ancient inscription echoed in his mind, stating that the vessel from afar who clashes with a Draco must empty their own vessel to receive the spirit's benediction. His eyes widened in shock as he understood. All conditions had been fulfilled. He was a transferer, he was fighting the Black Dragon, and his MP was completely depleted. The Ring of the Spirits was now temporarily activated. He stared in disbelief as a torrent of magical energy, sparkling with motes of light, erupted from his body. The power felt immense, overwhelming, and utterly foreign. The source of his shock became clear as a status window materialized, displaying his magic points. He watched, stunned, as the number climbed impossibly high, soaring past his maximum capacity of 30,500 to over 1 million. He couldn't comprehend how his MP was rising so far beyond its limit. He didn't have time to question the phenomenon. Raising his hands above his head, he gathered this swirling energy, recognizing that whatever was happening, this was his one and only chance. With newfound resolve, he decided to seize the opportunity. With a defiant roar, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing the entirety of the accumulated power in a single, colossal beam of pure white energy. The blinding light of the attack washed over the desolate landscape, illuminating his determined stance and the still, unconscious form of Iris lying on the ground nearby. In response, the black dragon opened its maw and unleashed its own devastating power, a torrent of dark, chaotic energy that surged forward to meet his assault head-on. He screamed, pouring every ounce of this newfound strength into his assault. His face contorted with the immense strain of holding back the dragon's dark breath. The colossal beast roared back as the two opposing forces met in a cataclysmic explosion, light and darkness struggling violently for dominance. Slowly, inexorably, his beam of pure light began to consume the darkness, pushing the dragon's attack back towards its source with overwhelming force. The struggle culminated in a massive detonation that shook the very ground. He stood his ground amidst the billowing smoke as the black dragon was sent reeling, thrown back by the sheer force of the blast. His overwhelming blast struck true, slamming the black dragon into the earth. The colossal beast let out a pained, guttural growl as blood began to seep from its wounds. Despite its injuries, the dragon refused to yield, unleashing a furious roar that echoed across the desolate landscape, its form wreathed in the residual energy of the attack. He met its defiance with his own, letting out a primal scream as he pushed his power to its absolute limit, determined to end the fight. The torrent of energy intensified, swelling into an immense pillar of light that completely consumed the struggling beast. Within the blinding light, the dragon's formidable body was torn asunder. Blood erupted from its chest as the magical energy ripped through its scales. As the light finally faded, a thick cloud of steam hissed and billowed from the scorched earth where the dragon had stood. He stood panting, the immense exertion evident on his face. Sweat dripped from his brow, but his gaze remained fixed and resolute. His gaze swept over the now silent battlefield towards the distant, glowing city. A profound realization settled within him. It was as a distant hymn echoes from a time long past, an era when the colossal black dragon scorched the surface of the world, turning cities to ash beneath its fiery breath. As the destruction raged, the ancient survivors sought refuge, constructing a city deep underground. For 3 days and 3 nights, they looked to the starry sky, their prayers lifting up to become a single, unified spirit. Though that spirit lacked the power to fight the black dragon directly, it was destined to appear in the distant future, offering its aid to the one known as the Transfer. Their 4,000-year-old prayer was finally answered, and a collective voice of gratitude offered its deepest thanks to the one who had come. Days after the fated defeat of the Black Dragon, the present-day city erupts in celebration. Banners line the streets as a massive crowd gathers in the main square to honor their heroes. The crowd roars with excitement. One of the adventurers raises his mug high, calling for a toast to Ko and Iris. He declares that it is thanks to them that everyone was able to survive the great storm unscathed, and the people cheer in thunderous agreement. He is immediately swarmed by well-wishers, all insisting he drink up as the star of the day. One man calls him Dragon Killer, before another playfully corrects him with his older title, Bear Killer, reminding everyone of his past deeds. The shop manager, Okami-san, and another female adventurer join in, affectionately calling him Couchy and raising their mugs. With a warm smile, Ko acknowledges their cheers, feeling the immense gratitude of the town. As the party winds down under the light of a full moon, Anin approaches Ko and Iris. He greets Ko warmly, remarking that it has been some time since they last spoke. The older man, Anin, expresses his profound thanks, telling Ko that he saved the town and has truly become the person he always expected him to be. Ko, however, humbly deflects the praise, insisting he was merely fortunate and is not worthy of such high acclaim. He reflected on the string of improbable events that had led him to this point. Thinking back, so many coincidences had paved his way, finding the underground city, acquiring the legendary sword Graham, the dragon god's shield, and the ring of spirits. A bead of sweat formed on his temple as he considered how much relied on sheer luck. Anin's voice cut through his thoughts, reminding him of a previous conversation. The older man pointed out how frightening it was to imagine what might have happened if even one of those fortunate moments had been missed. He elaborated on his point, explaining that there is a difference between simply drawing a good hand and using a good hand effectively. Furthermore, he asserted that those who can skillfully play the hand they are dealt are often granted even better ones. Ko processed the advice, asking if Anin meant he should consider his luck to be his strength. With a knowing look, Anin gently corrected him, suggesting it was better to say one should let fate be their guide. The older man's expression softened into a warm, encouraging smile. He urged Ko to believe in himself, adding that he was greatly looking forward to hearing of his future accomplishments. His words lingered in Ko's mind as he stood alone. Letting luck be my strength, he murmured to himself, contemplating the idea. The thought, once unsettling, now brought a faint, confident smile to his face as he came to a new understanding. Under the light of the full moon, he mused that he never would have grasped this concept back in Japan. But here, now it was starting to make sense. Perhaps trusting himself a little more wouldn't be so bad after all. The following day, Ko stood by a town square fountain, now back in his familiar business suit. His attention was suddenly captured by Iris, who stood nearby in a simple white dress, fidgeting nervously. She then looked up, her eyes wide and sparkling with hopeful anticipation as she met his gaze with a bright smile. She informs Ko that she will be in his care for the day. He agrees, internally observing that the simple white dress makes her seem like an entirely different person. Later, seated at a table, he compliments the delicious meal, remarking that it's the very same restaurant where they once discussed the ancient civilization. As they finish their meal, a thought passes between them. If not for Ko's skill in locating the danger, Anin would never have been evacuated in time. The memory prompts Iris to speak, her expression turning serious. She admits that, aside from the stampede itself, the Black Dragon was a terrifying foe, one she has no desire to face ever again. He acknowledges her fear, but poses a question, reminding her that other calamities exist beyond just the Black Dragon. With a confident smile, he reveals his plan. Should another calamity appear, he will simply use his calamity summon skill. Stunned, Iris asks if he acquired a new skill, specifically questioning if it involves the Black Dragon. He calmly confirms that it does. The victory over the Black Dragon had been immensely rewarding. Defeating it in a single blow not only granted him 19 levels, but also bestowed upon him the new skill, Calamity Summon. This powerful ability allows him to summon and command a subjugated calamity beast, provided he expends the necessary magic power to do so. Processing this, Iris looks at him with a wry smile. She declares that he is far from normal, pointing out that by summoning a calamity, he is effectively increasing their numbers. She playfully suggests that perhaps he is the real calamity. He protests that her comment is rude, insisting he is a normal human no matter how one looks at it. Flustered, Iris clarifies that she was only joking. She adds that regardless of his normality, she knows for certain that he is not a bad person. He casually mentions to Iris that he ran into Miria on his way over. The guild receptionist, Miria, explains with a gentle smile that she will soon be returning to the guild headquarters in the royal capital due to a job relocation, lamenting that it will be lonely without them. The conversation shifts as they sit down for a meal. He explains that the news of their victory has already reached the guild headquarters, and it seems they will be formally awarded in the capital for the subjugation of the Black Dragon. She listens, her expression turning thoughtful. She agrees, admitting that she can no longer predict where her life is headed. Her gaze becomes distant as she reflects on her journey, confessing that 5 years ago, when she first left her home country, she never imagined her path would lead her here. Ko remains silent, listening intently. With a somber look, she begins to reveal the truth of her past, explaining that she was always treated coldly back in the Dragonfolk Nation. His expression hardens with concern. He quietly asks for the reason behind her mistreatment. She reveals that she had a twin sister named Ferris, and an image of two identical young women, side by side, flashes through her memory. She continues her explanation, stating that her sister also possessed the rare skill of the Dragon God Shrine Maiden. He processes this information with surprise, remarking on how unusual that is. He recalls that the Dragon God's Shrine Maiden skill is meant to be exceptionally rare, manifesting in only one person every few centuries. She confirms his understanding and elaborates on the distinction between them. While she possesses the skills of Dragon God Shrine Maiden and spearmanship, her sister Ferris was gifted with Dragon God Shrine Maiden and the power of premonition. She continued her story, explaining that her sister Ferris's precognition was accurate more than 90% of the time, having foreseen countless disasters. Because of this, Ferris became a bona fide Shrine Maiden at the young age of 6. Her head bowed slightly. A somber silence fell between them as Ko listened intently from across the table. She recalled that both she and Ferris were taught at the temple, but because of her sister's superior skill, she was always treated as a mere spare. This continued until she turned 15. Then, tragedy struck. The temple was attacked by monsters, and in the ensuing chaos, Ferris was killed. She explained that a Shrine Maiden's mission was to find the Dragon God's shield and deliver a ruby to the transferer. To carry out this duty, she departed with 3 guards upon her 16th birthday. Her journey, however, was sabotaged from the start. Just 3 days in, both her guards and her funds disappeared, leaving her completely alone. The experience, she admitted, took a heavy toll on her spirit. He listened, finally understanding. It was this abandonment that forced Iris to become an adventurer. She raised her glass, a genuine smile gracing her lips. She thanked Ko from the bottom of her heart, saying that because she had fulfilled her duties, she could finally face her sister again. He then asked what she planned to do now that her duties were over, questioning if she would return home. Iris confessed that she wanted to avoid going back if at all possible. She turned the question back on him, asking about his own future. Ko replied with a confident smile, stating that sooner or later, he planned to go on a journey to see everything there is in the world. He listened with a small chuckle as Iris asked if she could accompany him on his travels. She admitted she would mostly be sightseeing and worried he might get bored, but he assured her it would be fun. Her expression shifted slightly as she processed his easy acceptance. He noted that she seemed to have changed, though she wasn't so sure about that herself. His gaze turned inward as he reflected on his past. Until now, he had always believed he was alone in this world, with no one to save him, and that his power was meant only for his own survival. That lonely existence, he explained, was no longer his reality. He told her that when he came to save her from the Black Spider, she had saved him in return, not just his life, but his emotional well-being. He was no longer lost, and it was all thanks to her. Her eyes filled with tears of joy. With a radiant smile, she clasped her hands together and confessed how truly glad she was to have met him, declaring she would be happy to stay by his side from now on. He watched her heartfelt declaration with a gentle, knowing smile. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky, a silent witness to their shared moment. Sometime later, standing outside, Iris suddenly hid her face in her hands. Flustered, she called out to Ko, asking him to do her a favor and forget their entire conversation from earlier. He questioned her sincerity, asking if she really meant it. She frantically insisted it was the alcohol's fault, claiming she got caught up in the moment and her memory was fuzzy. He played along, admitting he was a bit tipsy as well. He smoothly changed the subject with a sudden suggestion. Perhaps they should go for another round. Iris readily agreed, and the two walked off in the night. He gently slid his hand over hers, their fingers intertwining in the quiet moment. The sudden contact made Iris gasp, her eyes widening in surprise. He watched her reaction, his own expression calm and observant. She remained frozen, unable to find words as she stared back at him. The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken understanding. The tension finally broke as a soft smile formed on his face. In response, Iris beamed, her happiness radiant and unreserved. With their new partnership solidified, They walk together through the night-lit streets. Ko Kasaka walks through the sun-dappled forest, a look of serene contentment on his face. He pauses for a moment, taking in the quiet surroundings. Peace, he reflects, is truly the best. His solitude is interrupted when Iris calls out his name. She points towards the waterside, mentioning a patch of mushrooms and asking if he'd like to see them. Ko agrees, and Iris thanks him for his help on the quest, adding that she's helping him simply because she wants to. As they walk, Ko suggests that since they've been working together so much, they should form a party when they return to the guild. He admits he would be happy to, but Iris explains the rules prevent it. They can't form a party if their rank difference is more than 3. He reassures her there's no need to rush. He anticipates receiving an invitation letter from the Adventurers Guild in the capital soon, which would allow him to take a promotion exam. Given his performance, he muses he might even be promoted without needing to take one. In response to his confidence, Iris suddenly takes his hand, her expression determined. Let's form a party then, she declares. Ko looks at her, a gentle smile on his face, and asks if she will join him on his journey. Iris smiles back, asking if he will agree to her proposal. Of course, he replies without hesitation. She lets go, turning with a flick of her hair and a pleased expression. Yes, she confirms. It's fun being with you, after all. Their pleasant moment is cut short as Ko stops abruptly, his eyes wide with surprise. Huh? Are those monsters? He asks. Iris, however, looks over with a calm, untroubled expression and simply says, it's fine. The creatures that had appeared were not monsters at all, but flying mushrooms, harmless organisms with the divine protection of wind. They spin to fly at high speed when approached and grant a floating effect when eaten. He found the floating effect wondrous, immediately realizing he could use the mushrooms for his creation ability and deciding he should collect them. As he prepared to gather them, Iris offered to circle around and block their escape. But Ko dismissed the need for such a plan, and with a focused look, activated his Godspeed Blessing EX skill. Before she could even process his words, he vanished in a blur of motion, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Her surprise gave way to quiet admiration as she watched the path he had taken, remarking to herself that his speed was as incredible as ever. Just as quickly, he reappeared before her, announcing he had collected 56 of them. Iris, impressed, noted that it had only taken 2 seconds and admitted she couldn't see a thing. With the mushroom secured, they spent the rest of their time in the area collecting other materials. Their work concluded, they began the journey back. By the time they returned to the town of Anin, dawn was breaking. As they walked through the awakening streets, a young waitress suddenly ran up to them. Flustered and excited, she recognized Ko, declared herself a big fan, and eagerly asked if she could shake his hand. The girl's earnest plea drew the attention of others nearby. A shop manager offered the dragon killer a drink on the house, while a young boy asked to become his student. It was clear Ko's reputation was growing. He and Iris returned to the Adventurers Guild, where Milia greeted them warmly from behind the counter, thanking them for their hard work. She then realized their timing was perfect. Holding up 2 sealed envelopes, she announced that invitation letters had arrived for them from the Adventurers Guild. As Ko took the letters, Milia explained that the awards ceremony would be in a month's time. Their trip to the royal capital, she continued, would be arranged by the Scarlet Company. Iris suggested they visit the company's office the next day if they were available. The name struck a chord with him. He immediately recalled the merchant he had saved. The Scarlet Company belonged to Chrome. Iris then turned her attention back to the receptionist, asking if Milia would also be attending the award ceremony. With a cheerful smile, Milia confirmed that she would, of course, be there. She clarified, however, that due to her duties at the local branch, they would probably only see each other at the ceremony itself. She encouraged them to simply enjoy the trip, promising beautiful scenery along the way and assuring them it would be fun. Hearing this, Ko and Iris exchanged a quiet, pleasant look, both seemingly looking forward to the journey ahead. Later that night, under the light of a full moon, the thought of the upcoming journey to the royal capital filled the air with anticipation. But Ko was not in his room. He stood alone in a vast, open field, the silhouette of distant mountains stark against the starry sky. He looked out over the empty landscape, a slight smile on his face. If anyone were to ask why he was out here, the answer was simple. He wanted to test the new items he had created before turning in for the night. He presents the first of his new creations, a gleaming ring he forged from the corpse of the Black Dragon. The artifact is the Ring of the Flame Emperor Dragon, imbued with the beast's power. It grants its wearer the highest aptitude for flame magic and provides the skills Flame Emperor Successor EX, and exclusive equipment A+. The ring can only be equipped by Ko Kasaka. As he slips the ring onto his finger, the skill Flame Emperor Successor EX is instantly added to his abilities. He finally understands. It seems that in this world, one cannot use magic without first possessing a skill that corresponds to the desired magical attribute. This new skill grants him access to Flame Emperor, the highest tier of flame magic, a power he can only wield while wearing the ring of the Flame Emperor Dragon. Eager to test this newfound ability, he raises his hand and calls out the incantation for a fire arrow. A torrent of flame erupts from his palm, far more powerful than a simple arrow. The fiery projectile strikes a distant tree, instantly engulfing it in a roaring blaze. He watches the result, a satisfied thought crossing his mind. This will be useful. He inspects the aftermath more closely, noticing that the fire is perfectly contained to the tree, leaving the surrounding grass untouched. This precision sparks a new idea. Could he reverse the effect and perform an area of effect attack instead? With a new goal, he focuses his intent. He targets a patch of grass 30 meters away, declaring that he will incinerate everything within a 10-meter radius of that spot. Once more, he unleashes a fire arrow. In the distance, a massive wall of fire erupts, consuming the field in a wide, circular inferno exactly as he had envisioned. He marveled at the power in his hands. The flame was amazing, burning only what he intended it to. He realized immediately how useful this precision would be in a fight. As if on cue, a group of monsters emerged from the undergrowth. They were identified as punch rabbits, bipedal creatures whose specialty was a powerful punch. Their fur was also noted as a useful material for making underwear. With aggressive squeals, the horde of punch rabbits charged toward him. He calmly assessed the situation, deciding they would make for excellent test subjects. He thrust his hand forward, roaring for his magic to mow them down. A volley of fire arrows erupted from his palm, striking the charging creatures with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the entire horde was neutralized, collapsing to the ground as smoke rose from their bodies. Inspecting the result, he confirmed his theory. The magic had precisely struck each rabbit's heart, allowing him to kill them without damaging the valuable materials. A sudden surge of power coursed through him. He had reached level 92. With the level up came an increase to his health and magic pools, as well as a boost to his physical capabilities. He checked his status to confirm the change. His level was indeed 92, with 950 HP and a staggering 47,800 MP. He couldn't help but note how completely out of proportion his status had become. With his combat test complete, he turned his attention to another creation. Using flying mushrooms and moist mushrooms, he had crafted a flying potion. The item description promised a Wind Blessing S+ effect, granting flight for 30 minutes. Curious about the sensation of flight, he uncorked the pouch and drank its contents. He was taken aback by the flavor. It was delicious, with a taste reminiscent of a refined Japanese sake. He felt his feet lift from the ground, a sensation of weightlessness taking over. With a gasp of exhilaration, he realized he was floating. Looking up at the night sky, he decided to test the potion's limits and increase his altitude. Ascending rapidly, he soon found himself suspended in the vast, star-dusted expanse. The world below vanished, replaced by a breathtaking, celestial panorama. He was utterly captivated, thinking to himself how wonderful it was. A serene smile spread across his face, his eyes reflecting the starlight as he savored the profound peace of the moment. He spent the next several hours soaring through the air, testing different maneuvers and fully enjoying the freedom of flight until the potion's effect finally expired. It was well past midnight when he returned to his room at the Quiet Moon Pavilion. Back in his room, surrounded by the spoils of his earlier hunt, he considered his next project. His gaze fell upon the punch rabbit corpses, and an idea for a new recipe formed in his mind. He would disassemble the corpses to get their fur, and then use his creation skill to craft a set of underwear. With a flash of light, the materials were formed into a pristine white undershirt. The newly created item immediately registered its properties. An exceptionally pleasant texture ranked A+, and a powerful temperature control effect ranked S+. He picked up the garment, pressing the soft fabric to his cheek. A look of satisfaction confirmed its quality. It felt incredibly nice to the touch. Having changed into his new creation, he settled in a bed for the night, pulling the covers up with a contented expression. Outside, the stars continued their silent watch over the sleeping city. As Kusaka and Iris stand together, she remarks that despite having seen it many times, the sight before them remains wondrous. Ko readily agrees. The source of their admiration is revealed to be a group of helper slimes, who bounce with excitement and give them a warm welcome, calling out to their master San and Iris Wani-san. As the slimes look on inquisitively, Iris turns to Ko and murmurs that this is going to be very awkward. He can only agree. He then delivers the difficult news, explaining that they will be leaving Anin soon and won't be returning to the underground city for a while. The announcement is met with a collective, high-pitched cry of shock from the slimes. In the wake of their dismay, one slime speaks up with a sad expression. It wishes to accompany them, but laments that it is unable to leave the underground city. Hearing this, Ko's demeanor shifts to one of focused resolve. He presents a solution. By rewriting the main system of the underground city, it would become possible for one helper slime to accompany him to the surface. He asks if it would like him to proceed. The slime reacts with surprised silence as it begins to glow faintly. Iris, though puzzled by the technical details, gives her immediate and enthusiastic approval, telling him to do it right away. With her consent, the process intensifies. The chosen slime glows brightly, exclaiming that its body feels warm. It turns to Ko, asking what is happening to it, as the other slimes watch in awe. He explains that he is rewriting the system at that very moment, and once it is complete, the slime will be able to go outside. The creature processes this, a dawning realization that it can finally come with its master. The realization culminates in a burst of pure joy. The slime throws its body upward in celebration, cheering that it can now be an accompanied slime for its master. As their new companion prepared to join them, Iris asked Ko if he intended to give the helper slime a name. Ko paused, considering the suggestion thoughtfully. He pondered for a moment, acknowledging that naming it after its race wasn't a bad idea. Iris then offered her own suggestions, proposing Osawa or Suwa, but Ko felt they didn't quite fit. He knelt down to address the group of slimes directly, putting forth a name of his own, Serera. The chosen slime bounced into the air, its body wiggling with glee. It happily accepted its new identity, introducing itself as Serera and thanking its new master for the wonderful name. Immediately following its energetic introduction, Serera's form began to droop. It murmured that it was suddenly feeling sleepy before drifting off. Watching the small creature, Iris announced they would put Serera to bed, calling it a present for Ko. He, however, theorized that the sudden sleepiness was a result of the system rewrite he had performed, comparing it to a computer update that requires a reboot. Iris confirmed she'd heard him mention the present, and Ko admitted with a smile that he'd been thinking out loud. At that moment, the other helper slimes chimed in, excitedly announcing that they, too, had a present for their master. They explained that since he was about to embark on a journey, they had gathered some excellent items from the underground city's warehouse that they wanted him to have. The unexpected offer caught both Ko and Iris completely off guard, their eyes widening in unison. They were led to the source of the commotion, where a line of large, sturdy carriages stood ready, a far more substantial gift than either of them could have imagined. He decides to take a closer look. As he approaches, Iris, holding the still-sleeping Serera, explains that these are carriages from an ancient civilization, and each one has a unique interior. She elaborates, pointing out that one carriage is equipped with a kitchen, another contains 2 soft beds, and a third is a 2-story model. Her eyes light up with an idea, as she suggests that combining all of them could result in something truly amazing. Serera, now awake, chirps in agreement. Building on this thought, she eagerly asks him to use his creation skill to forge a new, incredible carriage from the parts. Holding what appears to be a new recipe, he agrees to see what he can do. He raises his hand, a confident look on his face, preparing to activate his ability as Iris watches with anticipation. With a single word, creation, he unleashes his power. A vast, intricate magic circle materializes on the ground, enveloping both him and Iris as pillars of light erupt around them. The light subsides, revealing the magnificent result, a grand cabin, one of the world's largest and most luxurious carriages. The 2-story vehicle is fully equipped with a living room, dining room, kitchen, and bedroom. It has also been granted powerful effects, including S+ physical defense, EX+ magical defense, an A+ wind barrier, and an EX+ golem combination ability. They gaze up at their creation, utterly stunned by its immense size. A grand cabin, they exclaim in unison, their voices filled with awe. As he processes their success, he realizes something significant has changed. With the experience gained, his creation skill has now reached rank 16, unlocking new functions that he immediately recognizes as being very convenient. He understands the upgrade perfectly. In the past, his creation skill could only draw upon materials stored within his item box. Now, however, he can use any materials he is directly touching, eliminating the need to store them first. He suggests they explore the interior of his new creation. Iris, her eyes wide with amazement, agrees, remarking that she has never in her life seen such a luxurious carriage. Stepping through the door, they are greeted by a pristine living room, complete with a plush sofa and a modern table, all gleaming as if brand new. Iris wastes no time, joyfully throwing herself onto the bed in one of the rooms. She exclaims that it's phenomenal and incredibly soft, while Serera bounces beside her in agreement. He then guides her into a dedicated dining room, furnished with a sturdy table and several chairs. Adjacent to it is a fully equipped kitchen, featuring a stove, sink, and ample counter space. The tour continues to the 2nd floor, where they discover 2 separate, well-appointed bedrooms. Their exploration reveals a luxurious bathroom, complete with a bathtub. Ko marvels that they can now live in the carriage as if it were a proper home, and Iris agrees, calling it a moving house. A practical thought then strikes Iris. She points out the carriage's immense weight and asks Ko how he intends to move it, speculating that it would require at least 10 horses. In response, he leads her back outside. A low humming sound fills the air as a massive form materializes before them. The shape resolves into the towering figure of the destroyer golem. It addresses Ko directly, stating it has been a while and awaits his command. The massive golem stands at attention. Ko addresses it directly, explaining that they are embarking on a journey with an exceptionally large carriage and asks if it can pull the vehicle, confidently telling it to leave the task to him. In response to his request, a query forms in his mind, asking if he wishes to combine the destroyer golem with the grand cabin. With a calm expression, he gives his consent. With his confirmation, he initiates the process with a single command: fusion. The golem begins to reconfigure and merge with the front of the cabin, creating the grand destroyer golem. The combination completes with a powerful thud. The new grand destroyer golem is a strengthened version, its magic core's output dramatically improved. This grants it several new effects: advanced calculation, S-rank monster detection, an S+ rank eternal engine, and S+ rank increased power. Now underway, the Grand Cabin travels at an impressive speed. From inside, Iris observes their rapid progress and remarks to Ko that they will reach their destination much faster than with a normal carriage. Their journey follows a carefully considered schedule, planned after a discussion with the Scarlet Company. They intend to travel slowly toward Fort Port, taking 9 days in total to allow for sightseeing in the cities of Tu and Surrey along the way. In the 5 days before their departure, Ko had made sure to visit and greet everyone who had helped him during his time in the city, including a warm farewell to Anand. He also used that time to diligently prepare for the long trip, replenishing his stock of ingredients and supplies, while also tidying up both his house and the inn. All of these preparations were completed within 3 days. Then, as night fell over the city, a message was delivered to him. A letter had arrived for Ko Kusaka. The letter is from Larich. He writes to inform Ko that the lord of the territory, Count Millard, is currently staying in the northeastern city of Surrey to recuperate from an ailment. Expressing his concern, Larich states his own intention to travel there to visit him. He continues his conversation, expressing his own curiosity about the local lord's inaction during the stampede when the Black Dragon appeared. Larich explains that he felt the same way and had gone to visit the man. Given that the lord takes his duties seriously, Larich had grown worried that something might have happened to him. Changing the subject with a cheerful wave, Larich then congratulates Ko, having heard that he is set to receive an award in the royal capital. He announces his own plans to attend the ceremony, promising to see Ko there. Later, under a starry sky, he mulls over the conversation, realizing that since Larich is in Sur, he might be able to meet him there during his travels. The next day, while walking through a bustling city market, he decides he could use a tourist guide and some books for the road. His search leads him inside a nearby building, where he spots a familiar face from the Adventurers Guild, Milia, carefully carrying a large stack of books. Suddenly, her foot snags, and with a small cry, she stumbles forward, the precarious tower of books beginning to topple from her arms. Her eyes widen in alarm as she loses her balance completely, watching the books scatter into the air. Before they can hit the floor, Ko moves in an instant, catching the entire stack. He looks down at the stunned receptionist and asks if she is all right. Milia, recognizing him, can only stammer his name and outside a large residence. Milia stands before Ko Kusaka, thanking him for carrying a stack of books all the way to her home. With her hands clasped earnestly, she insists that he let her return the favor with something. He smiles warmly, telling her not to worry about it, as he was simply returning the favor for all the time she has taken care of him. He adds with a chuckle that he never expected her to be such a bookworm. She persists, explaining that she would feel bad if she didn't give him anything in return. Seeing her determination, Ko mentions that he will be going to the award ceremony and suggests she can simply consider it as owing him one. He elaborates on the idea, proposing that she can repay him when they meet again in the capital. He suggests she could recommend some good restaurants or take him to interesting tourist spots, leaving the choice entirely up to her. Her expression brightens instantly. With a wink and a thumbs up, Milia enthusiastically agrees, declaring that she will think of a way to return the favor with all her might. She playfully warns him that he'll regret giving her time to prepare and that he should look forward to their next meeting. Her energy makes him smile, though a single bead of sweat forms on his cheek. He thinks to himself that things are certainly going to be interesting in the capital. Sometime later, on the day of departure, a crowd of grateful citizens from Anand gathers to see their heroes off. They shout words of thanks and encouragement, wishing the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Folk a safe journey. Amidst the farewells, a beautiful bouquet of white roses is presented, a voice calling out to both Ko and Iris. The flowers are for Milia, who steps forward to hand them to Ko and Iris. With a bright smile, she wishes them a good journey, and Ko accepts the gift with a simple word of thanks. With their goodbyes said, the two settle into their transport for the journey ahead. Iris turns to her companion, a slight smile on her face, and asks, "Master, are you ready to go?" He shouted with bright-eyed enthusiasm, eager to set off on the next leg of their adventure. With that, their departure from the city of Anand was official. The large, golem-pulled vehicle began its journey, leaving the city walls behind. Along the road, they rendezvoused with another traveling companion, Sarera, the helper slime. The slime happily sported a new hat, a gift from Iris. Ko observed that the accessory not only made Sarera look happy, but would also help distinguish it from any wild slimes they might encounter. Bouncing with excitement, Sarera greeted the massive golem, cheerfully introducing itself before asking the construct for its name. The golem's optical sensors merely glowed in response, prompting Iris to point out to Ko that they had never actually given it a name. She playfully suggested Tom Tom, an idea Ko seemed to find unappealing. After a moment's thought, he snapped his finger with a flash of inspiration, proposing the name Dest. And so, the Destroyer Golem was officially named. With the decision made, the party continued their journey toward the capital, traveling in the comfort of their carriage. Their destination for the day was the city of Tu, a stop along the route renowned for its high-quality beef. The The prospect of a good meal brought a smile to Ko's face as he relaxed with a book. He reflected on how long it had been since he could read so peacefully. Learning that to had a meat street lined with restaurants, he found himself eagerly anticipating their arrival and dinner. He reflected on his past life, where becoming a full-fledged member of society meant being busy with work every day. This leisurely journey felt almost like a dream in comparison. Iris, seated beside him, noticed the book in his hands, remarking that it looked interesting and offering to try reading it for him. His quiet reflection was interrupted as he blinked awake, realizing he had dozed off. Iris's excited voice called out to her, Master San, announcing that they were about to arrive. Looking ahead, he saw the formidable walls of the city of Tu stretching across the horizon. As their golem-drawn transport rumbled to a stop before the city's massive gate, Iris peered out at the large crowd of armored figures gathered there. She wondered aloud if it was a welcoming party, though she noted the atmosphere felt far too turbulent for a simple celebration. Stepping down from the transport, Ko was immediately approached by a city guard. The soldier, recognizing him, asked if he was indeed the dragon slayer, Ko Kusaka. Ko confirmed his identity, his expression questioning the reason for the commotion. Before the guard could explain further, an older man pushed through the crowd, his face etched with desperation. He fell to his knees before Ko, crying out that he had been waiting for him and begging him to save their city. He and Iris exchanged a concerned glance, the man's desperate plea confirming their suspicions. It was clear that some kind of trouble was brewing in too. Moments later, they were escorted to an office inside the city. The man who had pleaded with them apologized for interrupting their journey and introduced himself as Popolo, the branch master of Tu's Adventurers Guild. He listened patiently before getting straight to the point, asking Popolo to explain the situation. The guild master, looking weary, agreed to do so. The guild master's expression grew grim as he began his report. He explained that the crisis had begun only about an hour ago. He revealed that a dangerous S+ rank monster, a devil treant, had suddenly appeared in the northwestern Second Plains, posing an imminent threat to the city. The monstrous devil treant's power is immense. Tu's guild master, Popolo, explains with a grave expression that its advanced regeneration makes it incredibly difficult to subjugate. He warns that once it begins its rampage, it can destroy the entire city in less than half a day. For now, he has managed to ask a traveling priest to stall the creature, but it is only a temporary measure. He continues, elaborating that the monster's sudden appearance threw the city into chaos, leaving no time to organize a proper subjugation force, or even evacuate the panicked residents who now crowd the streets alongside the city guard. With no other options, Popolo turns his desperate attention to Ko. He acknowledges Ko's formidable reputation, specifically mentioning his victory over the Black Dragon, and formally pleads with him to use that same power to defeat the Devil Treant. He agrees to help, bringing a wave of visible relief to the guildmaster. However, Ko calmly adds that there is one detail about his past achievement that needs correction. He clarifies that he did not defeat the Black Dragon alone. Iris fought alongside him. Iris seems surprised by the acknowledgement, but Serera happily confirms it, adding that Iris protected Ko from the dragon's flames with the Dragon God Shield. Understanding now that their strength lies in their partnership, Popolo's plea becomes even more earnest. He begs both Ko and Iris to save Tu, declaring that they're the city's only hope. Having accepted the quest, the party wastes no time. Their large transport vehicle, with the golem desk integrated into its front, speeds across the plains towards the battle, with Ko keeping watch from the roof. As they travel, Serera and Iris join him atop the vehicle. When Serera asks why they are outside, Iris explains with a confident smile that since they are heading into a fight, it is better to get a clear view of the situation with their own eyes. She then turns to Ko, getting his attention. With a small smile, she thanks him for what he said to the guildmaster earlier. He responds warmly, explaining that it was only right to tell him they fought together. After all, he tells her she is his precious friend. He remains silent, his expression thoughtful, prompting Iris to ask if something was the matter. He replied that it was nothing, and with a confident smile, she presented her large Dragon God shield, telling him to leave the defense entirely to her. As they continued their rapid approach, Serera, perched atop Ko's head, suddenly spotted their destination in the distance and urgently called out to them to look. Following its gaze, they saw it, a single, ominous tree silhouetted against the horizon, radiating an aura of immense power and dread. Ko's eyes widened in recognition and alarm. So that is, he murmured, finally comprehending the scale of the threat before them. The creature was the Devil Treant, a giant, tree-shaped monster known for its extreme violence and love of destruction. Its high level of regeneration made it a notoriously difficult opponent to defeat, promising a long battle. Currently, it was bound by thick, glowing chains. Iris stared intently at the massive, shining restraints. She identified them as Celestial Chain, an advanced holy magic spell specifically designed to restrain a powerful opponent. He immediately realized who must be responsible. Given that few magicians could restrain a Devil Treant, the caster had to be the highly skilled priest that the branch master, Popolo, had mentioned. Just then, Serera cried out a warning from his perch. The holy chains, strained to their limit, began to crack and shatter under the monster's immense strength. With a final, violent surge, the devil treant broke free. Iris yelled for Ko to look as the creature roared, its arms now completely unbound. The true scale of the scene became terrifyingly clear. The colossal monster now loomed over a single, tiny, robed figure standing alone on the barren plain, the priest who had been holding it back. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the devil treant shatters the last of the holy chains binding it, its wooden limbs cracking with newfound freedom. As the creature breaks free, the lone priest collapses, the light of their magic fading completely. From their approaching vehicle, Iris watches in alarm, realizing the caster must have exhausted their magical power. Her expression tightens with worry. Beside her, Ko grips the controls and urgently commands their golem, Dest, to retrieve the priest. With a confirmation to accelerate, the vehicle lurches forward, kicking up dust as it speeds towards the scene. Not waiting for the vehicle to stop, he throws himself from the driver's seat, tumbling across the ground to reach the fallen figure just as the devil treant raises a monstrous hand to crush them. He reaches the priest in an instant, gathering the small, robed figure into his arms. Looking down at them, he offers a quiet reassurance that everything is all right now. Holding her close, the hood falls away, revealing the face of a young girl. A grim realization dawns on Ko. The powerful priest who had held back the monster alone is still just a monstrous devil treant looms, its wooden form twisted into a menacing visage as it prepares to strike. In response to the threat, Iris lets out a strained cry, pouring her energy into a defensive measure. Her power manifests as a brilliant flash, striking a newly formed hexagonal barrier with immense force. The completed spell, the Dragon God Barrier EX, shimmers into existence, completely shielding the golem vehicle from the devil treant's attack. The creature lets out a guttural roar of frustration, its sharp claws scraping uselessly against the impenetrable magical shield. Having spent all her strength, Iris collapses, only to be caught by Ko Kusaka, who praises her excellent work. He accepts the Helper Slime's offer to take care of Iris, who announces its intent to swell up to provide a cushion. Carrying her, Ko acknowledges that while he has many questions about what just happened, they must wait. He orders for her to be taken to a bed as the Helper Slime expands nearby. After some time, he returns to find Iris awake and holding a large shield bearing a dragon's crest. She welcomes him back, and he asks how she is feeling. She smiles, confirming she feels better than she did after fighting the Black Dragon, but admits she still needs to rest. She holds the shield firmly, ready. With a monstrous devil treant looming, Ko shouts orders to the golem, Dest, commanding it to get them away as fast as possible. Dest acknowledges the command, already piloting the cart to safety. The golem accelerates, putting significant distance between the cart and the menacing creature, which remains rooted in place for the moment. Once they've reached what he deems a safe distance, Ko, now clad in unfamiliar, ornate armor, turns to a concerned Iris and reassures her that they should be safe here. But his actions suggest the retreat was only temporary. He rises to his feet, drawing a magnificent, glowing greatsword from his back. A confident smirk replaces his serious look as he announces his intention to leave a parting gift for the creature. He crouches low, channeling a tremendous amount of energy into his weapon. With a powerful cry, he unleashes the attack, the God of War slash, sending a wave of pure force slicing through the air. The energy projectile travels with incredible speed, closing the distance to the devil treant in an instant. It strikes the creature's trunk with devastating impact, sending splinters flying. The monster lets out a guttural roar of pain, its body lurching back from the unexpected assault. The God of War slash has done its work, cleanly severing one of the treant's massive root-like legs. The enormous creature teeters, its balance shattered. The monstrous tree, however, did not fall. To Ko's disbelief, its severed leg regenerated in an instant. Beside him, Iris remarked on its incredible regenerative ability. Its form fully restored, the devil treant quivered with renewed fury. As it let out a guttural roar, Iris cried out a warning for Ko to be careful. Its branches were coming for them. A volley of sharpened wooden spikes shot through the air, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He remained unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he raised a hand, a ring on his finger beginning to glow. He then issued a clear command, declaring that all the branches were the targets and that none should be allowed to get close. With his arm extended, he unleashed a torrent of magic, casting the spell Fire Arrow. A multitude of flaming projectiles materialized from the initial blast, each one seeking a target. The fiery bolts arced high into the air, creating a dazzling display as they rained down from above. Watching the spectacle unfold, Iris was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself how beautiful the sight was. Her awe at the fiery spectacle quickly turned to curiosity. Ko, for his part, simply turned his head with a faint, knowing smile. He faced her, his smile widening as she finally asked when he had learned to use magic. He answered cheerfully that it was just recently. She pointed out that his ability to use fire magic would make things much easier, then noticed his confused expression and asked what was the matter. She explained that there are two primary ways to defeat a devil treant. The first is a prolonged battle of brute force, attacking relentlessly until its regenerative ability reaches its limit. He considered this, asking about the other method. He mused aloud if it meant he could just keep running around and attacking from a distance with his God of Wars/S+. Iris confirmed that this was indeed the first method, but noted it would take a very long time. She then described the second, much faster method, a short battle using fire magic. If its head is burned off completely, the Devil Treant will die before it has a chance to regenerate. He agreed that the second way sounded preferable. Iris added a word of caution, however, stating that the longer the fight goes on, the more likely an unforeseen event will occur. The sooner it's settled, the better. He looked towards the towering monster, asking a critical question. Which part of the creature actually counted as its head? Was it just the face on the upper part of the trunk? Iris confirmed that he just needed to imagine burning all of that. He understood the plan, but pointed out a significant obstacle. The Devil Treant was simply too large, and he would need to get closer to execute the strategy. As he spoke, Iris suddenly cried out in surprise. He held up a small potion, explaining that he had created it from the flying mushrooms they had collected earlier. It was a flying potion, and by drinking it, he would be able to fly. He confirmed Iris's assessment of his plan, to fly up with the potion and attack the Devil Treant from the air. Noting that she always finds him full of surprises, he prepared to depart. Before he could move, however, a single, sharp command cut through the air. Wait. It was Iris. She grabbed his arm with determination, insisting that she wanted to go with him. She quickly explained her reasoning, arguing that things would be much easier if they worked together. She would focus on defending, allowing him to concentrate solely on attacking. Seeing the logic in her plan, he agreed, telling her to hold on tightly. As he uncorked the potion, he paused to ask if her Wing Blessing S+ skill should be included within the potion's area of effect, a detail that could prove crucial. The potion took effect instantly, lifting them both into the air. Iris let out a cry of surprise as they began to float upwards, her shield already raised and ready. He glanced at his companion with a reassuring smile, stating that he was fine because she was there with him. Her own confident smile showed the feeling was mutual. Her trust bolstered his resolve. Feeling he must respond in kind, he shouted down to his golem, ordering Des to get the carriage to safety. Below them, the golem acknowledged the command with a thumbs up, wishing his master good luck as he began to move away. With their support safe, the pair flew steadily towards the Devil Treant. Ko calculated their approach, realizing he needed to get a bit closer for his fire arrow spell to be within effective range. As he closed the distance, the Devil Treant's head snapped towards them, its jagged mouth agape, and its eyes burning with sudden, hostile awareness. He watched in disbelief as the creature lunged forward. He realized with a jolt that it must have somehow sensed his killing intent. In response, Iris positioned herself in front of him, defiantly declaring that she would not let it pass. The monster's massive limb crashed against her shimmering hexagonal barrier with tremendous force, the impact echoing through the air. With the barrier holding firm, she yelled for Ko to seize the opportunity. His expression hardened in agreement as he prepared his attack. He focused his resolve, knowing the target was the Devil Treant's head. He decided to pour all of his magic power into a single decisive strike. A complex magical sigil materialized before him, crackling with concentrated energy. As Iris announced she was lifting the barrier, Ko unleashed his power, roaring for his fire arrow to fly. A massive bolt of dark flame erupted from the sigil, hurtling towards the Devil Treant's head. The question hung in the air. Would this full-strength attack be enough to burn the creature? A tremendous roar of power erupts as a massive beam of energy surges forward, obliterating everything in its path. Caught in the violent shockwave, Ko Kusaka braces himself, shielding Iris from the blast as she lets out a startled cry. The attack finds its mark, striking the Devil Treant with overwhelming force in a blinding flash of light. As the dust begins to settle, he looks on with a calm, satisfied expression, while Iris stares, still processing the sheer power of the display. The monster has been completely annihilated, leaving only a smoldering, shattered stump from which smoke gently rises. The subjugation is complete. Later, in the quiet of a room, the young woman they rescued sleeps soundly, a distinctive crest visible on the shoulder of her attire. Ko and Iris watch over her. Iris places a hand to her chest, sighing with relief that the woman is uninjured. His gaze, however, fixes upon the emblem on her shoulder, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Iris identifies it immediately, explaining that it is the symbol of the god of war. She concludes that the sleeping woman must be a warden, a priest of that religion. A sudden thought strikes her. She points out that the sword depicted in the crest looks exactly like Ko's own sword. He looks at the symbol and agrees, realizing she is right. He is jolted from his thoughts as Iris announces their arrival at the north gate. As they approach, a city guard steps forward, formally identifying him as the dragon killer, Ko Kusaka. The guard thanks him for his service and tells him to get some rest. Beyond the gate, a massive crowd of adventurers has gathered. Standing at the front, the instructor Geisen wonders aloud about the reason for the large assembly. He turns and explains to Ko that the adventurers had formed a volunteer force, something of a death squad, intending to act as decoys against the Devil Treant. Seeing that Ko has already defeated the monster, Gai-san apologizes for their inability to provide support. The crowd erupts in a massive cheer, hailing him as a great benefactor of two. To his surprise, they hoist him onto their shoulders, declaring they will carry him to the Adventurers Guild themselves. Following the impromptu parade, he is ushered into an office to report his achievement to the guild's branch master, Popolo. The master bows deeply, thanking him profusely and stating that if he had not come, the city of Tu would have been destroyed. He humbly insists that he could not have accomplished it by himself, giving credit to his friends. He explains that without them, the priestess might not have survived, and the city itself could have been damaged. Popolo listens, impressed by the young man's character. He reflects that Ko is a humble man who, despite possessing great power, is not conceited and recognizes the people around him. The guild master believes this is the mark of a true hero. Later, the scene shifts to a lively part of the city known as Meat Street, focusing on the entrance to the Round Cat restaurant. A celebratory meal is laid out. To beefsteak with herb breadcrumbs, serve alongside fresh bread and homemade wine. At a celebratory dinner, Ko Kusaka admits to his companions that he truly thought they were doomed when the devil Tran appeared. Across the table, Iris enthusiastically praises the meal, exclaiming how juicy the food is and how good the wine tastes. His companions share in the relief. The guild master, Popolo, lets out a hearty laugh, agreeing that they can finally say that now. Gai-sen adds that they were fortunate the dragon killer was in Tu, while Iris smiles, simply glad that the city is safe. He listens to their praise while sipping his wine. He finds it a bit embarrassing to be the center of attention, but he has to admit it doesn't feel bad. A sense of genuine accomplishment washes over him. After the satisfying dinner, they retire for the night to an inn called the Moon Viewing Pavilion. Ko relaxes in a warm bath with Sarera, already making plans to go sightseeing around to the next day. The next morning arrives, and Sarera sleeps soundly, tucked into the bed. Ko, however, is already awake and dressed, having risen a bit too early. With time to spare before his appointed meeting with Iris, he decides to use his creation ability on the materials from the Devil Trant they defeated. He focuses his power, using Dismantle on the monster's remains. The parts break down into thousands of branches, stems, and roots. He notes that while no new recipe came to mind, he can use these dismantled components for material alchemy. With this new path clear, he transmutes 50 of the Devil Trant branches. In his hand, a new object forms, an Yggdrasil branch. It is described as a branch from the divine tree that supports the world, imbued with sacred power. He holds the newly formed branch, observing its divine radiance. The name Yggdrasil is familiar to him from the mythology of his old world, a common element in stories and games. He cannot yet conceive of a creation recipe for it, but files the idea away for later. His contemplation is broken by a soft stirring from a bed. He glances over to see Sarera shifting in its sleep. He is woken by his helper slime's cheerful morning greeting. As the slime announces it will get ready right away, he finds himself quietly wondering what that process could possibly entail for such a creature. His curiosity leads him to the washroom, where he watches the small slime position itself before the sink and mirror. Before its reflection, the slime strikes a pose, flexing its gelatinous form as if they were muscles. It proudly declares itself to be perfectly round today, much to his quiet amusement. Later, after meeting up with Iris, they make their way to the southern part of Tu. Unlike the common districts of the north, this area opens up into a wide, tranquil pasture dotted with farm animals. As they stroll along a fenced path, the helper slime bounces with uncontained excitement, joyfully pointing out the sheep and cows grazing nearby. Iris explains that the city's name, Tu, means two-faced in an old language. Ko agrees that it's a perfect name, remarking on the stark contrast between the northern and southern parts of the city, which feel like entirely different worlds. As part of their sightseeing, they try their hand at shearing a sheep. Ko struggles with the task, finding it far more difficult than he anticipated. Afterwards, they sample some of the ranch's cheese, which Ko finds delicious. As they continue their walk, people begin to recognize him as the Dragon Killer, approaching to offer their heartfelt thanks for protecting the city. This outpouring of gratitude quickly evolves into an impromptu banquet. The ranchers gather around, eagerly offering him homemade cheese, fresh milk, and wine in celebration. As the day winds down, he and Iris find a moment of peace. She comments on how grateful the people were. He admits that he didn't expect such a welcome, but that he can understand the depth of the rancher's feelings. He looked out over the vast, pastoral landscape of the Tu Ranch, a region that had developed to its current size over a long passage of time. The sight prompted a quiet reflection. He realized that he hadn't only protected the city, but also the progress that it had accumulated over the years. His thoughts were interrupted when Iris explained what had happened after he left. She recounted going to the guild to check on the priestess, only to find she had already departed on other matters, leaving behind a letter for him. He took the sealed envelope from her. Iris read the opening lines aloud, a message addressed to Ko Kusaka, thanking him for saving her. The letter detailed the circumstances. The writer was a traveling priestess who happened to be visiting Tu. Upon learning of the Devil Trent's appearance, she volunteered to stop it, and Ko had saved her just as her magic power reached its limit. She promised to express her gratitude in person in the near future, signing her name as Lily Luna Lunaria. The name lingered in his mind as he considered her words. Setting the letter aside, he suggested they have dinner. Iris, holding Serera, admitted she wasn't hungry but could manage a light meal. Ko mused that since they were also on a journey, it would be a remarkable coincidence if they met the priestess again soon. Their search for food led them to a local specialty, the meat sandwich, a unique dish from a two-beef shop consisting of a hamburger steak sandwich between two beef steaks. At the counter, Iris was perplexed, asking where the bread was. Ko, however, was intrigued by the concept of a sandwich made entirely of meat and eagerly stated he'd like to try some. The dish was excellent. Seated at an outdoor table, Iris marveled that she could eat it even with a full stomach, while Ko commented on how juicy the meat was. He discussed their next destination with Iris, confirming they would head to Surrey tomorrow. Iris noted that the town is famous for its hot springs, a fact that delighted him. He mused that hot springs are the very heart and soul of the Japanese people. With a contented smile, he admitted he was very much looking forward to getting in one. That night, they agreed to depart at 6 in the morning to get an early start, deciding it was best to sleep early. The next day, as their large vehicle crossed the bridge out of the city, a large crowd of townspeople had gathered to see them off. The grateful citizens, including Anand and the shop manager, waved and shouted their thanks for protecting the city, wishing them a safe journey. Ko reflected on how nice it felt to receive such a warm farewell. Aboard the moving vehicle, he sat awake while Iris and Serera were still fast asleep. Knowing it would be a while before they reached Surrey, he wondered what to do with his time as Serera let out a small squeak. He decided to get some fresh air, asking Dest if he could stay up front with him. The golem acknowledged his request. Looking out, Ko commented on the beautiful weather. He sat perched on the front of the vehicle, reading a book, when his attention was suddenly caught by something on the road ahead. His gaze fell upon a lone figure sitting on a tree stump by the roadside. It was a young girl with short, light hair, wearing a distinctive cloak. He recognized her instantly. Recognizing her, he immediately called out to his companion, ordering Dest to stop for a moment. The golem complied as the girl, Lily, began to approach their now stationary vehicle. The robed figure addresses him directly, her voice steady as she asks if he is indeed Ko Kusaka. He confirms her suspicion. He questions what she is doing here, asking if she had been waiting for him. Introducing herself as Lily Luna Lunaria, she explains that she wished to thank him for saving her from the devil Trant in another dangerous situation. She elaborates, revealing that she possesses a skill called foresight. A dream had informed her that his carriage would pass by this very spot at this precise time. He processes her words, confirming that she simply followed the instructions from her dream. Internally, he notes her well-mannered and direct personality, concluding that it would feel rude to dismiss the premonitions she trusts so deeply. Her line of questioning then shifts, asking if he is from the Adventurers Guild, a query that catches him completely off guard. He hesitates, unsure how to answer. The matter of his transmigrator skill is complicated to explain. Lily continues, stating that in her dream, she was instructed to ask him a specific question. With a focused gaze, she poses the question directly. Does he possess the transmigrator skill? Before he can answer, she reveals more about herself, stating that she also possesses a skill called God of War Shrine Maiden. She explains that if he truly is a transmigrator, then she has a message to deliver and an item to give him, a mission she must. As Ko Kusaka listened, the phrase God of War Shrine Maiden echoed in his mind. Immediately, his thoughts turned to Iris. He recalled that she possessed a skill called Dragon God Shrine Maiden and had been on a mission to deliver the Dragon God's red jade to him, the transmigrator. Sitting across from both Iris and the traveling priest, Lily, he wondered if Lily might have a similar kind of mission. As if reading his mind, Lily began to explain. The God of War Shrine Maiden is a skill that dwells within a human only once every few hundred years. As an effect of possessing it, she explained, she could bring out the power of items that bear the name of the God of War. The helper slime, Serera, suddenly perked up, noting that this sounded just like the Dragon God's Shrine Maiden. It excitedly recalled something an ancient scholar once said. If someone with the Dragon God skill were to join up with the God of War Shrine Maiden, something amazing would happen. Iris confirmed that she was aware of this. Ko questioned what something amazing meant, but Serera apologized, admitting it didn't know any further details. Lily continued her explanation, revealing that the God of War Shrine Maiden has two missions. The first, she stated, was to give a specific bow to the transmigrator. In an instant, a large, ornate bow materialized in her hands, startling Ko. He stared, dumbfounded, asking where she had hidden such a large object. Lily explained that her priest's robe also functions as a kind of magic tool. Serera, impressed, exclaimed that Lily was amazing. Acknowledging his observation, she explained further. The emblem of the God of War, the Warden, is a drawing of three sacred weapons that bear the deity's power: the magic sword Graham, the Yggdrasil bow, and the unmarked holy spear. She then presented the weapon to Ko, confirming that what she had just given him was one of those three sacred weapons, the Yggdrasil bow. He examined the weapon, a sealed, calamity-slaying bow. The Yggdrasil bow, also known as the bow of the Calamity Slayer, was the natural enemy of all calamities, but its power was currently sealed, usable only by a transmigrator. He found the entire situation tantalizing, wondering if there would ever be a time when the seal was lifted. Lily, however, interrupted his thoughts with a start. She questioned if it was truly safe to bring out such an object, explaining that the Yggdrasil bow was supposed to be enshrined in the great temple of the Holy Land, only to be seen at a grand ceremony once every 50 years. Seated together, she expressed her relief, stating that delivering the bow to Ko-san completed one of her missions. Hearing this, Ko asked if she had another mission to fulfill. She confirmed that her second mission was to find a magic sword, Graham. With a hopeful look, she turned to Ko and asked if he had any idea where it might be. In response, he confidently announced that if it was Graham she was looking for, he had it right there. With a swift motion, he drew the massive, ornate blade, presenting it before stunned Lily. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief, her mouth falling open as she stared, completely speechless at the impossible revelation. Later, while relaxing in a bath with Iris, Lily could still feel a tremendous amount of divine energy radiating from the dragon-slaying magic sword resting nearby. She marveled that Graham, the object of her quest, had been in Ko's possession all along. Ko inquired where Iris had found Graham, and she replied that it was in an underground city near Onin. Lily added that the vision sheet had only showed her up to the point of delivering the bow. With the sword now in his hands, Ko asked if he could keep it. With a gentle smile, Lily gave her consent. She explained that Graham was also one of the sacred weapons, and that its handling had been left to her discretion. Following this, Iris turned to Lily with a serious question, asking if she possessed the foresight skill. Lily confirmed that she did, and that it had helped her many times since she was a child. Iris listened intently, her expression growing thoughtful. She thanked Lily for the information, her expression softening as she observed that the priest was just like someone she once knew. As she spoke, Ko realized Iris must be referring to her twin sister, Felice. He recalled that Felice possessed both the dragon god Shrine Maiden and foresight skills. While Ko processed this, the small slime, Sorera, bounced over to Lily, asking what she planned to do now. She explained that her mission, upon its completion, was to protect the transmigrator. With that, she formally asked if she could accompany them on their journey. Her request was met with immediate and universal acceptance. Ko stated he didn't mind, Iris offered her best regards, and Sorera cheered, overjoyed to welcome Lily. Hearing their warm welcome, a gentle, relieved smile spread across Lily's face. She bowed her head slightly, thanking them sincerely. Ko beamed in return, officially welcoming her to the group. A moment later, Iris turned to Ko with a thoughtful expression, getting his attention. He then addressed the group, suggesting they all have lunch. This simple sentence was the catalyst that set everyone to the task of cooking. Ko noted the large amount of souvenirs they had acquired the day before, proposing they prepare a meal with the fresh ingredients. As he prepared to cook, his companions eagerly offered their support. Iris announced she would help, while Lily, clenching her fists with determination, declared she would do her best as well. Even Sorera bounced in agreement. He smiled, holding up a set of aprons for everyone. He then announced the menu for the evening: beef stew with tomato sauce, a cheese omelet, and banana yogurt, noting that the selection had been suggested by his full assist skill. With preparations underway, Iris began chopping vegetables, admitting that while she wasn't as skilled as Ko, she could handle a simple dish. Nearby, Sorera expertly stirred a pot, living up to its reputation as a helper slime. In stark contrast, Lily stood frozen, her eyes wide with a look of pure, unadulterated panic. Her distress did not go unnoticed. Ko turned to her, gently observing that this must be her first time cooking, and offered to do it with her. Lily looked up, meekly asking him to guide her. He instructed her to start by cracking some eggs. Holding one in each hand, she steeled her resolve, declaring loudly that she would do her best. She stared down at the eggs, her entire body trembling with intense concentration as she prepared to execute the simple task. Sensing her struggle, Ko offered a word of encouragement, telling her it wasn't difficult and to just relax. With renewed determination, Lily announced that she would crack it. With a sharp crunch, she applied far too much force, completely crushing the egg in her hand. The raw contents splattered as she stared in shock at the mess. Ko watched with a gentle smile, realizing that her powerful cooking skills were useless without any actual experience. As Lily apologized, flustered, he simply repeated his earlier offer. They would do it together. He gently guides Lily's hand, demonstrating the right amount of force needed to tap an egg against the countertop. Following his instruction, she tries it herself and succeeds, the egg cracking perfectly into the bowl. Lily's eyes widen in amazement as she exclaims that she did it, praising Ko for being a good teacher. He smiles, encouraging her to try the next one on her own. The lesson soon turns into a lively group activity. As they all cook together, Iris remarks how fun it is, and Ko, while tending to a pan, agrees that it's a nice change of pace. With practiced ease, he flips an omelet high into the air, impressing both Iris and Lily as they continue preparing the rest of the meal. Soon, a full, sparkling breakfast is laid out on the table, complete and ready to be eaten. As the party sits down to eat, Iris takes a bite and her face lights up with delight. She declares that Ko's cooking is, as always, superb. Lily, equally impressed, exclaims that it's the most delicious food she has ever tasted and suggests that if Ko opened a restaurant, it would be incredibly popular. He smiles, explaining that he once helped at a restaurant in Annan where everyone loved his cooking, saying it had a special taste. She closes her eyes, a contented smile on her face, and reflects on the simple joys of the morning, cracking eggs and flipping omelets. She realizes that cooking was truly fun. Her happy reverie is interrupted when Ko notices her empty plate and asks if she would like seconds. Lily hesitates for a moment, then quietly insists that she is fine. He looks at her with a gentle, knowing expression, telling her that as a child in a growing phase, she needs to eat a lot more and shouldn't hold back. With a bright, tearful smile, Lily holds her empty bowl and apologizes, before shyly asking for another serving. After the satisfying meal, the three of them, Ko, Lily, and Iris, clean the utensils together in the kitchen, sharing a moment of cheerful domesticity. Later, while relaxing, Lily apologizes for her ignorance of worldly matters. She explains that back in the Holy Land, she prioritized her missions as the god of war's shrine maiden, so she never had the chance to do things like cook or clean for herself. He smiles warmly, telling her there is no need to apologize. He observes that she's simply a very earnest person, a comment which seems to take her by surprise. Her surprise gives way to quiet contemplation. Lily reveals that her parents apparently died in an epidemic when she was too young to remember. She was taken in by the god of war religion and is simply glad that she can finally repay the kindness everyone showed her. Iris gently tells Lily that she is still young and needs to enjoy life more. Ko agrees, adding that he hopes she can experience many new things from now on and that he will help her. Their encouragement brings a soft, genuine smile to her face. She closes her eyes for a moment and quietly agrees that they might be right. The tender moment is interrupted by Surera, who bounces excitedly and suggests that they should all play together. Before anyone can respond, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the entire residence. The group cries out in alarm as they are thrown from their seats by the powerful jolt. Outside, the massive golem desk brings a large transport vehicle to a screeching halt. Its internal systems announce that an earthquake has occurred, prompting an emergency stop. Inside the transport vehicle, the violent tremor sends Surera flying through the air. Ko reacts instantly, catching the small slime in his gloved hands. As Surera calls out his name in alarm, he asks with concern if it's okay. He then looks around the cabin, checking on his other companions. Seeing them upright, he expresses his relief that the earthquake struck while they were traveling through the middle of an open plain. Across from him, Lily claps her hands together, remarking that it was a brilliant catch. Iris, rubbing the side of her head with a slight wince, confirms that she's all right, more or less. Her relief quickly gives way to concern. She notes that it was quite a large earthquake and voices her hope that the bridge they are approaching is still okay. Her words catch Ko's attention, prompting him to ask if there is a bridge ahead. Iris confirms there is, explaining that it's called the Tsar Bridge and that it was built long ago, giving it a very old appearance. She continues, explaining the consequences of any potential damage. If something happened to the bridge, they would have to take a significant detour to the south, delaying their arrival in the town of Suriyur by a couple of days. The thought of a delay weighs on Ko. Their plan was to spend 3 nights and 4 days in Suriyur, relaxing in the hot springs. He can only hope that the bridge is fine, but his hope is quickly dashed, a perfect illustration of the world's unforgiving nature. The more one wishes to avoid incidents, the more likely they are to occur. Outside the now-stopped vehicle, Des turns to address his master. He delivers the grim news. The bridge is broken. The entire party stands at the edge of a chasm, gazing at the splintered, impassable remains of the Zard Bridge. Their journey is halted, and to make matters worse, their finances are running perilously. An emergency situation has halted all travel. A group of adventurers and merchants, including Ko Kusaka and his companions, find their path blocked by a collapsed bridge spanning a wide, rushing river. He stands with Iris and the dark-haired adventurer, a strained smile on his face as he observes the wreckage. He admits aloud that crossing this will be difficult. Gazing at the turbulent water, the dark-haired adventurer points out that the river's current is far too swift, making any attempt to swim across impossible. Iris then suggests the possibility of using a flying potion. Ko glances back at the crowd of stranded travelers, his expression troubled. He acknowledges that he had considered that option, but there is a complication. The complication is the other people. If his party flies across, the rest will be left behind. As the crowd murmurs in distress, Surera suddenly pipes up from Iris's arms, excitedly telling Ko it has a good idea. The slime suggests using his creation skill to repair the bridge. Ko realizes that since his skill ranked up, he can now use it simply by touching the target objects. The only uncertainty is if a recipe will come to mind. Deciding it's worth a try, he approaches the broken edge with determination. He kneels down, places both hands on the ruined foundation, and invokes his power. A surge of energy emanates from him as he activates creation. The sudden flash of light and power causes the entire crowd, including a stunned Iris and the dark-haired adventurer, to gasp in collective awe. In an instant, a magnificent new wooden bridge materializes, perfectly spanning the river. It stands complete and sturdy, gleaming as if brand new. Ko turns back to his companions with a proud smile. He explains that he created a new Zard bridge by combining the collapsed one with the 800 Devil Treant trunks he had in storage, boasting that this new version is even better than the original. He had not just built a bridge, but a marvel of magical engineering. The new Zard bridge, crafted from Devil Treant trunks, was imbued with S+ rank durability and S rank automatic regeneration, making it impervious to aging. Furthermore, its A+ automatic interception function meant it would act as a safe zone, automatically attacking any approaching monsters with its branches and roots. As they walked across the new structure, his companions could only marvel at the display. Iris commented that Ko always did things in a flashy manner. The dark-haired adventurer agreed, noting that while she had heard stories about transmigrators, she never expected to witness something of this magnitude. He turned to them with a modest smile, deflecting the praise by attributing it all to his skill. The dark-haired adventurer, holding Serera, declared that her master was like a god. With the obstacle cleared, their journey resumed. They passed over the bridge without any need for a detour, as the other travelers murmured in awe about the dragon killer's amazing feat. Their travels continued until dusk, when they finally reached the walled city of Surir. Inside the Surir guard station, a guard formally thanked Ko for renovating the Zard bridge. He assured Ko that he would report the matter to their lord, Count Maillard, and that handsome compensation would surely follow. The guard elaborated on the bridge's importance as they sat together, explaining that it was a major transportation hub. Repairing it through normal means would have required a great deal of manpower. Ko mused that the matter was becoming bigger than he had initially thought. His thoughts turned to the local lord, and he suddenly asked the guard if Count Maillard was currently in Surir. The question caught the guard completely by surprise. His eyes widened as he demanded to know where Ko had heard such a thing, explaining that a noble acquaintance had informed him via letter. He leaned in, lowering his voice to confirm that Count Maillard was indeed in town, but was there to recuperate from an illness. The guard stressed that this information was to be kept secret. Ko simply acknowledged the request. He accepts the guard's apology for taking up their time after their journey. With a slight bow, the guard thanks them for their cooperation as Iris and Sura look on. With the formalities concluded, the guard gestures expansively towards the bustling main street, officially welcoming them to the city of Surir. As they walk, he informs them that since they plan to stay for 3 nights, they will have plenty of time for a tour of the famous hot springs. He adds that a festival celebrating the city's 300th anniversary is scheduled for the next day and encourages them to enjoy themselves. Taking his advice to heart, the group begins their exploration. Iris, holding Serera, points out the white smoke rising in the air from the hot springs as Ko remarks on the city's lively atmosphere. His gaze settles on a large wooden stage being constructed in a plaza. The dark-haired adventurer notes that it looks like the festival will be a big event, and Ko expresses his surprise that the city has been around for 300 years. Iris, overhearing him, explains the city's origins. She reveals that an ancient civilization once existed here, and 4,000 years ago, a city called Sazin stood in its place. 300 years ago, Surir was built upon Sazin's ruins, utilizing an ancient, still-functioning hot springs facility. Impressed by her knowledge, Ko remarks that this must be why Surir is called the Hot Springs City. Iris proudly declares that she's a clever slime and should be treasured. Ko agrees, adding that she'll need to eat a lot of delicious food, and turns his attention to finding Surir's specialty dish. Their search leads them to a restaurant, where a large, steaming pot is placed before them. It is a local specialty, a hearty stew called hotep. The sight and aroma of the meal elicit immediate, wide-eyed wonder. Iris and the dark-haired adventurer gaze at the stew in awe, while Surura looks on with an excited expression. They waste no time in tasting the dish. The dark-haired adventurer sighs in contentment, noting that the soup alone is delicious. Ko, savoring a spoonful, finds it rich and delicious, remarking that it's similar to the French cuisine, pot au feu, from his world. While her companion, Surura, happily munched on a snack, Iris let out a sigh of pure bliss, clutching a warm cup and remarking on its comforting heat. After eating a total of 6 servings of hotep, the satisfied party retired to their inn. They discussed how each restaurant seemed to prepare the dish differently, excitedly making plans to try another one the next day. Later that night, Ko found himself soaking alone in a stone-lined, open-air hot spring, the crescent moon hanging in the dark sky above. He leaned back with a towel on his head, closing his eyes in contentment. As expected of the top-class hot springs at Surir's 5-star pavilion, he felt a deep, healing calm wash over him. From the adjacent women's bath, he could hear his companions. The dark-haired adventurer commented on how nice the water felt, and judging by Iris's cheerful voice, he knew she must be feeling the same way. Feeling refreshed and optimistic, he looked forward to the next day, eager to enjoy the festival. Nearby, Surera floated in the warm water, feeling so relaxed that it thought it might melt completely. The next morning, the festival was in full swing, the streets bustling with people and lined with countless stalls. The dark-haired adventurer marveled at the number of hotep vendors as Ko turned to ask Lily which she would like to try from the varied menu. He noticed, however, that Iris was staring blankly ahead. He called her name, and she snapped out of her trance with a start. He leaned closer, asking if something was on her mind. Iris apologized for zoning out, assuring him that anything was fine, though her expression remained troubled. She then confessed the true reason for her distraction. Her foresight ability had been triggered the day before, but the vision was fragmented, leaving her with a sense of unease about what it might mean. Her troubled expression prompts Ko to ask what kind of dream she had. She begins to explain that it was a strange situation, first describing a scene where Ko was receiving a trumpet in a place full of people. The dark-haired adventurer agrees that it sounds peculiar. Her vision then shifted. She continues, showing Ko near a fountain, pulling a shiny green branch from his item box. He internally questions the vision, wondering what he would possibly plan to do with an Yggdrasil branch, as he has no recipes that require it as a material. The dark-haired adventurer takes over the account, explaining that the scene in the vision switched again, showing that they had left Surrir and were heading northwest. She expresses her own confusion, noting that to the northwest there are only large mountains and forests. She wonders what business they could have in such a place, admitting she's never experienced such a vague foresight before. Ko offers an explanation, recalling an ancient scholar who told him there are limits to precognition. He elaborates that the future of a powerful person is difficult to see clearly, resulting in fuzzy visions. Iris asks if her visions are usually clearer, and he confirms they are. The dark-haired adventurer posits a different theory. Since Iris's foresight has never failed, this vague vision might represent a confirmed, unchangeable future. She remarks on Ko's extraordinary nature, noting how quickly he learned magic and flight, which might be why the future around him is so fixed. Ko looks startled by the implication. He tries to lighten the mood, smiling and noting that while he's never blown a trumpet, he should be able to play it with his art of dexterity. Iris seems happy for him, but the dark-haired adventurer dryly asks if that's really something to rejoice about. Despite her sharp words, a small, knowing smile plays on her lips. Putting the unsettling premonition aside, Ko rallied his companions to resume enjoying the festival. He declared that their first order of business was to visit all the stalls, a suggestion met with enthusiastic agreement. Their tour of the food stalls presented them with an array of local delicacies, an exquisite to beef tail soup, a special dessert of hotep with stewed fruit, and a soup made with red wine, advertised as potent enough to make one dizzy. They eagerly sampled the offerings. Iris commented on how good the classic-tasting beef soup was, while the dark-haired adventurer praised the sweet and delicious stewed fruit. The helper slime, however, chirped excitedly, feeling amazing after consuming the wine-laced soup, much to Ko's amusement, who noted it seemed drunk. Its excitement was short-lived. The helper slime began to feel ill, prompting a concerned Iris to ask if it was okay. With a sigh, Ko identified it as an Osaki slime and produced an antidote potion, instructing the creature to drink. The potion worked instantly. The helper slime swelled with renewed energy, sparkling as it joyfully thanked its master. Ko observed its incredibly fast recovery with a slight smile. After their meal, the group happened upon a stall hosting an ancient-style lottery game. The proprietor, recognizing Ko as the guard from the previous day, warmly invited him to participate. He accepted and was handed a card filled with a grid of numbers. As Ko looked at it, he felt a sense of familiarity, realizing he had seen this kind of game before. The guard explained that it was a game called Numbers from Ancient Civilizations. He elaborated that if a player gets 5 numbers in a vertical, horizontal, or diagonal line, they win a prize, expressing surprise that Ko seemed to recognize it. He processed the rules, understanding it was essentially a bingo game. Beside him, the dark-haired adventurer marveled aloud, admitting she never knew such a game existed. The stall's prizes were on display. The first prize was a travel ticket to the royal capital on a luxury cruise ship. The second prize was a trumpet. With the trumpet now a tangible possibility, the group decides to proceed. Iris smiles, eager to test the validity of her foresight. Ko stands between his companions, a look of focused anticipation on his face. Beside him, Surrir, now in a small, humanoid form, clutches a slime-shaped candy and declares that the game looks interesting, clearly wanting to win more. At a bustling festival, an announcer in a full clown costume addresses the crowd with a cheerful wave. He asks if everyone is enjoying themselves before declaring the start of the morning's main event, an ancient-style lottery game. He gestures towards the audience, where Ko Kusaka sits alongside Iris, a dark-haired elf, and the small slime, Surrir, all ready to participate. As they watch, Iris notes that the guard they met earlier is in the crowd. Ko looks over and agrees that it is probably him, enjoying his day off. The announcer then turns to a large spinning wheel, shouting for everyone to watch as he begins. He gives it a spin and triumphantly holds up a ball, declaring the first number is 29. Hearing the number, the dark-haired elf seated next to Ko glances at her card with a slight frown, remarking that she does not have that number. Ko, however, looks down at his own card with a confident smile. He notes internally that 29 is the same as his age, taking it as a sign of a good start. His confidence shatters in an instant. To his shock, the square marked 29 foot on his card magically punches itself out, leaving a clean hole without him even touching it. The announcer laughs heartily from the stage, asking the audience if they were surprised. He proudly explains that his skill is magic trick, and he has planted this magical effect in everyone's card. He continues, elaborating that the numbers on the cards can be switched or even rewritten during the game. He encourages everyone not to give up and to enjoy the game until the very end. With arms outstretched, the announcer muses that the second half of a bingo game tends to divide the crowd between those thrilled by the possibilities and those inclined to give up. Listening from their seats, Ko's group finds this twist rather interesting. He watched as the lottery game continued, the announcer calling out the next number, 61. Beside him, Iris let out a cheer, declaring she had that number on her card. The announcer reminded the crowd that anyone with only one number left should call out reach. As he spoke, the numbers on the cards continued to be called, filling up the squares one by one. Hearing his own numbers align, Ko raised his hand and shouted reach. To his surprise, a female adventurer nearby did the same. He wondered aloud who would win the second prize trumpet, and she confidently replied, "Me." The announcer suddenly recognized him, calling out his name and asking if he was just sightseeing. Ko, in turn, realized who the woman was, a fellow adventurer he used to undertake quests with back in the city of Anin. It seemed she had also made her way to Surir. Noticing their mutual recognition, the announcer's voice boomed over the crowd, declaring their competition a fateful showdown. The game pressed on. Numbers 6 and 18 were called, but neither Ko nor his old acquaintance reached bingo. Ko found the situation vexing, noting that he now had several lines on the verge of completion. The woman beside him shared his frustration. With a flourish, the announcer held up the next disc, shouting for all to hear. Next up, 87. Ko glanced at his card, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He had been so close. If only the number had been 88, he would have won the second prize. He let out a small sound of confusion. As he stared, a strange, dark energy suddenly flared to life on his card, enveloping one of the numbers. Before his eyes, the number 88 twisted and reformed, magically changing into an 87. He stares at his winning card, a sense of unease mixing with his surprise. This was unexpected. He had assumed his victory would grant him first place. Beside him, the female adventurer erupts in joy, declaring that she has won as well. Their simultaneous victory draws the attention of the announcer on stage, who booms his congratulations to them both. The crowd murmurs in surprise at the rare occurrence of a dual win. The announcer then clarifies the situation. With only one first prize and one second prize available, he declares that he will let the two of them decide who receives which reward. The female adventurer hesitates, but Ko calmly considers the options. He makes his choice without a moment's delay, raising a hand and cheerfully requesting the second prize, the trumpet. His companion turns to him, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, questioning if he is certain. He reassures her, explaining that his group has already secured a ship for their journey to the royal capital. With that in mind, he insists that she should take the first prize. Following his decision, the announcer formally presents the first prize to the young woman. Overwhelmed with happiness, she accepts it, still struggling to believe her good fortune. The announcer then turns his attention to the second place winner. As Ko steps forward, the female adventurer expresses her profound gratitude. The announcer instructs him to hold out his hands, counting down as he prepares to present the prize. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke bursts forth, completely enveloping Ko. When the smoke dissipates, he finds a large, gleaming trumpet in his hands. He stares at it, startled, as the crowd applauds the spectacle. Meanwhile, in another part of the crowd, Iris examines her own lottery card. With a small sigh, she flips it over, lamenting that she didn't win. She laments that she was also close to winning, while Ko remarks that with a few more prizes, he probably would have won as well. Surir, meanwhile, is simply excited about the basket of snacks. The female adventurer approaches, asking Ko if she's causing him trouble. He reassures her that it's fine, explaining that his party was already planning to go to the royal capital. He admits, however, that he feels bad for having forced something on her that she didn't want. He then adds with a confident smile that it's not as if he can't play the trumpet. To prove his point, he lifts the instrument to his lips. A clear, resonant note fills the air as he begins to play. The sound immediately captures the attention of Iris and the dark-haired adventurer, their expressions filled with surprise. He continues his performance, a beautiful melody flowing from the trumpet and enchanting the small crowd that has gathered to listen, his companions watching from the front row. His companions are deeply impressed. The dark-haired adventurer marvels at the beautiful melody, while Iris expresses her amazement at his skill. Surir identifies the piece as Sazin Slumber, recalling that an ancient musician once described it as a complicated song to play. The dark-haired adventurer agrees, remarking that Ko truly seems capable of anything. After the impromptu concert concludes, the group gathers in the town square by a large fountain, the pleasant atmosphere lingering. The female adventurer then announces her departure, explaining that she has promised to have lunch with her grandmother. Waving cheerfully, she bids farewell to Ko, Iris, and Surir, promising to see them all later. As she leaves, a voice calls out, addressing him formally. Ko turns, his expression shifting to one of serious inquiry as he is asked, "Excuse me, are you Ko Kusakadano?" He is approached by an elderly man who introduces himself with a slight bow as Randolph D. Maillard, the lord of the Maillard territory. The Lord expresses that it is an honor to finally meet the famed dragon slayer. He greets the man while internally noting his frail appearance. Ko recalls hearing that Count Maillard was in Surrey recuperating from an illness and wonders if the Lord suffered from chronic condition. Voicing his concern, he asks if Lord Maillard is all right. The Lord brushes off the question, instead listing Ko's great achievements, defeating the Black Dragon in Annan, slaying the Devil Trant, and rebuilding the Great Zard Bridge. He then apologizes for his condition, explaining that a great flood occurred in the north about 4 months prior. He has been undergoing a hot spring cure in Surrey to heal the wounds sustained during that event, but admits he is still not feeling well. Declaring Ko a great benefactor to his territory, Lord Maillard extends a hand and makes a promise. He states that it is his family's principle to repay favors and offers his wholehearted support, urging Ko to contact him if he ever finds himself in trouble. Ko moves to accept the handshake. Just before their hands touch, Lord Maillard is seized by a violent coughing fit. At the same instant, Ko flinches back with a pained grunt, feeling a sudden, sharp sensation. The Lord suddenly collapses. Ko rushes to his side, urgently asking if he is all right as onlookers begin to gather. As he kneels beside the unconscious man, he is startled to see a dark, smoky miasma beginning to rise from Lord Maillard's body. His eyes widen in sudden, sharp realization. He recognizes the phenomenon instantly. It must be a curse. He realizes with a jolt that a super high-level curse has been detected. His unique ability as a transmigrator, however, has already nullified its effect on him, blocking it completely. As this realization hits him, the dark miasma from the fallen lord swirls around them. One of his companions asks if it's a curse inflicted by a monster, while another notes that it feels contagious to those nearby. Iris, concerned, asks if he is okay, and he confirms that he is. A guard rushes forward, pleading for the Count to hold on, while another companion warns everyone not to get too close, sensing a dangerous aura. As the chaos unfolds, Ko's internal analysis of the curse completes its first stage. The analysis identifies the affliction as the curse of the Black Death, a lethal and contagious curse. It warns that the curse can cause tremendous damage to the surrounding area and recommends using an Yggdrasil branch to suppress it. The cloaked priest, Lily, realizes that if the branch can suppress it, there might be hope. He recognizes the name immediately. The Yggdrasil branch is the very same item that appeared in his dream. Lily looks on, sensing his realization. Without hesitation, he produces the glowing, multi-pronged branch from his inventory and approaches the unconscious lord. As the branch nears Lord Maillard, the dark, smoky miasma emanating from his body dissipates, fading away into nothing. Iris asks if he lifted the curse. He clarifies that he has only suppressed it temporarily. The immediate danger of contagion is gone for now, but the curse itself remains. His actions have drawn a crowd of onlookers, who murmur amongst themselves about the person lying on the ground. Realizing they need privacy, he decides they must change locations. Following his suggestion, they move the afflicted lord to a proper room. Lord Maillard now rests in a comfortable bed, though still unconscious. Annan watches over him, lamenting the Count's terrible state. He was carefully settled into a bed, thanks to the cooperation of the inn's owner. With Lord Maillard resting, the group, guided by the guard, had moved from the square to a place called the Shadow Cow Pavilion. The owner, grateful, offered any further assistance he could provide. The guard then turned to Ko, his expression serious, and asked what exactly was happening to the Count. Ko paused for a moment before replying, explaining that it was a good time to get things straightened out, as a second analysis had just completed moments ago. He revealed the grim details of his findings. The Count was afflicted with the curse of the Black Death, a special power belonging to a monstrous creature known as an Elder Lich. Ko elaborated that the curse was designed to trigger when its host visits a place with many people. Once activated, the victim would die within about 3 hours, and the curse would spread to everyone around them, like a vicious. An armored woman recounts the origin of the curse. It began 4 months ago, during the Great Flood in the north, where Count Maillard confronted a skeletal mage, an Elder Lich. She continues, explaining that while the Count successfully drove off the monster, he was unable to defeat it completely. In that final moment, just before vanishing, the Elder Lich pointed a bony finger at the Count and uttered words in a language no human could pronounce. The woman, now watching over the ailing Count, laments her failure to realize then that he had been afflicted with the curse of Black Death. She turns to Ko Kusaka, her expression earnest, stating that she has mastered the highest level of light magic. She asks for his permission to attempt to break the curse. With resolve, she begins the incantation, calling upon the light to purge the curse before her and purify all things. Her hands outstretched over the Count, a brilliant and intricate magic circle materializes above him as she unleashes the spell's final command. Clear light. The powerful magic dissipates, yet the Count only stirs with a faint groan, his condition unchanged. The woman stares in disbelief, shocked that her spell failed. Iris explains that clear light is considered the most powerful purification spell, one that should lift any curse, making its failure deeply unsettling. As the others process the spell's failure, Ko's own analysis concludes. He has acquired all available information on the curse of the Black Death, and comes to a stark realization. It may be a type of curse for which there is no direct method of removal. He turns to the group, confirming that he has figured something out. The solution, he explains, is to eliminate the problem at its root. They must defeat the Elder Lich who originally cast the curse. His plan, however, immediately hits a wall. The armored woman points out that there have been no reports of the Lich's appearance since the Great Flood. The light magic user voices the group's shared concern, wondering aloud where the Elder Lich could possibly be now. As the group considers their next move, Iris suggests a direct approach, searching for the Elder Lich using Ko's map skill. He considers it for a moment, then agrees to try using auto-mapping. As he prepares to activate the skill, Sorera happily observes that Ko and Iris are really on the same wavelength. Ko offers a slight, knowing smile in response. His skill manifests as a detailed map, which quickly pinpoints a location. The result is clear. The Elder Lich is in Mount Triss. The revelation shocks the armored woman, who exclaims that the skeleton is indeed there. In the bed, Count Maillard begins to stir beneath his sheets. He weakly reaches out a trembling hand from under the covers, his voice strained as he calls Ko's name. His plea is overheard. From the doorway, the Count confirms that he heard their discussion and understands that the only solution is to defeat the Elder Lich. Now sitting up in bed, Count Maillard explains the gravity of his situation. A great flood 4 months prior dealt a heavy blow to his family's nightly order, almost completely destroying it. As a result, security in the territory has been left to the Adventurers Guild, a stopgap measure that he estimates will take several years to recover from. He continues, his eyes closed in worry, stating that his heir is still young. If he were to lose his life, the Maillard territory would be thrown into great turmoil, and the situation would spiral out of control. His dire warning prompts the armored woman to kneel and beg Ko to save the Count, explaining that the curse will eventually spread. At the same time, the Count himself makes a formal request, asking Ko to help him defeat the Elder Lich. He acknowledges it is a great burden to ask, but begs him nonetheless. Looking at the desperate nobleman, Ko's expression is firm and resolute. He states that there is no way he could overlook such a thing and formally accepts the Count's request. His party's carriage made its way along a path carved through a dense, dark forest, heading towards the mountainous region. Inside, Iris noted the strange parallel to a previous event, pointing out to Ko that their current situation, riding in a carriage northwest of the city towards Trumpet Branch, was just like Lily's foresight. Ko quietly affirmed that it was indeed the same. The dark-haired adventurer humbly deflected the praise, stating she hadn't done anything special and merely possessed amazing skills. Iris, however, was thoroughly impressed, thanking her companion warmly. She then remarked that her companion sounded just like Ko used to, though she hadn't heard him speak that way much recently. Ko acknowledged that he had changed a little since those days. He elaborated on his current perspective, explaining that skills are an integral part of who a person is. Even if people possess the same abilities, how they are used is what truly defines them. His words seemed to resonate with the dark-haired adventurer, who smiled softly as she considered the idea that her skills were a part of herself. Their journey by carriage eventually ended. The party disembarked and proceeded on foot, passing through the forest until they arrived at the base of the mountain. They stopped before a sheer cliff face. Consulting his map, Ko pointed to a spot on the rock wall, confirming it as their destination. Iris remarked that the situation felt familiar, with their objective hidden inside a cliff. Having identified the location, he reached out his hand towards the stone, activating a skill that caused the rock face to shimmer and distort before his companion's startled eyes. The illusion dissolved, revealing an ornate, hidden doorway set into the mountain. As the dark-haired adventurer stared in awe and asked how he knew it was there, Ko simply explained that it was because they had experienced something similar at Onin. He examined the entrance more closely, pointing to a symbol carved into its surface. It was an emblem, but different from the one he had seen with Onin. The dark-haired adventurer gasped in recognition, her eyes wide. She identified it immediately as the emblem of the Calamity Cult, a name that sent a jolt of alarm through the party. She continued, recalling knowledge she had gained from a shrine maiden of the god of war. The Calamity Cult, she explained, was an ancient pagan religion that, true to its name, worshipped disasters and calamities as deities. At that moment, a small, bespectacled slime chimed in, adjusting its glasses and confidently stating that it, too, was familiar with the subject. The knowledgeable slime elaborated, revealing that 4 millennia prior, an ancient civilization had been making preparations to face a great calamity. However, their efforts were constantly thwarted by the Calamity Cult, leading the slime to surmise that this very place could be one of the cult's hidden strongholds. Ko processed this new information, his mind connecting the dots. He recalled the concept of liches from the stories of his world, powerful, immortal sorcerers, and theorized that perhaps this Elder Lich was once a follower of the Calamity Cult. A moment later, he grimaced, thinking that regardless of its origins, the Lich had dreadful taste in layers. He pushed the thought aside, declaring that their objective remained the same regardless of the enemy's identity. With the lock broken by Sorera, the 3 of them ventured forward into a long, roughly hewn corridor lit by flickering torches. Their path was soon blocked by another imposing door. As Ko read the inscription aloud, Number 3 Underground Worship Center, Iris looked at him in astonishment, amazed that he could decipher the cult's unique symbols. He explained that his knowledge came from Surura, who had revealed that the cult had been constructing such clandestine facilities all over the world. These worship centers were designed for believers to conduct rituals in praise of calamity. Furthermore, he warned, the path to the central chamber was designed as a labyrinth, riddled with deadly traps to eliminate any intruders or even to execute followers who might attempt to flee mid-ritual. He studies the map projected by the glass's slime, noting that its auto-mapping function should prevent them from getting lost. As his companions look on, he briefly considers the grim nature of the rituals once performed in this place, but quickly decides it's a thought he'd rather not entertain. The map reveals the full complexity of the first basement floor of the underground worship center, a sprawling labyrinth. He acknowledges that navigating it conventionally would take a significant amount of time. The thought of delay brings forth a grim reminder. Count Maillard, lying frail and tormented as the curse of the Black Death waits to reactivate the moment the Yggdrasil branch's power fades. With his urgency weighing on him, his expression hardens with resolve. They cannot afford to waste a single moment. Sensing his urgency, Iris suggests using the auto-mapping's route search function. He acknowledges it's a good idea, but tells her he wants to try something else first. He then materializes a massive wooden hammer, surprising his companions. When asked what he intends to do, he explains that it's a Hikino wooden hammer, one of the first weapons he ever crafted in this world. He continues, stating that the item possesses a very specific bonus that was of little use before, but might prove invaluable here. With a simple instruction to just watch, he approaches a solid stone wall. With a powerful cry, he swings the hammer, unleashing its wall destruction S+ ability. The weapon connects with explosive force, shattering the stone blocks into a cloud of dust and rubble. He stands victorious amidst the debris, a gaping hole now torn through the labyrinth wall. His companions stare, stunned by the directness of his solution. The map confirms their new position, having bypassed a large section of the maze. The stairs to the next floor are located in the center of the labyrinth. Triumphant, Ko exclaims that his plan worked perfectly, as the dark-haired adventurer begins to question the sheer audacity of his method. He continued his direct approach, smashing through yet another stone wall with a powerful swing of his specialized hammer. Watching him, Iris noted with a hint of amusement that he seemed to be enjoying himself. The dark-haired adventurer observed that Ko possessed a non-standard mind, prompting the glass's slime to ask if that was meant as a compliment. Their unconventional method proved highly effective, allowing the party to reach the next set of stairs while saving a considerable amount of time. Upon arriving, the glass's slime identified the first room of the second floor as a trap. The chamber featured a checkered floor with specific tiles that, when stepped on, would activate a falling ceiling. It warned that they needed to walk through while carefully avoiding the triggers. Ko, however, reasoned that they simply needed to not step on the tiles at all. He produced flying potions, and the group swiftly floated through the room to the next doorway, bypassing the danger completely. The next challenge was a long, narrow corridor identified by the glass's slime as the magic laser room. It was lined with 10 orichalcum turrets on each side, for a total of 20, making speed essential for survival. Opting for destruction over evasion, Ko simply advanced, smashing every single turret with his hammer and clearing a safe path forward. Having neutralized the threats, they entered the final room of the second floor. The air inside felt heavy and oppressive, filled with a creepy, unsettling energy. The glass's slime determined that the entire room was under a high-level curse. It explained that while the spells were dangerously effective, they could be temporarily stopped by pouring magic power into the crystal ball at the room center. This, however, required a sacrifice. Someone would have to stay behind to continuously channel their energy. The weight of this requirement settled upon them. Iris and the dark-haired adventurer exchanged worried glances, understanding the grim implication of leaving one of their own behind. Ko Kusaka's expression hardened as he processed the grim reality of their situation. He stared into the oppressive darkness of the chamber, his mind reeling from the cruel design of the final obstacle. It was, he thought with cold certainty, a truly terrible. Ko and his companions enter a vast, sterile chamber with a single pedestal at its center. A dark, swirling miasma clings to the walls, revealing the nature of the obstacle. The entire room is under a high-level curse. To proceed, a sacrifice is required. Upon hearing this grim requirement, both Iris and the dark-haired adventurer immediately offer themselves up. Each insists that they will be the one to go, arguing over who should be sacrificed while Ko observes them with a calm, thoughtful expression. He steps forward, silencing their argument by telling them to wait. He declares that he will be the one to go. His confident resolve gives them pause, and Iris suddenly remembers a crucial fact. Ko had previously repelled the curse of the Black Death in Surya. He confirms her recollection with a simple affirmation, explaining that curses have no effect on him because he is a transmigrator. His gaze sharpens with determination as a faint aura of power begins to crackle and spark around his body. He approaches the pedestal and places his hand firmly on the glowing orb at its peak. His unique status as a transmigrator, which blocks all kinds of status ailments, makes him the perfect candidate to confront the curse directly. The instant he touches it, the orb is overwhelmed. It cracks and then violently explodes, sending shards flying as Ko cries out in surprise at the sheer force of the reaction. The dark miasma vanishes. From the doorway, his companions watch in stunned silence as the dust settles, revealing Ko kneeling before the shattered remains of the pedestal. The dark-haired adventurer remarks that his power is extraordinary, surmising that he poured so much magic into the device that it was completely destroyed. Iris, wide-eyed, asks aloud just how much magic he possesses. Ko simply smiles, satisfied that his method, however destructive, got the job done. He confirmed that his magic points were now over 50,000 after clearing the second floor. With his companions, Iris and the dark-haired adventurer, he stood before the shattered entrance leading down to the next level. Descending the stairs, he and his party consulted a map. He noted that while this should be the third floor, something felt wrong, a sentiment reflected in his companions' worried expressions. They proceeded into a corridor that matched the dungeon-like structure on the map. Ko pointed out a small, mysterious room on the left side. Iris, holding Serera, voiced her unease, finding the absence of traps suspicious. He then asked the slime if it could detect anything. Deciding to take the lead, he instructed the others to remain behind while he investigated. The dark-haired adventurer acknowledged, cautioning him to be careful. As he stepped forward, Iris cried out a warning about a threat to his left. He was already aware, shouting his acknowledgement as magical energy began to gather in his hand. From a stone wall burst a trio of skeleton soldiers, their empty eye sockets glowing as they raised their rusted swords and bucklers. Without hesitation, he unleashed his spell, shouting its name as a bolt of fire shot from his outstretched palm towards the undead warriors. The fiery projectile struck its targets with explosive force, shattering the skeleton's bones and engulfing them in flames. In an instant, the threat was neutralized. All that remained of the skeleton soldiers were their smoldering weapons and shields clattering to the stone floor. He turned back to his party with a confident smile, seeking their confirmation. Iris beamed, while the dark-haired adventurer watched with a look of mild astonishment. He watched, startled, as the smoldering remains of the skeletons began to stir. Dark, ethereal wisps of energy coalesced around the fallen swords and shields, pulling the charred bones back together. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers were whole again, lunging forward with renewed purpose. He stumbled back, caught off guard by their impossible regeneration as they swarmed him. He quickly understood the nature of his foe. These were monsters summoned by the ritual of the immortal soldier, a creation of the Calamity cult. They were designed to regenerate repeatedly until their source of dark power was completely exhausted. His expression hardened. The creatures were effectively immortal, a troublesome obstacle when time was of the essence. He quickly weighed his options, searching for a viable strategy. As he deliberated, Iris stepped forward. Raising her crescent moon staff high, she invoked a powerful spell, calling upon the light to become a thunderbolt that purges evil. With a cry of holy lightning, she unleashed a blinding flash upon the undead. The skeletons shrieked as the sacred energy washed over them, their bony forms disintegrating under the intense, purifying light. When the light faded, only their weapons remained, clattering to the stone floor. Ko watched in amazement, realizing the skeletons had not resurrected this time. Iris turned to him with a confident smile, explaining the nature of her spell. Holy lightning, she clarified, is the highest form of purification magic. It is capable of completely annihilating creatures with regenerative powers, bypassing their ability to revive. He processed her words, a look of understanding on his face. It seemed the familiar principles from games and anime held true in this world as well. Light magic was the definitive counter to the undead. With this new knowledge, he outlined a plan for future encounters. He proposed that he and the dark-haired adventurer would form the vanguard to buy time, allowing Iris to use her powerful magic for the finishing blow. The dark-haired adventurer agreed, and Iris affirmed she would do her best. He confirms that the data analysis is complete. A forced purification process using Yggdrasil branches is now possible against the skeleton soldiers. Turning to his companions, he assigns Serera to the rear guard to survey the battlefield and report any changes. The glass's slime chimes in, affirming it will observe closely. He examines the small, forked branch in his hand, marveling at its potency. He hadn't expected it to be so effective while still just a raw material, capable of purifying the undead simply by touching them. With his new weapon in hand, he decides to test the theory. Two skeleton soldiers clatter forward, their empty eye sockets fixed on him. He lunges toward the skeleton on the left, telling Iris that he will leave the one on the right to her. With a determined look, she confirms she understands. He closes the distance in an instant, swinging the small branch directly at the undead warrior's ribcage. The branch makes contact, plunging into the hollow space between its ribs with a faint crackle of energy. Immediately, a brilliant light erupts from the point of contact. The forced purification process activates, causing the skeleton's form to dissolve into particles of light as its skull clatters to the stone floor. As the light fades, he looks on in amazement, exclaiming that the creature didn't resurrect. Meanwhile, Iris holds her ground, expertly blocking a sword strike from the remaining skeleton with her large shield. She strains against the undead's relentless assault, calling out to Ko and pleading for him to finish it off. In response, he darts past her, the purifying branch already glowing as he moves in to strike the final undead soldier. He touches the final skeleton soldier with the glowing Yggdrasil branch, causing it to disintegrate into particles of light. Beside him, Iris stands firm, her shield raised and spear at the ready. With the immediate threat dispatched, the glasses slime praises Ko and Iris for their perfect synchronization. Ko offers a word of thanks, while the dark-haired adventurer, impressed by the branch's power, resolves to chant faster to provide support. Iris, meanwhile, seems distracted by a culinary thought, musing about the taste of redwater striders. The group presses onward, following the map's shortest route down a long stone corridor. They continue to purify the skeleton soldiers they encounter, but surprisingly, find no traps. As they approach what should be the final room, Ko feels a tingling sensation on his skin, a premonition of what lies ahead. His premonition is quickly confirmed as the dark-haired adventurer also senses a high concentration of evil energy, warning Ko that a large number of undead might be waiting. Ko finds this plausible, concluding that the elder lich on the floor below would certainly have arranged a formidable defense. Approaching the entrance to the chamber, he cautiously peers around the corner. After a quick glance, he signals to the others, advising them to be on their guard as they prepare to enter. But what he sees inside stops him cold, his expression shifting to one of stunned disbelief. The vast chamber is packed wall to wall with an army of skeleton soldiers. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, stand motionless, a silent legion filling every available space before them. Despite the overwhelming sight, Ko's initial shock gives way to a confident smirk. He turns to his stunned companions, who stare wide-eyed at the undead army, and calmly states that this is just what he expected. He quickly formulates a strategy, gathering his allies to explain. He announces his intention to launch a surprise attack on the front of the enemy formation, telling the others to follow after a 5 count. The dark-haired adventurer, however, points out the logical flaw, questioning how a direct frontal assault could be considered a surprise. Iris clarifies the plan's logic, explaining that an attack delivered at the velocity granted by his Godspeed blessing would be too fast for the enemy to react to, making it a surprise by definition. Ko smiles, confirming that this is precisely his intention. He stands poised at the arched entrance to the vast chamber. As Iris calls out a final warning for him to be careful, he steels himself and announces that he will begin. With that, he bursts forward, a singular force against the tide of undead. The chamber erupts in a clatter of bones as hundreds of skeleton soldiers turn to engage him. Shouting a war cry, he weaves through their ranks, dodging their rusted blades as he carves a path straight through the middle of the horde. His enhanced speed carries him across the stone floor in a blur, leaving the skeletal army struggling to keep up. As he reaches the far side of the room, a brilliant flash of holy light erupts from the entrance behind him, engulfing the entire chamber. The light fades to reveal the aftermath. Ko turns back, his expression calm as he observes that only a few undead remain standing amidst the dissipating energy. Before he can act, Iris raises her ornate staff from the doorway, invoking a final spell to cleanse the room, Holy Lightning. The last of the skeletons are instantly vanquished. As his companions join him, Ko turns with a broad smile, complimenting Iris on her excellent follow-up. Spirits high, the dark-haired adventurer remarks that with this victory, they have conquered the 3rd floor. The glasses slime enthusiastically agrees, urging everyone to do their best as they are almost there. Ko affirms their success with a resounding yeah. The party stands united at the top of a newly revealed staircase. The subjugation of the skeleton soldiers. The party stands at the precipice of a wide stone staircase, descending into darkness. Their target, the Elder Lich, is known to be lurking in the deepest part of this labyrinth on the 4th floor. Iris considers their foe. She reasons that since the Elder Lich is an undead creature, it must possess a powerful regenerative ability. Given that clear light was ineffective, she voices her concern that even holy lightning might not be enough to defeat it. Hearing her assessment, Ko Kusaka turns his thoughts to another option. He wonders aloud if a forced purification using Yggdrasil branches would be effective against such a powerful undead being. He quickly calculates the drawback. The system indicates that a forced purification process for the Elder Lich would require an estimated 60 seconds of construction time, far too long to be practical in the middle of a battle. With that option dismissed, he addresses his companions, stating that there is no merit in prolonging the fight. He proposes a strategy: shorten the construction time by using his appraisal skill on the Lich or by attacking it with Holy Lightning. Iris looks on, puzzled by his line of thinking. Upon entering the chamber, they find the Elder Lich preoccupied with a ritual. Seizing the opportunity, Iris immediately begins casting a spell, noting that in a game, this would be a cutscene. Ko calls out her alias, Lily, as she unleashes a powerful Holy Lightning attack. The bolt of sacred energy engulfs the Elder Lich. The creature throws its arms back and lets out a guttural scream, writhing in the brilliant, purifying light. As the light fades, Ko smirks, declaring that surprise attacks are fair game. His confidence wavers, however, as he realizes the single attack wasn't enough. The Elder Lich appears instantly beside them, its skeletal face grinning menacingly, completely unharmed. The lich retaliates, chanting an incantation to corrupt the light. It unleashes a torrent of dark lightning directly at the group. As Ko shouts Iris's name in alarm, the dark-haired adventurer steps forward, raising her shield and declaring she will block the attack. Her hexagonal shield bore the full brunt of the dark lightning, the malevolent energy crackling violently against its surface as it held firm against the onslaught. The barrier ultimately shattered, the dark energy dissipating into harmless smoke. Across the chamber, the Elder Lich lowered its staff, the immediate threat neutralized. Ko quickly assessed the situation. His appraisal confirmed that the Holy Lightning had completed its analysis of the Elder Lich. This new data had drastically reduced the time required to build the forced purification process to just 24 seconds. He knew they just needed one more push. His appraisal revealed more about their foe. It was an undead created from a calamity known as the Gluttonous Ritual. As he processed this, the required time for purification dropped again, now to less than 10 seconds. The creature was the highest rank of undead, born from the flesh and blood of the hollow gluttony dragon and summoned by the ritual of the immortal king. As if sensing the intrusion of the analysis, a dark, furious aura flared around the Elder Lich, its empty eye sockets glowing with renewed malice. The ground began to tremble violently. The undead priest raised its bony hands to the heavens, its voice echoing through the chamber in a desperate plea. "Oh, gluttony dragon, give me strength." The sudden surge of power was palpable. The dark-haired adventurer warned Ko that the situation looked dire, while Iris confirmed she was sensing a very strong, evil aura. Ko himself demanded to know what was happening. He glanced at his internal timer, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Only 3 seconds remained until the analysis was complete. He knew he had to act before something terrible happened. With their defenses compromised and time running out, he shouted a single name, Iris. She immediately understood, replying with a sharp, okay. At her confirmation, he burst forward, closing the distance to the Elder Lich in a blur of motion, ready to strike before its ritual could be completed. He slides low to the ground, narrowly avoiding the massive, sweeping arc of the Elder Lich's scythe. As he moves, the simple wooden stick in his hand begins to glow with holy power. A forced purification process against the undead creature has been constructed. With a powerful cry, he thrusts the sanctified branch forward, aiming directly for the Elder Lich, which recoils with a silent, agonized scream. Watching from a distance, both Iris and her companion look on with wide-eyed astonishment at the unfolding scene. Seizing the opportunity Ko created, Iris leaps into the fray, her own attack converging on the Elder Lich as it's racked by holy energy. The creature's bony hands grasp at him, but they begin to disintegrate upon contact with the purifying aura. The Lich continues to shriek as Ko endures the grasp. He remains steadfast, watching as the holy instrument in his hand dissolves into motes of light, its purpose served. The purification is absolute. The Elder Lich's dark robes collapse into a heap on the cavern floor, its physical form completely annihilated. With the threat vanquished, the party stands together in the now quiet cavern. The subjugation is complete. A wave of relief washes over him. A notification confirms their success. The curse of the Black Death has been lifted, and with the experience gained from defeating the Elder Lich, his level has soared to 99. He beams, relieved that the battle went well, and thanks his companions for their cooperation. The party celebrates their victory, with Iris enthusiastically praising his great performance. He responds with a confident point, acknowledging their shared success. Iris, however, notices his thoughtful expression and asks what is on his mind. He looks out at the cavern and expresses his relief that Count Maillard's curse has been lifted and the town of Surrey saved from becoming a ghost town. This prompts Iris to question why the Elder Lich was using this particular underground facility as its base. He considers this, wondering how the creature managed to navigate the many traps on the way down. He briefly imagines the Elder Lich dodging lasers or getting lost, then dismisses the idea of it using something as advanced as space-time magic with a lighthearted laugh. Putting that puzzle aside, his attention returns to a more pressing matter. He recalls a concerning detail from his appraisal of the Lich. As the group walks toward a large, intricate magic circle etched into the floor, he wonders aloud what the undead creature was truly doing here. He remembers the description: a priest of darkness who worships the gluttony dragon, performing a gluttonous ritual. With this ominous knowledge, he turns to his companions and asks if they should analyze the magic circle. Before they can answer, he kneels and places a hand on the circle surface. The ancient runes immediately respond, erupting in a brilliant, pulsating light that fills the chamber. As the light washes over him, his companions watch with concern. They remark on the strange beauty and warmth emanating from the magic. Iris calls out his name, asking what he is doing. Meanwhile, the glass's slime reports that it is analyzing the circle, confirming the Elder Lich was performing a ritual. It has found a way to access the facilities system through a nearby altar and will attempt to rewrite the ownership. Determined not to be left out, Serera resolves to find a way to help. The analysis concludes swiftly, a feat expected of a magical creature from an ancient civilization. The glass's slime transmits the results directly into Ko's mind, and his expression shifts as he processes the sudden influx of information. The mental transfer leaves him momentarily weak, causing him to stumble. Iris and his other companion rush to support him, asking if he is all right. He steadies himself and reassures them, explaining that he is fine, but has just discovered more about the rituals that were being performed there. He processed the information, flooding his mind. The believers of the Calamity cult had first performed the ritual of the immortal soldier, summoning the skeleton warriors. Afterwards, the believers sacrificed themselves to enact the ritual of the immortal king, which brought forth the Elder Lich. The purpose of these summons was now clear. The skeleton soldiers were tasked with defending the chapel, while the Elder Lich's sole role was to carry out a third and final ceremony, the gluttonous ritual. As this history unfolded in his thoughts, his companions grasped the implications. The dark-haired adventurer realized this meant they had avenged all the victims of the Lich. Iris added that the Lich from the ancient records was the very one they had just defeated. Ko, however, understood the true problem was the ritual itself, which the Lich had been preparing for 4,000 years by collecting souls with the Black Death curse. He then revealed the ritual's ultimate goal, to summon an entity known as the Great Calamity. His companions grew tense. Iris questioned the term Great Calamity, but the dark-haired adventurer, sweating slightly, recalled hearing of a calamity that surpasses all others and wondered aloud if this was it. He confirmed her fears, explaining that the ritual was meant to summon the hollow gluttony dragon, a creature said to be even more powerful than the black dragon. The revelation stunned them. Both Iris and the dark-haired adventurer cried out in disbelief at the thought of a being stronger than the black dragon. They quickly considered the consequences. Iris noted that if such a thing appeared on the surface, it would be a huge problem. The dark-haired adventurer then posed the critical question. Had they managed to stop the ritual? Ko could only wonder. The information from Slime offered a partial answer. The original plan was for the people of Suriyur to be wiped out, their souls sacrificed to the gluttony dragon. By intervening, they had prevented that fate. However, the Slime's full assist function had not yet provided a definitive answer on the ritual's complete status. As the last remnants of the data transfer faded around him, a deep sense of foreboding settled in. He could only conclude that the situation was ominous. He and his companions stood before a vast, rocky expanse when a deep, powerful rumbling began to shake the very ground beneath their feet. The tremor startled him, but his surprise turned to alarm as a brilliant, intricate magic circle suddenly flared into existence at his feet. His companions reacted with equal shock. Iris, looking unsettled, noted that there had been a quake the day before as well, and now her Dragon God shield was vibrating intensely. The dark-haired adventurer cried out in alarm, her own legendary sword, Graham, resonating with the disturbance. As they stood together, weapons at the ready, Iris turned to him, her voice trembling as she asked if this could be what they feared. With a heavy heart, he affirmed her suspicions. His internal system confirmed the worst. The resurrection of the gluttony dragon had been detected. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as the full weight of the message settled in. The gluttony dragon was the traveling priest, Lily, trembles and hugs herself tightly. A tear escapes her closed eye as she senses a horrifying presence, a pressure so intense it feels as if her very soul is being crushed. As she shivers, Surura the Slime cheerfully announces that it has successfully changed the ownership of the facility systems. It gestures toward the platform, explaining it will use the transfer device to send them to the surface. Noticing Lily's distress, Ko places a hand on her shoulder and asks if she is all right. Iris urges him to hurry, saying they should all return to the surface, and he agrees. Following the Slime's instructions, the three adventurers, Ko, Iris, and Lily, gather on the glowing transfer platform, bracing themselves for departure. In a flash of light, the stone chamber vanishes, and they find themselves transported to a grassy clearing surrounded by trees. Having arrived safely, Iris remarks that the instantaneous travel must have been a method the Elder Lich used to move about. Ko, still processing the sudden shift in location, looks on with a bead of sweat on his face, momentarily confused. As they take in their new surroundings, they realize something is wrong. Despite it being afternoon, the sky is unnaturally dark. Suddenly, Lily's eyes widen in alarm. She points towards the horizon, shouting for Ko and Iris to look. Startled, Ko turns his head, asking what she sees. He follows her gaze to see a massive, perfectly spherical object hanging ominously in the darkened sky, its surface reflecting a faint light against the gloom. The sphere then plummets towards the earth, impacting in the distance with a silent, blinding flash that erupts into a colossal, flower-shaped explosion. Reacting with incredible speed to the oncoming shockwave, Ko and the dark-haired adventurer raise a large, dragon-crested shield, planting it firmly in front of them to weather the blast. He stared in disbelief at the monstrous form that had appeared, his voice tight with confusion. He was certain they had successfully stopped the gluttonous ritual. His thoughts were shattered by a high-pitched, song-like cry that echoed across the plains. The small slime companion trembled, looking towards the source of the sound and questioning if the creature could truly be a dragon. As the beast came into full view, its grotesque form defied simple classification. It was identified as a hollow gluttony dragon, a great calamity that had flowed in from outside this world and a natural enemy of all life. The interruption of its summoning ritual had left it in this incomplete state. Ko voiced his own doubt, wondering aloud if such a thing could even be called a dragon. He seized on the single word, incomplete. This meant their efforts had not been entirely in vain. The problem now was whether they could defeat it. He knew that if he did nothing, the entire area would be annihilated. Steeling his resolve, he accepted that he could only do his best. As if sensing his determination, the hollow gluttony dragon threw back its head and unleashed a deafening, guttural roar that shook the very ground. The roar was followed by immediate, terrifying motion. The colossal beast began to surge forward across the landscape, its attention fixed on a distant object, a large, wheeled vehicle. Realizing the dragon's trajectory, Ko yelled out in alarm that the city was in danger. He called to his golem companion, Dest, who immediately turned its head, its optical sensors glowing as it calmly asked for its master's command. He turned his attention to the vehicle, where the small slime peeked out, also awaiting instructions. Without hesitation, Ko issued his orders, commanding Dest to get everyone on board and chase after the monster at full speed. Before they could depart, he announced his own plan. He would go on ahead to stall the gluttony dragon. He quickly turned to the slime, who offered him a small bottle, which he took and drank in a single gulp. With his strength momentarily bolstered, he sprinted ahead of the vehicle, his focus locked on the distant, rampaging beast. He knew he had to draw its attention, to make himself the target. He closes the distance to the colossal beast, his expression hardening with resolve as he grips his sword, preparing to strike. With a powerful shout, he leaps into the air, channeling his energy into a devastating downward strike, the god of war slash. The blade descends upon the dragon's massive, shell-like body, aimed directly at the point where its draconic head emerges. The impact is immense, shattering the creature's tough exterior in a burst of force as it lets out a piercing roar of agony. Landing gracefully, he looks back at the damaged monster, noting with some surprise that stopping its advance was easier than he had anticipated. The dragon, however, remains very much alive. In response to the wound, the creature's form shifts violently. A chaotic mass of writhing black tentacles erupts from its body, revealing a far more menacing nature. The newly formed tentacles immediately lash out, firing a dense, high-speed barrage of dark projectiles straight towards him. He reacts in a blur of motion, activating God's speed blessing to evade the deadly volley just in time, his eyes wide with alarm at the sudden escalation. Catching his breath, he realizes how close that was. The tentacles are a serious problem. With his magic power at about 80%, he decides to commit a significant portion, 20%, to another god of war slash, causing his blade to glow with immense power. He lunges forward once more, roaring as he brings the empowered sword down upon the chaotic, tentacled form of the gluttony dragon. His attack connects, and the hollow gluttony dragon lets out a deafening roar of agony. The force of the blow slams into the creature's form, sending tremors through the ground. As the dust settles, he watches the wounded beast. He notes that its bodily fluids seem dangerous, making a close approach risky. He observes that the creature is already heavily wounded. Given the danger, he concludes that finishing it from a long range would be the ideal strategy. But before he can act on this plan, the dragon lets out another cry. To his surprise, the tips of its dark tentacles begin to swell and transform. The transformation completes in an instant, revealing a horrifying new form. Dozens of tentacles now writhe in the air, each one tipped with a grotesque, fanged maw. Realizing the immense threat, he understands this must end quickly before it becomes a drawn-out battle. He resolves to pour half of his remaining magic power into a single, ultimate strike, the god of war slash S+. With a surge of energy, his sword ignites with crackling power. As he prepares to unleash the devastating blow, the dragon lunges forward with shocking speed, its head snapping towards him with a roar. He is caught completely off guard. The creature's massive shell begins to bulge and glow with an intense, building energy. It culminates in a violent explosion of force, blasting him backward through the air. He watched in disbelief as his powerful attack carved a deep fissure into the ground, but passed harmlessly through the gluttony dragon. He could not comprehend how it had happened. As the creature's tentacle mouths writhed, he questioned aloud what was happening, realizing with dawning horror that his strike had been completely ineffective. The dragon responded by unleashing a volley of sharp projectiles from its appendages, forcing him to brace himself against the assault while still airborne. Knowing he would be struck down at this rate, he invoked his Godspeed Blessing EX skill, accelerating his movements to evade the relentless barrage. The burst of speed took its toll. He noted with alarm that his remaining magic power had fallen to just 10%, realizing he could not afford to waste anymore. As he paused to conserve his strength, he scanned the sky, only to find it empty. The dragon had vanished, leaving him standing bewildered on the scarred battlefield. His confusion quickly gave way to a cold dread. A bead of sweat ran down his temple as an overwhelming sense of menace washed over him from an unseen source. The source of his fear materialized directly behind him. The gluttony dragon hovered silently, its immense form eclipsing the sky. Before he could react, the creature opened its maw and unleashed a deafening, otherworldly shriek that vibrated through the air. The sound paralyzed him instantly. He desperately tried to activate his Godspeed Blessing EX again, but his body refused to obey. Panic set in as he realized he was completely unable to move. He remained frozen, a helpless target for the gluttony dragon. An unseen appendage, moving with blinding speed, slammed into his side. The impact shattered a piece of his armor, and a guttural cry of agony tore from his throat as the force of the blow coursed through his paralyzed body. The hollow gluttony dragon unleashes a devastating attack, its tendrils lashing out with immense force. Kokisaka is thrown violently backward, sent flying through the air as his sword, Graham, is also knocked away from him. He crashes into the ground, tumbling across the barren earth. Grunting in pain, Ko pushes himself up slightly, his face smudged with dirt as he stares forward in wide-eyed shock. Now kneeling in the desolate landscape, he sees the dragon hovering ominously in the distance. His legendary sword, Graham, is also far away, embedded in the ground out of his reach. He struggles to process what just occurred, realizing his Godspeed Blessing EX must have activated to save him. The sensation was overwhelming, like being drowned in a muddy swamp, and it has left his magic power completely depleted. He stares at the creature, baffled. He doesn't understand how it can pass through his attacks unharmed, while its own attacks connect with him perfectly. The imbalance feels fundamentally unfair. As he grapples with this impossibility, a notification resounds in his mind. The analysis of the hollow gluttony dragon's unique ability has been completed. The system presumes the power to be spatial manipulation. He mulls over the term. The analysis elaborates that by interfering with the space around it, the dragon can become translucent to slip through attacks, warp short distances, or even seal an opponent's movement by fixing the very space they occupy. The weight of this information settles upon him. Kneeling alone in the wasteland, he looks at the distant monster and comes to a grim conclusion. As long as it possesses that power, he stands no chance. The dragon ignores him, resuming its inexorable advance towards the city of Suriyur. A flicker of insight cuts through his despair as he observes its movement. Fortunately, there seems to be a limit to its effective range. He weighed his grim options. His magic power was completely spent, and he knew he couldn't win against the dragon in his current state. To retreat now, while its attention was on Suriyur, was the logical choice. Yet, he desperately wanted to protect the city, and dying here would render everything meaningless. He understood the cold logic of survival, but a pained, determined smile crossed his face. There was something more important to him than his own life. His thoughts turned to the people he had met, the kind Count Maillard, the energetic Iris, the capable adventurers, and the cheerful citizens of Suriyur. Their faces flashed through his mind. He couldn't bear the thought of them being killed. If he ran now, the bitter aftertaste of his cowardice would haunt him for the rest of his life. With his resolve solidified, he knew there was only one answer. He hadn't exhausted all his options. There were still items and skills left to try. He would not give up, no matter the cost. He would find a way to break through the dragon's spatial manipulation and defeat it. In that moment of absolute determination, a brilliant aura of light erupted around him. To his shock, he felt his body suddenly overflowing with an immense surge of magic power. His magic points were skyrocketing, climbing far beyond his maximum capacity and continuing to increase without end. It was just like the phenomenon he experienced when he fought the Black Dragon. The source of the power materialized in his hands. A magnificent, ornate bow formed from pure light. A message echoed in his mind. The seal of Yggdrasil's bow had been lifted, and it was now usable at 20% of its full output. He gripped the ethereal weapon, a mixture of awe and uncertainty on his face. Could this truly be enough to win against the gluttony dragon? Then, a crucial piece of information became clear to him. To wield the Yggdrasil bow, he needed the magic power of the god of war Shrine Maiden. With this power, he could nullify the dragon's spatial manipulation. His expression hardened with newfound purpose. He stands ready, the new power coursing through him. As Dest arrives with perfect timing, the golem calls out, asking if its master is all right. Ko now understands the connection. The power of the god of war Shrine Maiden requires him to join forces with Lily. He wastes no time, shouting back that he's fine as he vaults over the side of the cart. He urges Dest to pursue the gluttony dragon with all possible speed. As he lands, Iris and Surera rush to his side. Iris observes that he seems to be glowing, while Surera, despite its own resilient body, points out his broken left gauntlet, worried he's hurt. Ko dismisses their concerns, explaining that a lot has happened. His attention then turns to Lily, who stands nearby, her expression calm and knowing. A silent understanding passes between them amidst the chaos. She looks at him, a faint smile on her lips, and confirms his monumental achievement. She tells him that he has lifted the bow's seal. He reacts with surprise, questioning how she knew. She explains that she understands how to use the weapon, having seen it many times in foresight since she was a child. Realizing this simplifies everything, a confident smile spreads across his face. He asks her to please share her magic power with him. A wave of profound gratitude washes over her, a silent thank you for everything echoing in her heart. Tears well in her eyes as she looks at him, her voice filled with emotion. She makes a solemn vow, declaring that she will give her life to him. Her sudden, intense declaration leaves him utterly bewildered, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he can only manage a stunned "huh" in response. He quickly clarifies his intentions, explaining to the stunned Lily that he only requires her magic power, not her life in servitude. She stares back, bewildered by the correction. Her face flushes with embarrassment. She stammers an apology, insisting it was all a misunderstanding and begging him to forget her outburst. Setting the matter aside for the moment, he tells her they can discuss the details later. For now, he needs her to draw the bow with him, recognizing that this moment matches the vision he saw in his dream. He places his hand over hers on the bowstring, steadying their grip. After a brief exchange of thanks and agreement, they both focus on the task, ready to act. A soft glow emanates from Lily as she closes her eyes, channeling her power into the weapon. Their combined strength pulls the bowstring taut. The weapon thrums with immense energy, particles of light swirling around them as they take aim. The Calamity Killer arrow materializes on the string, its surface covered in glowing runes. Its purpose is absolute, a forced execution to be initiated against the Great Calamity, the hollow gluttony dragon. In the distance, the great dragon senses the surge of power. It lets out a guttural roar, its monstrous form writhing in anticipation of the attack. The beast unleashes a volley of dark energy spikes. From atop the golem nest, Iris shouts a command, and a shimmering barrier springs into existence, deflecting the onslaught. With the defenses holding, Lily cries out that the moment has come. Ko shouts his agreement, his focus absolute as they prepare to release the shot. He and Lily unleash the arrow. It soars through the air as a brilliant spear of light, directly toward the roaring gluttony dragon. The projectile strikes its target with blinding force, erupting in a cataclysmic blast of white energy that completely engulfs the creature. As the light fades, the aftermath of the attack becomes clear. The Calamity Killer's arrow has successfully nullified the dragon's spatial manipulation ability. The gluttony dragon's form begins to melt and disintegrate, unable to withstand the assault. Lily stares in awe at the incredible firepower as Ko watches intently. He recognizes that the situation has shifted in their favor, but knows he must continue the attack. A quick check of his status reveals his magic power is still increasing, having surpassed 10 trillion. With this immense reserve, he realizes he can now use a particular skill. The ability he intends to unleash is Calamity Summoning, a skill that grants him the power to summon and control calamities that he has previously defeated. Raising his hand to the sky, he roars out a command, calling for the one once known as the Gluttony Dragon to answer his voice, the Black Dragon of Ultimate Destruction. The heavens respond to his call. A massive, glowing sigil crackles into existence, casting an ominous light over the landscape. From the center of the sigil, a sphere of pure darkness plummets from the sky, striking the wounded Gluttony Dragon with crushing force. From the point of impact, the Black Dragon of Ultimate Destruction materializes, its colossal jaws sinking deep into the head of the weakened Gluttony Dragon. The colossal beast fully materialized, its jet-black scales absorbing the light as dark energy crackled around its powerful form. With a guttural roar that shook the very air, the summoned calamity fixed its predatory gaze upon its target. The sight struck Iris with utter disbelief, her eyes wide as she cried out its name, the Black Dragon. Beside her, Lily's mind raced, connecting the impossible dots. This was a battle between two calamities. As the colossal Black Dragon materializes, Iris turns to Ko in disbelief, asking if it is truly the creature they faced before. Lily, holding her shield, is equally stunned, calling the feat amazing and questioning its meaning. Ko confirms it, stating plainly that he summoned it with his skill. Lily stares at the alliance, a profound realization washing over her. She never imagined that a day would come when she would fight alongside the very same Calamity Dragon she once battled against. Following her thought, Ko's expression hardens with resolve. He issues a powerful command, shouting for the Black Dragon to come forth and burn the Gluttony Dragon. Responding to the order, the Black Dragon ascends into the sky, its wings casting a dark shadow. Below, the hollow Gluttony Dragon lets out a guttural roar of agony. The creature wheels in the air and unleashes a massive, concentrated torrent of white-hot fire from its jaws. The fiery blast impacts the Gluttony Dragon with devastating force, engulfing it in a violent explosion that shatters the surrounding ground. Amidst the billowing smoke and flames, the Gluttony Dragon roars in pain. Watching from a safe distance, Lily remarks on the terrifying power, speculating that the creature will be turned to dust by such an attack. The assault is not over. The Black Dragon dives through the smoke, closing the distance to its wounded adversary with incredible speed. It descends upon the Gluttony Dragon, unleashing a barrage of dark energy beams that rain down and pin the larger monster to the ground. Ko watches the relentless attack, his expression shifting to one of surprise. In the midst of its assault, the black dragon turns its head slightly, glancing back at him. He internally processes the convergence of events. The three critical conditions have been met: his status as a transmigrator, his magical power now exceeding 10 trillion, and his successful summoning of the Black Dragon of Ultimate Destruction. As a result of this perfect alignment, a brilliant flash of light erupts, signaling that a divine technique has been temporarily unlocked. The unlocked power manifests through the blonde swordswoman, whose greatsword begins to radiate immense energy. The anti-calamity divine technique, Levitian, is now ready to be used. Her eyes widen in shock as she feels the surge of power, calling out a name with disbelief: Graham. She clarifies that Graham is a magic sword possessing its own will. Watching the blade glow intensely in his presence, Ko understands. The sword itself desired his power for this moment, knowing its turn to act had arrived. With this new understanding, she leaps into the air, shouting to her sentient weapon, "Let's go, Graham." Ko and Iris watch her ascend. The black dragon, summoned moments before, positions itself in the sky, ready to meet its new rider. She lands perfectly on the dragon's back and asks her new mount, "Are you ready?" The beast responds with a powerful, affirmative roar. Together, they form a formidable front. The swordswoman stands before the great dragon, her blade now wreathed in a fiery aura, prepared to unleash the divine technique. From his position on the ground, Ko issues the final command, his gaze fixed on their unseen target. "O flame of final destruction," he intones, "purify the disaster with absolute heat." At his command, the black dragon opened its maw, gathering a torrent of fiery energy. As the dragon prepared its breath, Ko roared the name of the divine technique, Levitian. The countdown for the anti-calamity divine technique had officially begun. Sensing the immense power gathering against it, the hollow gluttony dragon let out a furious roar. Its strange, tendril-like mouth gaped open, preparing a counterattack. A dark beam of energy shot forth from the calamity, streaking across the sky toward the blonde swordswoman and her draconic mount. Undaunted by the approaching blast, the swordswoman's expression remained fixed with determination. From the ground, Iris and the slime watched in terror, crying out Ko's name. He felt their fear, his body crackling with immense magical pressure as he maintained the technique. High above, the blonde swordswoman, wreathed in the same energy, plunged downward atop the black dragon, her massive blade poised to strike. She and her mount collided with the hollow gluttony dragon in a blinding explosion of light and force. Amidst the cataclysmic impact, the black dragon unleashed a triumphant, earth-shaking roar. The dragon's power, channeled through the swordswoman's strike, erupts in a cataclysmic pillar of pure energy, tearing the very earth asunder. The resulting shockwave sends Iris and the blonde swordswoman hurtling backward, the latter tightly clutching Serera to shield it from the blast. Bracing himself against the gale, Ko watches in stunned silence as the hollow gluttony dragon is utterly consumed by the light, its massive form disintegrating into nothingness. The blinding flash subsides, leaving only glittering motes of residual energy to drift across the now quiet sky. Where the great calamity once stood, a vast, smoking crater now scars the barren landscape. Surveying the proof of his success, Ko's face, streaked with grime, breaks into a wide, triumphant grin. He declares it his victory. Hearing his cry of success, a relieved Iris and the blonde swordswoman, holding Serera aloft, rushed joyfully toward him. But the immense strain of the divine technique finally takes its toll. His strength gives out, and he collapses onto the dusty ground with a weary sigh. He looks up towards the heavens, a quiet sense of gratitude on his face. He offers a simple, heartfelt thank you. He reflects on the mysterious power that aided him, acknowledging that while he doesn't understand the nature of that light, it has saved him once again. He processed the information flooding his senses. A notification confirmed that by surpassing level 100, he had unlocked a new skill, Limit Break. His level had now become 108. He quickly grasped the function of this new ability. Limit Break could temporarily and significantly raise his magic capacity, though it came with a cooldown, restricting its use to once per day. He considered the implications. His level was now in the triple digits, proving that 99 was not the maximum. This led him to wonder if he could now summon the Gluttony Dragon with his skills. Regardless, he recognized Limit Break as a useful ability that would greatly expand his strategic options. However, an answer came swiftly, as if from the system itself. It was presumed that the main body of the Gluttony Dragon had escaped to the outside of the world. Because of this, the control sequence had failed, making it impossible to summon with Calamity Summoning. The revelation left him stunned. He struggled to comprehend the term. Outside of the world, he reasoned that it might be possible, given that he himself was from another world. The thought sparked a new, chilling question. Could the Gluttony Dragon now jump between worlds? Standing amidst the lingering dust of battle, Ko Kusaka contemplates the nature of his foe. He murmurs to himself about the outside world, noting with a hint of unease that it is rare for his full assist ability to fail. A sudden realization dawns on him as information floods his mind. He has successfully stripped the spatial manipulation skill from the defeated Hollow Gluttony Dragon. He wonders aloud, surprised, if he can now wield this power himself. He quickly grasps the skill's potential. The ability to warp over short distances, become invisible, and restrain enemies is incredibly potent. A confident smile spreads across his face as he concludes that the outcome of this fight was not just acceptable, but highly beneficial. His companions approach him across the desolate landscape. Iris asks how he feels after slaying his second dragon. Exhausted, he admits he just wants to go home and rest. Lily chuckles softly, remarking that such a mundane response is just like him. As they regroup, Iris brings up a question that has been on her mind, asking Ko what the golden sparkles they witnessed during the battle were. He confesses that he doesn't know either, while Lily remains silent, lost in thought. She then speaks up, offering a guess. With a serious expression, she asks if they are willing to hear her theory, capturing both Ko's and Iris's full attention. She explains that according to the lore of the god of war, the soul is said to be a golden light. With this in mind, she posits that the lights they saw were perhaps the souls of those who had been gathered as sacrifices for the gluttony dragon. Ko absorbs her words, murmuring his understanding as Serera also seems to concur. He pieces it together. The souls of the sacrificed people, freed after he defeated the Elder Lich, may have interrupted the dragon's ritual and lent him their power as a way to repay the favor. Upon their return to the city, Count Maillard greets them with overwhelming relief and joy. He exclaims Ko's name, expressing his gladness that they are safe, and warmly gestures for them to take a seat. He sits with his companions before the Count. Ko attempts to begin his report, stating modestly that he only did what was necessary. The Count, however, cuts him off to express his profound gratitude, declaring that without Ko, the people of Surrier would have perished. He recounted the full sequence of events to Count Maillard: the battle with the Elder Lich in the basement, the attempt to stop the ritual, and how, despite their efforts, the gluttony dragon was resurrected. He concluded his report by acknowledging his own good fortune, musing that if fate had turned even slightly, the outcome could have been disastrous. Count Maillard listened intently, remarking that the rumors of Ko's prowess were indeed true. The Count, placing a hand over his heart, expressed his profound gratitude. He declared that without Ko's intervention, many would have been sacrificed, and he pledged that his family would forever be in Ko's debt, offering their aid should he ever need it. Ko accepted his thanks with a humble smile. By the evening of their 6th day in the city, all of their business was finally concluded. As they walked through the streets, Ko sighed with relief, remarking that the aftermath and reporting felt more exhausting than the battle itself. Iris, noticing his fatigue, asked if he and Lily were all right, while Lily cheerfully offered to give her a massage later. Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful greeting. It was the female adventurer, Kalsan, holding a large box. She explained that she was on her way to their inn, having heard that Ko's group had protected the city and wanted to see them. She opened the box to reveal a beautifully decorated cake, a gift of gratitude. Kalsan asked if they liked it, explaining that her parents own a cake shop and that she made it with her auntie, guaranteeing its taste. She then mentioned hearing that Ko had defeated another dragon, marveling at his incredible strength. Iris, meanwhile, was delighted by the gift, and Serera bounced in excitement. Iris remarked that his feats were certainly crazy, but normal for him. Lily agreed, speculating that at this rate, he wouldn't just defeat a third dragon, but 4, 5, or even 6. Kalsan found this prospect alarming, hoping it wouldn't mean more calamities were being resurrected. He, however, looked away with a weary expression, quietly stating that he doesn't like violence. His somber words leave his companions, Iris, Lily, and Kalsan, momentarily speechless, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Kalsan is the first to break the silence. After a slight cough, she dismisses Ko's mood as a joke and, with a cheerful wave, announces that her task of delivering the cake is complete and that she is heading home. Her departure seems to snap the others back to the present. Serera, perched on Lily's arm, eagerly declares his desire to eat the cake. Ko, holding the box, agrees it's time to head back to the inn. Iris enthusiastically concurs, suggesting it's a perfect way to celebrate all that has transpired in Surrier. Back at their inn, the anticipation builds. Serera exclaims its hunger while the others organize the small party. Ko is tasked with slicing the cake evenly, while one person offers to pour wine, and 2 others, including Lily, request grape juice. With slices of cake served and glasses filled, Ko sits at the head of the table. He raises his glass, proposing a toast to celebrate their mutual hard work and recent success. Their glasses clink together in a resounding cheers, marking the official start of their celebration. Everyone digs in, savoring the treat. Iris happily remarks on how delicious it is, claiming she could eat much more. Ko agrees with her assessment. Lily lets out a sigh of pure delight, while Serera, being fed a piece, joyfully exclaims its love for the cake. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, Iris's expression turns thoughtful. She holds her glass and admits that, to be honest, she still finds it hard to believe they actually won. Her sentiment is echoed by Lily, who looks down at the table. She adds that if it weren't for Ko, she believes they would have been in a great deal of trouble. He responds with quiet humility, closing his eyes. He gently refutes the praise, stating that he couldn't have defeated the gluttony dragon on his own and sincerely thanking them both for their indispensable help. He notices Lily's troubled expression, a stark contrast to the celebratory mood. She quietly expresses her gratitude for his help, but her downcast eyes betray a deep-seated worry. Her gratitude then takes a solemn, shocking turn. With tears welling in her eyes, she looks at him and declares, "I offer you my life." Stunned by her words, he stands and presses her for an explanation, asking what exactly she meant by such a grave offer. She struggles to answer, confessing that there are many things she doesn't understand about herself. Sensing her distress, Ko gently asks if something is troubling her, though she denies it. At that moment, the helper slime chimes in, advising her to share her burden with the group. It quotes ancient scholars, suggesting that talking to someone can help bring clarity. She concedes that the slime may be right, and the others encourage her to open up, hoping it might resolve whatever is weighing on her mind. To help her understand, Ko begins to recount the lore he had mentioned before. He explains that according to the god of war religion, the Shrine Maiden has two official missions. He elaborates on these duties, confirming that her purpose is to give the bow of Yggdrasil to the Transmigrator and to find the magic sword Graham. However, he then reveals a critical piece of information not found in the traditions. He learned through his foresight ability of a third, hidden mission. He explains that his vision showed that what was needed to break the bow seal was not her life, but her magic power. Lily, however, states her belief that she is supposed to exchange her life to create the Calamity Killer arrow. Faced with this contradiction, Iris asks if his foresight was wrong. Ko can only admit that he doesn't know. Lily, her expression somber, considers the conflicting information. She speculates that either the future has changed due to some unknown factor, or the foreseen event will simply occur during a different battle. Personally, she believes the latter is more likely. Despite this grim possibility, she declares her pride in being a shrine maiden of the god of war, stating she is already prepared to give her life. Hearing this, a worried Sarera asks plainly if she is going to die. Lily thanks the slime for its concern, admitting she doesn't want that fate. The conversation prompts Kalsan to speak up, addressing Lily directly. She recalls the time Ko saved her from the devil Trand in 2, declaring that to repay this debt, she too is willing to give her life for him whenever necessary. He responds with a gentle but firm expression. While he respects her decision, he tells her that as a friend, he doesn't want her to die. He promises to continue searching for a way to prevent her sacrifice until the very end, asking if she is okay with that. Hearing this, Lily holds her glass, her resolve unshaken. She states that while she will not change her mind about fulfilling her mission, she also harbors a desire to live longer and visit many different places with all of them. She then looks to her friends and asks if they think she is being selfish for wanting both. Iris immediately refutes the idea, and Ko agrees, adding that it's perfectly normal to want to live. Following their reassurance, Sarera also offers its support, telling Lily it will help her too, and that she should let it know if she has any problems. Touched by the outpouring of support, Lily whispers, "Everyone." Her face breaks into a wide, relieved smile as she looks toward Ko and offers a heartfelt thank you. After this emotional moment, the group spent the rest of the evening enjoying their meal and sharing fond memories of their time in Surrey. Later, the meal and conversation having taken their toll, Lily is found fast asleep on a couch. Nearby, a very full Surrey groans that it cannot eat another bite. Watching the sleeping girl, the dark-haired adventurer quietly remarks that Lily reminds her of someone named Felice, noting her tendency to try and shoulder every burden by herself. Her somber mention of a new name prompted Ko to ask Iris about her twin sister who had passed away. The dark-haired adventurer explained that her friend, Felice, also possessed the power of foresight. Looking back, she realized Felice must have known she was going to die, as she had organized all her belongings and even left a note. She continued, her voice heavy with regret, confessing that when Felice died, she was tormented by the thought that she might have been able to save her. Iris added her belief that Felice probably knew everything through her dreams. Her expression hardened with resolve. That was why this time she was so determined. Ko understood her unspoken vow, acknowledging that she didn't want to make the same mistake again. He reassured her that it was natural to use the past to inform the future. With her eyes closed, she quietly admitted that she was comparing Lily to Felice. Hearing his comforting words, Iris turned to Ko with a grateful smile, thanking him. They walked together along a high ledge, the lights of the city spread out below them. Iris remarked on the beautiful view. His expression then turned serious. He asked Iris what she had meant earlier, questioning if she, like the god of war Shrine Maiden, had a hidden third mission that would require her to sacrifice her life. She paused, her gaze distant. After a moment of thought, she claimed that, at least, she wasn't aware of any such mission, insisting she was telling the truth. He looked at her earnestly, his voice gentle but firm. He told her she was his precious friend and pleaded with her not to suddenly disappear. Iris could only respond with a quiet hope that she wouldn't. He noticed her sudden silence and asked what was wrong. Iris let out a soft chuckle, her expression unreadable for a moment, before she simply stated that she understood. Her face then broke into a radiant, heartfelt smile. With tears of joy welling in her eyes, she confessed how lucky she felt to have him say such